There we go. what a thing to say before.
Yeah.
And
I wouldn't want to say that on stream, you know.
Oh no.
You would, yeah, you wouldn't want to say that on stream. And nobody will ever know what was said. Hello, my guys. Welcome. We're just waiting for 2 other people to join. Porky will be here soon. Kush is cooking for his wife. You know, as a king should. So, hello, you guys. Arck and OTM, thank you for joining.
Hello.
You guys are gamers, correct?
I try my best.
And Arck, you're a tank gamer.
I'm a tank gamer.
And OTM, you are a Sylvie gamer. Sylvie only, not a healer. Sylvie only.
Yeah, I guess.
OTM, what are your thoughts on Vigor? No.
I mean, I think re-rolling to Vigor is the correct play, but I am not farming another character this season because the loot system sucks ass. So, like, if I could reasonably have an alt, I would be playing Vigor right now.
Damn.
But yeah, I'm done farming. I've put in I don't know how many 100 hours this season, and I'm not putting in anymore.
Traitor.
Yeah, I mean, what do you want me to say? He's just better.
It's understandable. Yeah, he really is. Yeah. For anyone who's just joining, if you want to get jump scared, goes to A4 stream. Watch A4 for a second. No comment. So, while we wait, I have like a little thing we have to introduce before we get going, but I might do that when the others get here, just so I can cut the yap bit out. But what have you guys been doing lately, like key-wise?
Arck's been at work.
Arck.
So
I gave them a week break, and they actually enjoyed it.
Oh. Yeah, it was nice having a break. Okay.
So your last key was the ruins 60 something you told me about, OTM?
No. Well, we did the ruins 64, 65, and now last week, just a couple days ago, we did yesterday Sailor's Abyss 65, I think. Was 66?
65. We unlocked 66.
Okay. Yep. Huge.
And now Arck is swapping to Savian.
I've seen you in the channel. Oh, Porky!
Oh, Porki.
Hello.
Hello, buddy.
Hello.
Just so it's said...
Are we just chilling right now?
We're just chilling right now, yeah. No rush.
Chilling.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. It's this is like a tank and routing stuff. I'm not a tank player, but I've been asked to come for emotional support for Arck.
Yes.
All right, well, welcome.
Emotional support Sylvie player.
If I remember correctly.
It's the Ratatouille rat.
We're missing quite a bit of people, aren't we? Like, isn't A4 supposed to be here, and then like all these
Was busy having fun with a Vigor.
Yeah, they're pushing 70 Drakheim right now.
No way.
Yeah, have you seen his stream?
No, I haven't.
Dude,
I haven't seen anything with Fellowship in a long time.
Oh, go to A4 stream right now. You're gonna get jump scared. I swear.
Okay.
But yes, we are missing. I think A4 is gonna be pushing. We're only missing Kush at the moment.
Okay.
So we should have a Helena, Savian, and a Miko.
Is Sin not coming? Is it just us?
I don't think he responded to it, so I don't think so. I saw he's active, so he might at some point. I don't know.
Oh yeah. Wait, is this A4? What the fuck? Does he normally have a face cam?
Nope. That's A4.
No way.
He's a handsome boy.
Yeah, look at him. What a nice looking guy.
Yeah. The voice does not match his
face. He's playing fucking Xavian. What the hell?
Yeah. He's been playing Xavian for the last like 3 weeks. 4 weeks?
Oh no way, really?
Yeah.
Is Xavian better than Helena now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Xavian Vigor is very OP, even tank wise.
I think there's very few cases, they're extremely rare, where you can make an argument for Helena being better, but there are the like exception that proves the rule.
Wow. No way. Is it just because of his damage being so high?
Yeah.
And
in part.
10% perma DRR.
Yeah,
That's
and
crazy.
also he has a 30% magic DR on demand for any tank busters you might struggle with,
Yeah.
or 30%. Yeah,
Which one is that?
His
it's
shield.
his
It's
1-point
a
talent. When he shields himself, he gets 30% magic DR for 4 seconds or something like that,
Yeah.
That's crazy.
which is really good against stuff like Arck Market's boss.
Right,
Yep.
right, yeah.
Yeah, creeping death.
Hmm.
Yeah. It's
Oh,
good
he
for
went
so
right
many
side
things.
after first boss? That's crazy.
Yeah, I
Are
mean,
they
Wait, no, he
probing
started-
or just
Well, no,
checking bus damage?
He
going
started last boss
August
first.
August 2nd is like normal if you're talking about his route in Ransack.
No, they're
That's
doing
like,
it first.
oh wait, they're doing
Oh,
this
no way,
first.
really.
I'm not
Is this
sure
their
if
first?
they're actually progging or
This is
just
the second
checking
boss that he's doing right now.
the
Oh,
damage.
Shilgar's
that's...
second. He started. How did he skip the first boss?
you can just
did he
run
like shroud?
past.
Well,
They
yeah,
double
but
shrouded.
why?
Because Auga is the only boss that can really wipe you, so
I
it's
guess,
a
yeah.
waste of time for you to go
Okay.
there after.
I guess that makes sense.
Yeah.
If timer
Yes.
is not an issue, you just go there. If you smack it, you get the others.
I see.
guess.
Is timer not an issue even at 70?
I think they've
With
tried a few
Arck, probably not.
times. They were on the last boss was 7 minutes last try, but they died to the lines. I think Beefy stood in a line or something and just insta died.
Okay.
Yeah,
Also,
they have to.
Wow.
be
Can I just
very,
my biggest fucking pet peeve
Mhm.
is when in Ransack or Wraithtide or well any other dungeon where you can do the bosses in any order is when people say first boss, second boss, last boss.
They are on the
Last
second
boss,
boss right now.
Wraithtide tells me nothing. It could be any one of them.
So technically, if you look at the timer,
Catherine.
the markers kind of tell you which boss, like the order.
No.
The boss
Check,
order,
check
you know what
which
I mean?
boss is red on the A4.
It's
Yeah,
technically
it's
the
the
last
second
dungeon
one,
one.
right
right?
now.
So that's the second boss.
No, that's the third
It's
boss.
the second one. Yep, they killed the
one that
third
he's
one
on right now,
already.
Chilgar.
Yeah,
It's the
Chilgar.
second.
Yeah. So you get what I mean with like this is a pet peeve. It is such a bad way to talk about the bosses because nobody
Wait.
knows what you fucking mean.
But
not,
OTM,
they're
the
the second
game
one.
says that that's the last boss.
Wait, am I wrong? If you look at the order of
Yeah.
the icons,
According to the order of the icons, Chilgar
Is
is
second.
the second
is
boss.
the second, right?
Yeah.
That's usually what I go off of. Someone says like third boss, like on like Raid
Yeah, so
Tide,
you're gonna
like, oh,
do
third
third
boss is
boss
Deathless
first,
Katrine.
or third boss second, then you know like,
Yeah.
Yeah,
I get
Chilgar is the
I
third
get you.
boss. You do third boss last. Did you
Isn't-
know that?
Right, okay.
Wait, Tazari and Sithrals is the only one where you can't do the last boss
no,
first.
but in Sithril, first and second boss could be any one of them. Actually, you can do
Yeah.
Sithril first in Sithril.
I guess
Fun fact.
Can
Tazari
you?
is the only one that
No,
has
the
like a
door's
set
closed in
order.
Sithril.
It is extremely not worth it, but you
Yeah.
can do some funny out of bounds parkour and
No
get
way.
inside the boss arena and kill Sithril and unstuck and then go back and do the rest of the dungeon. It
Why
wastes
would you ever?
so much.
time for nothing.
I don't know
No,
why
I
you
saw-
would. I'm just saying
yeah.
you can. Like, what do you want me to
okay.
do?
Isidore showed me your clip, OTM, of you like the cardboard cutout trees and shit whenever you go out of bounds. Like that shit's so funny, man.
You never
Oh
noticed
god,
them.
that shit was so funny.
The only time it would be worth is if damage was never an issue, just surviving the last boss and not the others.
Yeah, like
Mm.
if it's,
You-
I think
you're
it's
just
useful
progging the
for
last
like
ones.
it's useful for like exploring whether or not last boss is even possible before you waste time on the rest of the
Right,
dungeon.
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah,
Can
that
we
too,
talk
I
about
guess.
what the fuck is going on with Viger's shields right now? Because like like look at this. Like there's so much shielding.
Yeah, I
Like,
mean, some of it
this
is
tank
also
buster-
Sabians.
Yeah, that's true.
It's mainly
It's still, it's
Xavian.
insane. Like go
The
ahead.
shield you see is an empowered shield that's not taking damage because Shilgar doesn't do any damage to anyone.
Like bro, he just has his entire health bar with nothing but shields.
Yeah.
No, but
And
that's his
funny,
own.
and because shields has 50% DR, he actually has twice a health bar worth of shields.
Right,
And
exactly.
if he ran
But
out of
also,
the
did you
wrist, he
notice
has
him going
70.
from fully health with 70% shield to like 70% health, by the way?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Did you see that from an auto attack, I think it was?
Yeah.
yeah.
There's
I
no
mean, I just
way
watched
this
him do the-
man just took a tank buster and lost like 10% of the shield.
Yep, that's
Yeah,
Sabian.
that's what I was saying. Like Glacial Slam, if you look at Glacial Slam on Mako on like Drakheim
Oh,
20,
they're
it's like
gonna-
80% of
They're
your HP.
dying intentionally?
To get to
For
first
the first
boss.
boss.
And then go back to first. Oh, that is such a weird route. Doesn't this waste a lot of time?
It depends on the
It does, but they need to
percent,
check
right?
Auga first.
They have to do 60%
God.
in 4
Yeah, I was
minutes.
gonna say there's no way they do this, right? Like
No.
Like, yeah, that's just inefficient pathing. Like, there's got to be a really good reason they're doing this,
They
because
might be
otherwise this is
testing
just
still.
weird.
You
Yeah,
have
like-
to
him out of
be
the stream.
checking stuff
He's
out.
not
no?
allowed to talk about routing anymore.
It's almost like this stream is gonna be routing. You know?
Guys, you're
Sorry,
talking
if-
to the #1 routers for Ransack 37 Season 2 and Silken
Hell yeah.
40 Season 2.
Hell yeah.
The stuff we did to those dungeons, man. Well, like, what was it?
The
Ransack
devs had to
30,
change.
33 or something? Ransack's
The devs had to
33.
change the game because of us.
Really? What?
Yeah, so in season 3, if a boss
Oh.
would ever snap, it instantly resets.
Oh. Because you
They
learned
added
what's
that
happened?
change because I don't know if it was just because of us, but we were like a prominent example of abusing bugs with
Oh, the
boss snapping.
portal in Wraithtide with the Ketron?
That is
Yeah, it's
another
where
good
you can-
example.
Yeah.
But if you did some fucking, stage magic before you did the Silken boss, you could make the Silken boss completely AFK.
Oh yeah, you told me about this.
Yeah,
Yeah,
That's
that's
the
so
way you drop
bullshit.
down and you sit against the wall, right? As you drop
yeah,
down.
but first you had to reset the boss because if you didn't, then it didn't work.
Oh,
I
somebody
got
has
I got so much flame out of
We
that.
wasted days without knowing that.
Like they
we
were
would
flaming me saying,
practice
"You
it
do
and
this,"
practice it and practice it, and we get it every time, and it was so easy. Like practice, oh, it works. Okay, let's go in a run. Try it. Doesn't work.
and they're like, "How can you do this in practice but never do it in a real run?" Oh, because you
I
have
was
to
because
reset the
stress.
boss
It's
first.
like and I also just tried to do it in pugs just 'cause it was funny and it didn't work. And it's like, wait, nope. It's just you had to reset the boss once and then it worked.
But the bad thing about it is that once in 100 times I made it work somehow on the first try.
It worked exactly once, and that baited us into thinking it could work again. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Well,
Yeah, but it was kind of fun. I think it was 33 Ransack where we people had a minute left when they finished the dungeon, so we were gonna try and do our best in it. And I think we spent a lot of time routing it. And then we finished a good run on 33, and there was 7 minutes left, and we were like, "Wait, we can do 37."
7 minutes.
Yeah. So then we did
Fucking
37.
hell.
I don't know. I didn't follow the leaderboards after, but I don't know if any other group did 37 as well.
Didn't
But,
I think
They did the one with
Isitor's group,
Shadow
right?
Lord above that.
Fucking
I think
Shadow
Izzy and
Lord.
Because,
Sheepy
listening
and
to
those
this-
they posted something a few days
Listening
before
to this,
season
I
3.
feel like I don't feel like I belong here right now.
But,
I just have the most plebeian routes compared to you guys.
You
I
I just
think
do normal routes. man. I don't
Jupiter
have,
Jupiter and the
fucking crazy shit.
it's all good, man. It's all good.
Don't worry about it.
We're here to
I think I
learn.
have some creative routes,
I
but nothing like that,
Dude,
Yeah.
me neither. I
I
just do the fucking for the longest time in Eternal. I just did the fucking default one from the lower leagues, just because it worked fine. So why change it,
Yeah.
right?
Right.
I think Jupiter IRP in a fellowship discussion once
RP.
talked about IRP
Yeah.
of the people the longest run of any dungeon ever, the longest run that just was finished was several hours.
Dude,
It was like
it was a Sith
And
For
I,
Lord.
an entire day.
asked what it was, and she was like, "Wait, it was you guys in Ransack."
What?
and it's just because we spent hours in Ransack just researching, trying this.
Ransack 1. Yeah, we were
Yeah, and then
Ransack 1 looking
just
at
finishing
stuff.
it at some point at the end when we were done. I don't know why we finished it, but we did, and so that was the longest Ransack run ever. Several hours of just the same.
Wait, can I
Ransack
find that in
instance.
the Discord? You think? If I
Oh, maybe.
longest dungeon.
Uh,
It was more than 4 hours, and we had the shortest as well. So we have the shortest Ransack 1 and the longest as well.
Let's see, Jupiter. Because I think I saw the post and I remember the name from it because I felt like I saw your name like OneTooMany. I'm just like, yeah, just one more key, just one more key, the key, just 2 hours of Ransack or whatever.
Too much.
Let's see. No, I can't seem to find by keywords. Nah, it doesn't matter.
Bro, they're gonna be 5 minutes over or something.
Yeah, but they also have
It's
to
still-
prove they can do it right.
They don't need to time it. You get a lot of
Oh, they're just
rating
doing it for score.
completing. Maybe.
so she confirmed. Hold on, I have it now. I have a link
Sure.
here. Let me send it.
Oh,
Let
okay.
me send it.
Okay.
I'm sending it to you.
Okay.
I could just send it in the fucking general chat. Oh, here we go. We did the fastest and that was us. And then she said it was also us doing the slowest, and it was 4+ hours.
4+
Same
hours.
team, same team. That's so.
It was exactly
What do you
4.3 hours.
What do you
We were just checking how we could like walk the bosses and the mobs.
Did you guys get score?
Did you ask her because you knew it was you guys?
No.
No, I was asking her because I knew we had the fastest. She's confirmed that to me before. But
The
then she also revealed we had the slowest.
The exact duration was 15,451 seconds.
Yep.
God.
4.29 hours, baby.
15,500 seconds.
And that's the sort of research we put into trying to solve Ransack last
Yeah.
season. It was really fun. And we did similar stuff in Silken, just not to the same extent because it's a smaller dungeon with less options.
Silken was
Bruh.
so fun.
Was it just
though.
like looking for exploits, or were you guys actually like looking for like legit strategies?
Looking for exploits, define exploits.
It's
like,
I
kind of
saw,
an
I
exploit.
did see. I mean, this was a long time ago now, but I did see that Wraithtide one. I saw the portal tech with Deathless Katrine, where you just turn off the boss, and I also saw
It's-
something where you would like run. You would like
Oh yeah, we would
like
get
run and
sentinels.
pull all these mobs
Yes.
and then like reset them, but then only grab like a couple on the way back or some shit like that.
No, it's reset. It's the sentinel raid tide. You would when on all
Oh, yeah.
sentinels, which is the reason they also nerfed it because
Yeah. I mean,
a
people
lot
were
of
abusing
teams
the
were
fuck out of that
abusing
for
it. Yeah.
Sands as well.
So you'd pull sentinels, kill a full pack with sentinels, die, pull the same
Oh,
sentinels,
yes.
kill another pack of sentinels, die, go on the boat with the sentinels, die, pull a sentinel on the boss, bug the
we
boss on
would-
second phase downstairs, go pull another sentinel and the boss that's bugged with more ads on top of a sentinel killing boss again. It was so ridiculous.
Yeah.
the Sentinel being so much better than every DPS player in the game. Like this, do you guys know about the double healer, double tank run we did of Sands? If not for Shadowlord, that was the fastest Sands run ever. Like the fastest high level Sands, if not for the Shadowlord bug.
Oh, that was fun, yeah.
Like
Dude.
double tank, double healer was optimal for Sands just because you could do Sentinel bullshit. Like we would split into two groups and do two Sentinel pulls at once, and then pull
you
double
didn't need a
Sentinel on the
DPS.
boss.
You just fucking
Yeah.
you just use
And but the
Sentinel
way
to
we
kill everything.
made it
That's so
faster,
fucking
you can
cool.
still sort of do that without double tank, double healer, without splitting. The way we made it faster was by cutting out a pull, by going directly to boss with like a bunch of mobs,
And double
and then
sentinel.
double Sentinel to boss, and having the spare tank babysit and insta kick the Sentinel in the corner while we have the first Sentinel kill itself. And then when that one's dead, we bring in the spare Sentinel to keep the debuff going on the boss. And that's how we like made up time.
That's so fucking funny, man.
Bruh.
And
By the way,
because that was also when you could just like ignore orbs, right? Like Iona ult and like.
We
VP
had
and
to
all
bring
that
double
shit.
Iona as the only way to ignore orbs because
Right,
we
'cause you
had
just
no way to
hold.
deal with them. And can I just say, bringing double Iona was so fucking awful. It sucked so bad.
yeah, because only one
'cause-
gets the passive, right?
Only one gets atonement healing, and yeah.
Yeah.
But
Dude, you called
we
the Miko skin, by the way, in fucking April.
Oh my god.
I'm not the
What?
only person asking for it. Like, it's been a meme since forever.
Yeah.
Which one?
Meowko.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Let's see. You did the slowest. Oh no. Huh? Was it the 4 hour plus? Yeah, 55 team wipes. 15,451 seconds.
0.7002.
I'm in the mainframe. And the explanation. Can we avoid pulling this? Can we get away from here? Can I stand here?
That key was so fun to route. Actually, it was such a different route from 32 to 37. We were
Yeah,
not
'cause we didn't
prepared
have
for having
Ira.
to change it. Not only that, it's the pillagers were surviving a long time, so we had to figure out a way.
The realization, I fucking love the realization of what if we just, this entire starting area sucks because there's pillagers everywhere, so you can't chain anything. What if we just pulled all of the pillagers at the beginning?
What? Huh?
We were doing
Yeah, so
Huh?
we would
like
stealth
12
past. We would
pillagers.
stealth past the first like pack of mobs just skip that one pack of mobs, then pull 11 pillagers, fight it for a little bit, pull a couple more mobs onto it, fight it for a little bit. Then when the pillagers are low enough, Arck would chain into the next pull, and he would have to have Savian ult for when the pillagers connect to him, or he's insta-dead. And then we would need to kill the pillagers before Arck ran out of health. And yeah. And that's how we figured out to make that route work. And then you have the initial area, at least last season, this season as well, but initial area without any pillagers, it's just all arsonists, all mystics. Oh, so fucking efficient.
This isn't. You're not talking about Stormwatch. What is this?
This is Ransack.
This is
Ransack.
Ransack.
Okay. Yeah.
So this is one pillager. Oh wait, no, that's
one
a
pillager?
Reaver.
Ransack had like fucking like 7 arsonists in the starting area or something.
Dude, why the fuck
They are
is it-
so good. It's so good. Arsonists are extremely good. to
Efficient.
kill.
Yeah. And all you have to do is kick the Uga Flame, which you can control them surprisingly well. Like, I think 4 arsonist pulls are playable if you have good cooldown management, like CC management. Oh yeah, Arck had to kite them because they're getting
Oh
stats
my
now.
god. You can,
You're
yeah,
showing that?
holy. But this is only 4? What the fuck?
We have 4 stacks, but there's like 11
Dude,
of them.
holy.
I'm like, oh my god, they're coming.
They're coming. Arck ults here just to...
They're coming for me. Oh my god. Your health is just staggered.
Binding Ice is so good in this dungeon.
Oh yeah,
Oh.
it helped a lot.
Oh, I could imagine. Holy
Look at me
fuck,
fucking
dude.
procs here because the villagers didn't die fast
Oh my God.
enough.
Last season
yeah.
played so different from this season.
Yeah, it,
Dude.
Look at our HP.
it's actually less EHP season than this season somehow.
Who's Rubru? I think I've seen the name before.
It's our Rhyme player.
Hmm.
We've been
Current
I don't know.
player?
He's a blaster.
Yeah, he's playing with him currently. Yeah.
Ah, okay. I don't think I've seen him. Maybe I've just haven't watched his stream enough.
He doesn't
I-
stream, I think.
Did
I don't think he
text him
does.
for Rhyme? I might have hit him.
I don't
up for
think you
Rhyme.
did, and I considered texting him, but I know he. What does he say? He never reads Rhyme chat because it's just the same 3 people saying the same thing over and over.
I think I asked you
something.
about it, and you said that maybe.
For like 500 messages of the same 3 people, something
yeah.
like that. Agreed.
This is
like
the
the-
Arso pool.
Look at this quad Arso pull. We go into this,
Fucking hell, dude.
It's Arso into Arso.
but we make it work because we like chain our CCs. Like we do like DPS do a kick, they do a stop, then they do a kick, then I do my silence, then they do a kick again, and then we're down to 3 Arsos, and then it's fine.
How many stacks
But
do you
if you
allow as a
compare-
healer for the
Stacks of what?
debuff? I don't know the name of it. Isn't it
What
increased damage?
debuff?
Oh,
Is the frozen
Reaver.
heart, I think.
Oh, I should dispel in theory at all times, but
Oh, okay.
I don't know. I vibed it.
Yeah.
It's
You had 5 there.
yeah, I don't know, dude. Like it applies if he parries, it doesn't get refreshed. So sometimes it just falls off on its own. So I try to
yeah.
let that happen.
Yeah,
Be
yeah.
greedy, yeah.
Especially with Savian because you can parry so much with blinding slash.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you see how fast Arsonists are dying in this pool compared to the pillagers?
Yeah.
They aren't doing anything except needing to be kicked. I mean, Arck has to run a bit to the side, but
Yeah.
whatever. I get good.
I might be remembering wrong,
Like,
but
oh
they
God,
changed.
God forbid moving.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and we would
Oh,
also
guys.
do
Oh,
the
this is
cardinal sin of letting Reavers cast because it makes the mobs take more damage.
Oh no.
This is the
So we would
quadruple
like-
drum.
Oh yeah, this
Dungeon.
is the quadruple drum because the boss. Yeah.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
We were exploiting all bosses here except the first one actually.
But
At
watch the
first one we
first
did an
boss.
exploit as well, right? Oh no, we didn't end up doing the Aeona pull through. No, you pulled the mobs at the beginning. Yeah, never mind.
Wait, did we not?
No, we ended up going away from that because I think we had enough funnel just from you pulling initially, and we were like not pulling
Wait,
those. There was some
you
funnel
sure?
we weren't bringing at the beginning. Yeah,
Wait, I'm pretty sure you end up pulling.
we had some funnel. I think we had some funnel we were bringing at the beginning of our routing, but then we figured out it was better to not bring it. So then the funnel I would bring, you just brought at the beginning instead.
Maybe that
think.
was the 32 then.
Yeah, maybe a 30.
Because you wanted
33,
the funnel to get the frost, whatever. frostbomb,
no,
frostbitten?
it's
Or
Mara. Mara needs funnel to be as good as she is, so we have
Yeah.
to route around Mara having funnel.
Okay. Well.
If you're doing a
Which-
boss with less than 5 mobs, you're not doing Mara a favor.
Yeah, and if you aren't doing a Mara favor, then you're gonna have a lot harder time timing the dungeon. So do some demon stuff to pull
why
funnel
bring
boss.
Mara if you don't funnel, right?
I mean, unironically, yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's
I mean,
that's the hero.
He plays the Gunnar puddle in case he can't.
Yeah, he makes it
The
work,
green
but
puddle.
it's not like his biggest strength is the funnel.
Wasn't that his?
Is being able to do.
I'm pretty sure that was SBT's and who was the other Mara player I had in?
Roxu?
Was it
Arrow?
Roxu? Yeah, it was
Yes,
Roxu. Yeah,
Roxu.
I think they're talking about in their presentation the way that diversify the bleed build and the poison build, because I felt like you had to play one and the other one was complete garbage. But it feels like here it's fine.
I think I remember him at least saying in his presentation that Mara is S tier if she gets funnel, which is why we bend over backwards to bring our Mara funnel.
Yeah,
and it synergizes well with Rhyme, because Rhyme can turn off her AoE. So when she's like full single targeting the boss, she doesn't kill Mara's funnel, which means, it's fun for me in Arck because the mobs stay alive a long time. But yeah, then Mara gets SPT gets his funnel.
I'm looking at this Xavian from season 2. Every time I step out of the circle,
you're fucking
I'm
dead.
Yeah,
this season it's so free.
I'm homeless. I'm homeless.
I'm homeless. Yeah.
Did you say that?
Yeah, he said that. He can't. That was his. Whenever he didn't have a circle, that's what he would say.
Dude, I just yell out Gondor calls for aid, and then that's my cue for my healer.
Dude, I was so happy that Helena was good because I wouldn't have to deal with another season of Arck becoming homeless, but wouldn't you fucking know it?
Yeah.
Dude, that's great. I'm gonna steal that.
But
this
yeah,
season you're
Savian,
kind of fine.
Yeah. They nerfed circle, so he's less dependent on it. He's just fucking shielding himself, Lamau.
Yeah.
Just play a Vigor. That's like as much DR as a circle, right?
I mean, yeah, it's only 20%, so.
Yeah, so Vigor is 15. Easy.
Yeah, true. Yeah, because as soon as the Savian gets his ring legendary, he can basically do the same inside the circle as outside the circle, more or less.
Wait, we don't go boss hero TM, remember? We go more Arsac.
Oh my god.
Or do we? No, we went boss?
No, we go right side here. We go right. We don't go boss yet. Because we want to chain this, I think.
We're at 45% here already.
Yeah, I think...
In the first
this entire area, at least last season, we haven't gone deep enough this season, but at least last season, the entire starting area of Ransack was so packed full of efficient mobs. Like, it made no sense to get your percent anywhere else.
Yeah.
This season, it's very similar. There's a ton of Arsonists, but Arsos did get nerfed a little. I think Cutthroats are the better mob, and there's like Cutthroat Alley with like 9 of them in a pull you can easily do.
So easy to handle now. Holy.
As a tank at least, but yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, they weren't bad last season which again brings us back to the 4+ hour run. Once you find places for your tank to stand, at least last season.
Oh yeah, here.
Look, Arck is going to get in a corner because they weren't going to be able to, like, they would jump to him, but they wouldn't backstab him, so he could just stand still here. He would have to eat the Pyromancer or like the Arsonist frontals, but it was worth it.
Yeah. That's basically like every run last season, I mean, basically since season 1, like Stormwatch was the same way. You just had all these little like secret spots that all the tanks knew where you could just like stand.
Stormwatch! Let me tell you about Stormwatch. My God,
the fucking torches on the last boss, they were godsend.
Dude, we did some Chinese tech for Stormwatch.
Oh my God!
Did you guys ever find? Did you guys ever find the wagon tech on a Stormwatch where you could just infinitely kite the mobs around the little wagon?
Why would you kite the mobs infinitely when you can just put them in one spot and never move and they don't hit you?
We did worse.
You play Mako.
They would. We did.
Oh, they don't hit you. Oh, no way. Oh,
we did a technically infinite kite because we put the mobs in a snap spot they thought they could walk out of.
We did.
So they would just stand in the snap spot and we would pull everything on it, and then we would slowly kill the boss next to it.
Holy
like
shit.
We did like a 40% pull on season 2.
So legal. And then afterwards, at the final boss, we turned the boss into a tank dummy. So with another funny snap spot.
Fantastic.
Yeah. As I said, I'm glad that they made bosses reset when they try to snap this season instead of letting that continue.
But they were unplayable with Iona last season. If you didn't do that, you couldn't play the boss.
Yeah, Vigor
You had to
was
play double.
yet
Oh,
again.
double healer, right? If you didn't play double healer, you couldn't actually climb.
I think didn't the Chinese team? Oh no, they also did. No, they didn't do the tech for boss. The Chinese team just had a Vigor, I think.
No, but
Okay.
I mean the storm one. But Silken was
nothing's
impossible.
changed.
You'd get
Oh,
to
yeah.
6 kidnappers eventually.
Yeah,
Hmm.
yeah. This is where we.
Were you okay? So this is just a healer question because as soon as we get Kush in here, we're gonna go full tank almost.
Yeah,
Were
full tank.
Were you excited about playing Sylvie again after playing Iona for season 2?
Partly yes, partly no. Sylvie's rotation is a lot simpler. Oh, he's here. Just quickly get an answer. Sylvie's rotation is a lot simpler than Iona's, but at the same time, Sylvie has more active tools. Like I have externals and stuff I get to play around with, which Iona didn't. Which I kind of had fun with that for a while, but then HP season hit, and now it's really boring. Or not boring, but it's like I'm not really playing around it. Anyway, this is Tank Talk.
Hello, Kush.
Hello.
We just been yapping. Welcome.
How's it going? Everyone enjoying themselves? Good Sunday, Tank Sunday.
Tank Sunday.
What are
Tank
our people
Sunday.
pushing now, by the way? Just out of curiosity.
70s.
Haven't a clue.
Vigor is really good, turns out. So is Savian, turns out.
I think Kush is at 61.
Wow, hard day
I think I stopped at 64.
Okay.
But then I did all the wide keys, like 61 Ransack and...
The white keys?
64 is good.
Yeah, 64 is great.
Did 63 Brave Tide?
64 means you beat the 63 Silken, which is a really hard thing.
Yeah.
Where are you at, Porky?
I haven't even gotten to try 53. I beat 52, and I could not find a group to do 53 even once, so I just stopped playing.
You and Sin are still top Mikos, right?
Yeah.
Have any Miko gone higher than that?
No. I think Sin got like 54.
Before he gave up.
Do you think you could go higher if you had a group to play with?
Oh, absolutely. I could definitely. 52 is definitely not the limit for Mako, but it's not 70. I don't know. Like at this point, like Ransack for me, for example, is impossible. Like if I don't have any like way to reliably mitigate basically any of the tank busters really, other than maybe the final boss, but you just die. I mean, maybe
which boss is that? Which boss is final boss?
Okay, so
the final boss was the water one when we did it on a 60.
The Golem boss in the or Chilgar and the
I think if it's a Mako issue, you can get everyone soaking.
I don't know the names, man.
Yeah, Troll, Golem, and Lady. Antler Lady.
I don't think it is a soak. I think it just does damage.
What one are we on about? Sithro?
No.
No.
Chilgar Tank Buster.
It's not a soak. It was a soak, but it wasn't a soak. In season 2, it looked like a soak, but it wasn't a soak. And now it doesn't look like a soak, and it's not a soak.
I don't know. Sometimes it feels like it's dealing more damage, and other times less. It's kind of weird.
Might be DR issue, maybe. I don't know. He doesn't get empowered.
I've seen some weird stuff. I've seen one of the other Lena tanks with Vigor external shields and full toughness take was it 500k damage from Rock Market Plus?
What?
The creeping death? Yeah, and then he's taking
creeping death one. That one, yeah, for a Xavian, that's like the best boss.
Yeah, but 500k is too much.
Yeah. Ooh, what was it? Who ran the numbers on the Wraith Tide second boss, the gold one with the pulses? Was it you, OTM? Was it 83k per pulse or something?
I think it was 63k damage. Not pulse, it's the Temptations.
Oh.
They did like 63k damage per hit, and the only way to reliably survive it without a Sylvie group is to be on like, what is it? If you have a Savian, you need 41 or 42k health, and then you reliably live them. Otherwise, you have to mangle everything and like roll cooldowns and pray to God it just works out.
Or get a vigor.
Or yeah, get a vigor.
Re-rolling.
I mean, yeah. It just shouldn't fucking one-shot you. Like, it's EHP season. Please, God, let it be something other than EHP season.
Okay.
Shut
Anyway.
up, healer pleb.
One heal. I mean, yeah, just bringing a Savian for the external shields also helps a lot. I think that honestly reduces the requirements a lot. Running a Savian instead of a Helena makes that a lot more playable.
Mm.
Yeah, Zaven's just pretty neat for bosses, I think. It's the trash that's the biggest problem.
Yeah, like a lot of autos.
Apart from when Silken was bugged, that was great. When it did magic damage, I was so happy. And
Yeah,
then
the
they
face
changed it
towers.
to physical, and I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
We realized it pretty fast that you should shroud the first area.
Yeah, we were shrouding the first set of kit of
What?
face stabbers, and then the pull was super easy.
Oh my god.
I was floppy, not being
Yeah, it was
actually flamed, but it's like, why are you so
completely
squishy?
unplayable.
I don't know. Oh,
One
and then
knife dead.
we're chain
What did-
pulling. I see 2 knives thrown to my back, and I'm dead from 100 to 0.
It's like the knives dealt more damage than a bully bash. Like, oh, what do you mean?
Yeah. That was rough.
Yeah, I thought I didn't.
No, go ahead.
That was it was just fucking horrifying. I'm like, because at first I didn't know. I'm like, why the fuck am I dying? Because like season 1, throw knife wasn't shit, and then all of a sudden it's like I see throw knife go off, and then I drop like 60% of my max HP, and I'm like, yeah, it's just.
It's Miko over.
Okay, I guess this dungeon's illegal now. Like, what the fuck is this? This is insane.
It's such
Same
a
thing with
wake
like
up
blood
call.
shards at the beginning. That was so disgusting.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, blood shards at the beginning was it? They nerfed it recently to 0.7% of the HP, but it used to be 1.5% or something of the add HP.
Yes. They also
Holy
ignoring mitigation.
Yeah.
Now you can actually DR it, yeah. So it's just free, especially since healers now heal like a lot more.
Oh.
I think for the Ransack, we literally just like shrouded the whole first area just so we could get to the boss just to see how much damage it was dealing. But it honestly wasn't that bad as long as you could kill these. Like all of the mechanics, like I don't know if it's going to show any of them, but like the revitalization, it doesn't do that much if you have a vigor, which is nice.
Well,
this was killing us a lot, but the offering here, like my health hardly moves.
Yeah,
you don't need to take it.
Up.
I mean, you're a Zavian, so you can take it. You can
portal it, yeah.
outrange it.
Oh, you
Yeah.
also
Not
do
even portal, just move out.
Do you know about the jump skip?
Times.
You can skip most
jump
tank
skip?
busters, single target tank busters. You can skip them as Savian by jumping at the correct iframe.
When I guess who found that out?
Are you kidding?
It was me all along.
Oh my god!
I think that boss as well, if you aren't dodging the tank buster, like if you're actually letting it cast on you, the tank buster, I think you mess up the timers and you get triple revelation the next phase. Whereas if you always make sure it doesn't cast, so you go into the phase on, like with it ready, into the orb phase with the ability ready, then the next non-orb phase, you're only going to get 2 revelations, something like that. It's super weird and finicky. And I would understand it more if we had to put in time to solve Ransack this season, but we're still going vertical. So, but yeah. Pro tip: run away from the tank
Do
buster.
that on Ruins as well. If you play Zavian, every time that he casts the tank buster, so if you take the purple 1/3 as Zavian, if you jump away before he hits, he doesn't cast any of the orbs, so you just mitigate it completely.
Can you reliably do that? I feel like half of the time.
Yeah, so you'll have jump back every time for it. Because you have 2 jumps, so if you never use both of your jumps for movement, you'll always have one back. So that's how people can do 65 ruins really easily. Cause...
No. Your DPS just dodges. It's not that hard. No, trust. We did it with the DPS dodging. It's just the tank cannot soak the puddles and be static, and it's dodgeable.
Okay,
but not having a mechanic is way too strong, I guess.
Yeah. to like canceling mechanics overall should be borderline illegal, right? Like, there's a reason you have them. Cheese them is another thing.
I feel
but
like
deleting the
I
mechanic.
feel like if you like back out and you're like trying to do a jump or like move away from the mechanic instead of going on the tank, you should just hit the whole group. I think that's a good way of doing it.
Oh yeah.
It should be proximity based. So if you're not close enough, it will hit a DPS.
Ooh, that'd be a cool fix, I guess.
I missed delaying the orb phase for a full minute with Arck doing the.
You mean just by running in circles around
Yeah,
the box?
we brought 4 drums and
Yeah.
just had Arck run.
That's so
Wait,
stupid.
were you watching that?
It was very funny.
That's so dumb.
We had to do it, you know.
Yeah, you had to.
But we copied it from season 1.
Oh, yeah?
Someone
They got rid of
Just-
the portal tag too, though, didn't they?
Was
Also
it
from
Joel that
season
was
2,
doing
dude.
it?
It's just for momentum, remember? It's just momentum.
Yeah.
That was the whole
You do it
starting.
in Peak as well for the Zaven players, Stag and the Zari set. You just run around the boss in Square's Peak.
And for the DPS players in Square's Peak, pick one of you guys to stay mounted, and
Yeah.
you're going to be picking up a lot of the orbs. You don't need to like dismount until the other DPS can't break the shield in time. And you're going to do way more damage than anyone's ever done before, and kill the boss in 3 minutes.
Yeah, that's how.
Road
Was it-
tips.
Was it Leknock Samara did the bug where he got like 3.8 million damage or something in one hit?
Where you destroyed the boss with
Yeah.
Emotoxin.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, but that was bugged Hemotoxin double dipping. I think we have a funny clip of Rue like doing it and doing he ends up doing 300k DPS or something to the boss.
Ooh.
In like how
After
many
being-
seconds?
After being AFK for a minute and a half, he dismounts and his DPS goes to like 200, 300k. It's
I like when people do the mount up, but they don't realize that they're attached to someone.
The blood link.
They die.
Yeah, that's funny.
Yeah, holy shit, man. Oh, but we might as well get into it. So
Yes.
just to recap what we're gonna do for the people watching as well. I was thinking at some point last week, I was like, routing in Fellowship might be easy for a tank to do, but what do you do when you're not a tank player? You've never played WoW as a tank, you never played Fellowship as a tank. You haven't really thought about the, default routing in the lower leagues. What does it mean? What do you take into consideration? So it's like, I have these people who are better than me at the game and do a lot more of this. Why wouldn't I ask them? So that's why I wanted you guys to get in. And of course, we have Arck as the Helena. Correct? Yes.
Yes.
And Kushdy as the Savian. Yes. And we have Porki as the Miko.
Yes, sir.
So,
and I'm Ark's emotional support, Sylvie.
yep. As we all need.
I hate
And OTM.
Sylvie so much.
Thank you.
I
Hello.
fucking detest her. Stupid, goofy, nettle bolt piece of shit.
Yeah, should have been Vigor.
You the heal. I'm nettle bolting. That's your heal. I was like,
Heal
oh,
heal
okay.
what? Just fucking shield yourself, dude. You're a tank. I'm not supposed to heal you.
Yeah.
Not a
Anyway.
very good time to be Elena when the healing is Sylvie. No, I'm kidding. Sylvie actually works good with Elena, I think.
Yeah, Sylvie's amazing with Helena. Absolute.
But
cat
Vigor's
piss
better.
with Sylvie.
Vigor's
Yeah,
always
Vigor's
better, dude.
And if he isn't, then the
Because
devs are gonna fix it. Anyway, let's not turn this into healer yap, please.
Yeah,
Yep.
we did that last week.
We did that last time.
Yeah. So, you guys, hopefully, are gonna show us how you route, or like what thoughts you make when you route. Do you have like routes prepared or anything you can pull up? Because who wanna
I
go
have one
first?
pulled up that I did for, I think it was like 51 Sailor's Abyss or something.
Yeah,
Something
sure.
like that. I
Let's
have
get
it all
it.
pulled up.
Hell.
Before we get too deep into it, can I just do a little? If you aren't sure what to do and you aren't at like very top high keys, whatever you're doing is probably fine. Just hold W and have fun if you're a new player. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. This is
Like, yeah.
This is meant for when you get into Eternal and you start to have to do your own route, because most of the game you can do the default route. Even when you get to Eternal, you can do the default route for a long time before it starts getting a little bit challenging. So this is mostly for when you get to a point where you kind of have to think a little for yourself what kind of
I'd
things you
say
should
up to
be looking
like
at for.
Eternal turns, because when you get into Eternal, everything has new mechanics. I think the biggest problem that everyone will face is, say you go into a dungeon, say like sailors, suddenly they've got more casts and they have uninterruptible casts, but you've seen someone else do this route, so you're like, oh, I'll do the Helena route. The thing is, you have to remember, and probably for Mikas as well, is Grand Melee stops all casts. So if you've got a bunch of shades that are casting Drowning,
You did.
that's going to be nullified from Grand Melee. So the idea is you kill them fast. Whereas if you're a different tank, you have to. It's not that you play different routes, it's that you have to pick different packs to put into the route to kind of play around that. And I think that's where the biggest
There's also
difference was for this season was everyone was pushing on Helenas, so you'd see like that's why I got approached and they're like, can you make routes that aren't just for Helena because we're struggling to get past like 20s? I was like,
Right.
yeah, of course, that's fine.
You're lacking a button there, buddy.
Yeah.
This is only an issue because DPSs are too strong, so mobs were dying in time. So now, even if you play Elena, you're gonna see people not pulling as many shades.
It's also a consideration of, for example, if I'm playing Helena, I'll go look at what a top Helena player is doing in Sailor's Abyss, for example. Whatever they're doing is also going to include, my DPS are playing this and this, and they have these control tools, so we can pull, 4 vengeful spirits or whatever, because I know we have this plan for dealing with the stops. So even when I don't have Grand Melee, then this guy, Mara is going to kick this, Rhyme is going to knock that, Vigor's going to book this sort of thing.
Yeah.
So just repeating what top players are doing is probably not going to work in your pugs, because we are doing demonic shit that requires everyone to do a lot of jobs.
Yeah, and you might have some tech you know about because previous seasons, or you found some quirky little thing where you can place yourself in a certain spot, and that doesn't really come out when you just watch the replay or watch the route on the logs or whatever. But yeah, Porky, take it away.
Yeah. So I guess, I mean, are we talking from like a coordinated group perspective, or are we talking from like a pugging perspective? I mean, I would route differently depending on the type of group I'm playing with, right?
Well, let's just talk about this route, how you did it and what went into the considerations you made for this route to work
Right.
for your group. Who do you play with
Right.
first of all?
So at the time that I was playing this dungeon, it was me on Mako. We had a Ardios, Tariq, and Sylvie Healer, right? So I wouldn't say that there's anything too crazy as far as tech goes. It was just, like I said, mainly kind of working around the limitations of Mako as a tank and like what you can pull as far as like kicks are concerned, and things like that. But basically with this route, um, first idea, going into like any route is like, can I just make like a direct route to the boss that has relatively efficient mobs and is timeable, right? Because if like you don't need to do anything special, then you don't need to like waste the time and energy on like coming up with some like crazy creative route. Like just try to make a line to the boss first, right? And if you need to adjust from there, then you adjust. So I guess maybe if I were to kind of like reset this, like if I were just making this route for the first time, I had no idea what I was doing, maybe I would just like click here, something like this, right? Maybe just click here, right? And kind of just like get an idea of like what percentage would I have if I just run straight to the boss, right? So
take everything on the way.
right, exactly. So maybe I like even skip this thing or something like that, right? And then we get here and I look at my percentage. I'm like, okay, I'm at 90%, right? And from this point, it's like, obviously these aren't what the pools are going to be. I just want to get an idea of like, what does the percentage look like? Like, what do I have to add? And, then it becomes kind of a question of like, if I'm going to go this route, what can I add, right? So here, it might be reasonable. Maybe I can add this thing in, right? Or maybe something like this. And like I said, this is like a very like rough way to start building a route just to see like where the percentages line up, right? And then from here, all right, now I have 100.8% route. Now it's a matter of like, okay, how can I split this pull up to be efficient as far as from like a DPS perspective, right? You don't want a pull that's like 9% and then another pull that's like 40%, just because from efficiency perspective, that 9% pull should be combined into another pull, right? Whether it's like the boss or like another pull or chain somehow, right? But that's the idea, is like, okay, obviously, this pull 3 is probably not going to happen. Maybe season 3, if you're playing like Xavier or Helena, maybe it happens,
Yeah.
If you're playing Mako, it's not happening, right? So then it's like, okay, well, how can we split this? Well, like this pull right here, like I would say, okay, I have to run down here, like thinking about how it actually play out in my head. I would have to run down here. I'd pull all these guys right on the way, have to pull these guys, and then run back all the way through these mobs and then all the way down, and like hope that I even make it to the end before like dropping dead, right? So it's like, okay, well, maybe it's not super reasonable for me to like run take this like little detour down to the left and then go all the way to the boss. So then you start exploring options. Well, like, okay, what if like I get my DPS or healer to pull? Like, is it reasonable for them to pull this and then run all the way down, to the bottom where maybe I'm stopping the pull? And that's just that depends on what your group and what they're willing to do. But if it's an option and you could do this pull 3, like by all means, go for that. But for me, Mako Eternal 50, whatever it was, probably wasn't happening, not very consistently at least. So that now we start to like split this up. And it's like, okay, well, maybe we split this off into a different pool, something like this here, right? And now we would just like maybe, once again, like visualizing how I would go through this pool, we'd run all the way through, take a little detour to the left, and then we'd stop here and like, I don't know, kill the pack here, and then go to 4 and pull it on the boss, right? So
Yeah.
something like this. Okay, this route looks okay so far, but let's see if there's like anything that might go like weird with this. So
A lot of vengeful spirits or whatever they're
right,
called.
exactly. So if we look at pool 1 here, right, we have to think about like the dangerous mobs, right? And if you're like a new player, you don't really know what's dangerous, you don't know what like all the casts do, and that's just kind of like, it could be a matter of research, it could be a matter of just like trial and error, but eventually over time you learn, okay, like vengeful shades, they have this like very scary unkickable spell cast that could potentially just like completely one shot someone on your team and then the run's over. So then
you
it's
can
like,
right
okay,
click
well,
the
how
mob and you can see the abilities.
oh, can you?
Yeah. I think you can, right?
I'm
Oh,
this is what happens when I right click it right here. I think I saw you do something like that before. I don't remember how you did that
how
though.
the fuck did I do that? Yeah. I've just right click, I think. Yeah, go ahead, sorry.
Oh, whatever.
Yeah.
But anyway, so we're looking at this and it's like, wow, there's a lot of vengeful shades in this pool, right? We have 1, 2, 3, 4. We have a Corsair, Corsair's Cleave, so that's scary. We have a Tormented Spectre, so that's like another kick. Right? Typically, when you're routing something, unless you have like a very specific plan in mind, you don't really ever want to pull more than like 2 or 3 kicks. So in the case of like Sailor's Abyss, you would never want to see like 3 Tormented Spectres in one pull typically, right? Like I said, this is all dependent upon like what group you're running and what strategies you want to use, but just from general perspective, like 1 to 2 kicks.
It's also important to remember that not all kicks are equal. Some kicks, like the casts in here, are tank kicks only. If your DPS wants to kick them, you need both DPS on the same spirit. So even if you can't pull 3 of them and be fine permanently, because your DPS will run out of kicks. Like they'll kick the first, and then the second they'll have to do a stop.
And that's where like a shackle comes into play, right? On a tank.
And and the CC tools you have as a group and other things.
Yep. Right, exactly. So it's right, thinking about kicks, thinking about dangerous mobs and things like that. Right, Magi is another big one. Like you can probably let a necrotic bolt go through, maybe depending on how much damage they're doing to your group. But like Call of the Abyss, obviously that has to be kicked, right?
Yeah.
Same thing with the cultists. No, the wither, like some you can let a wither go through, just let your healer dispel it, right? So, healer problem, right?
Yeah.
I mean, assign the healer. I've been asking for it a while. Like we do it sometimes, but they won't let me.
No, it's good. The healer, the wither kick is basically healer. The wither cast is basically a healer kick, because if you let one go through, it's 1 DPS that doesn't need to kick.
But please beware. Don't just say don't kick Wither, because if you then pull two of them and they both cast
Oh,
Wither
yeah.
at once, you're
Right.
fucked. You have to assign
Exactly.
don't kick Wither on this one.
Yeah.
Right, and that was the other point I was going to touch on. Like there are some spells that you can let go through, like Tormented, the Vengeful Shades, the that debuff. Like you can let one go through, but if you see two go through, that has to be a kick. If for no other reason, then if it targets the same person, that person is probably dead, right? So one strategy that we did for this pool, I think this is pretty close to the actual first pool we did. There's something different in this route. I'm about to find. Oh yes, okay. So yeah, this first pull is the real first pull that I ended up doing for the actual dungeon. You'll notice that I skipped these tormented specters right here. You'll also notice that I added in these dire rats. A lot of groups don't like to do these dire rats because at the higher eternals they do a lot of damage, but we had kind of a plan in mind, right? And so that kind of goes into the consideration of how you're going to route. Like if there's something dangerous in the pack, you can't just like, oh, we'll figure it out. You should have a plan of like, okay, when the dire rats go to 50%, the DPS they're going to stand back. Whenever I'm playing Mako, right? When the dire rats go to chase the DPS, I'm going to cyclone, and then I'm going to stone stomp, and then we're going to kind of like burst them down from there, right? So just like have something in mind for how you're going to deal with like these dangerous mobs. But yeah, this is actually the actual real first pull. If we add this in right here, this was the actual real first pull that we did for this pull one, and you'll notice that we have this one Tormented Spectre here as our only kick, and you'll also notice that we have 4 Vengeful Shades, which is very scary, right? Because we have all of these like casts that we have to manage, and this is kind of where it gets tricky, and you have to be very well coordinated. Like I said, we had an Ardios, Tariq, and a Mako, right? So if you count up the stops that we have for these Vengeful Shades, we have the Tariq Fear, which is once this pull. We have the Ardios Stun, which you could maybe get a couple off in one pull. And then we have Mako's Cyclone and Stone Stomp, right? And since I was running Faded Strikes at the time, maybe I get off 2 or 3 Cyclones in this pull. So these are just all things to consider, right? Obviously, if you just try to stop every single cast on these Vengeful Shades, you're going to run out of stops, and then eventually you're going to get some like double cast. And Murphy's Law says that if there's a double cast, it will target the same person and they will die, and the run's over. Right? So essentially, what we did for this first pull, just as far as like starting the pull, is I would drop down here, run right about here to where the Corsair was. I don't know if you guys can see my I hear that my stream is notoriously blurry, but they essentially walk down to the Corsair, right? We'd stop here, and Tariq would actually wait here because of the timing of this Fading Raiders pack. If you tried to pull it right off the bat, it would also pull this extra pack right here with the extra Tormented Spectre and Vengeful Shade. That's no good in this pull, right? We're already dealing with like a lot of these stops and kicks. So Tariq would wait here for maybe 4 or 5 seconds. The Fading Raider pack would route back. He would pull with his lightning, and then run all the way down, and then we would start the pull right here. Right, the last thing I think our Sylvie had chicken, or whoever had chicken would chicken the Magi, and we'd kind of pull everything right here, specifically because this Vengeful Shade pack, it would patrol. If you waited too long to pull this pack, it would social this Vengeful Shade pack. If you tanked it right here, same thing. You would have to deal with this aggro, and 6 Vengeful Shades is pretty. It's not happening, right? It's just at that point, it's just too much. So
Yeah.
this was our first pull. We would tank it right here. We had single target Ardios. I don't know if you guys have seen the single target damage that character can put out, but it's absolutely disgusting. I think if anyone was also present for the hero discussion, Isidore talked about the single target combo that Ardios does. Yeah, that will completely kill this Corsair in about 20 seconds from the start of the pull.
What?
So it is like actually it's just completely absurd how much damage that single target combo does. But that was the idea, right? This was kind of the only thing that was going to kill me as a Mako player. So and we had plans to manage the stops, so we didn't have to focus on any of them. So it was a Corsair, right? And that kind of goes into my second point, is like sometimes you could have pools where you have a lot of dangerous mobs. If you have a plan to focus one down quickly and it doesn't become an issue, then you can get away with like pulling more dangerous mobs than you would otherwise, right? So this is another thing that goes into consideration, is like, okay, not only am I going to pull this pack, but what are we going to focus on first? Like, what's our priority? What are we going to leave up just for kicks? What are we going to cleave down? These are all things that you can think about whenever you're in a coordinated group, right?
Yeah.
The other thing, as far as these shades go, we would never kick any shades unless we saw 2 go off simultaneously or 2 go off very close to very close, like back to back. And this becomes like a little bit, more of an advanced tactic, I guess you could say, right? Because obviously you have this big pool going on. There's a lot, shit on the screen. You have like, you know, projectiles flying everywhere. It gets very chaotic, and so you have to be very focused to make sure that you're paying attention to like the ventral shades and like how frequently they're casting, and that's kind of where you would use the stops, right? In a coordinated group setting, it's like, okay, my cyclone's up, I have next stop, and then you'd see the cast, you'd use cyclone, and then you call out your stops of who's getting what next, and that's how you deal with it.
Yeah.
Obviously, like I said before, if you're not in a coordinated group, you would just do this a different pool, right? Or you'd have to just keep that in mind. Essentially, that was the idea with this first pool. As soon as the Corsair went down, we would chain. We start chaining all the way back to this second pool. We would chain all the way back to the second pool here. And the most important thing with this second pool, and this kind of goes into my second point, is these vengeful shades in the back had to get into the pool as soon as possible. Because if you just slowly changed normally, right, if you just slowly walked all the way back and pulled everything kind of naturally, by the end of the pool, you would have 2 vengeful shades at like 20%, 30% HP, right? And like I said before, if you have this tiny pool where you're spending 40 seconds on 2 mobs, that is
Big
a
loss.
huge loss in efficiency, right? So what we would do is we would fight here. We would kite back as soon as the Corsair died, and we would stop right about here where the water elemental is, right? And usually at this point, the tormented specter is either dead or close to dying, and then we would be able to also solo kick this elemental, right? And if you would look here, same idea. There's only 1 kick in this pool, and once again 4 vengeful shades. I don't need to go into how we did that again. It's the exact same idea with what we did up here. But essentially, we would get about right here to the river, and then either the healer or the someone, Ardios, one of the DPS, would run all the way through. Right, I would taunt the vengeful or the fading raiders in, or he would pull it with the vengeful shades. But essentially, we would have to run ahead and pull these vengeful shades in as soon as possible, so that everything's dying at about the same time, right? And so this was like the idea with the second pool. Now, this third pool, originally, you'll notice that if you look at the kill count, we're actually a little bit above right now, 103.8%. And this goes into, well, why did I even bother adding these fading raiders in the first place, right? It's, kind of like a little bit of extra overhead for no reason on the surface. But if you look at this pool here, right, we talked about like dangerous mobs, and these witch reef flashers are not typically a big issue. But if you have, what is this, 10 of them?
Yeah.
That can be pretty scary for a healer, right? These guys put like a dot on a random member of your party. They stack up quickly, and if you don't have the dispels to deal with it, then it just becomes an unmanageable healing crisis, which is kind of what we were dealing with this pool. So I took out 3 lashers here. Now you'll notice we're at 101.5%. So now we're dealing with slightly less lashers, 3 less. Makes a big difference, whenever you're really coming down to the wire. And to replace that, that's why we grabbed these fading raiders. You'll notice if I pull this out, we no longer have percent. So I decided, okay, this pool, even if we can do it, it's not consistent. And that's another important thing to consider, is even if you can do a pull one time, if that pull is only doable one time out of 50, it is probably not a good pull, right? You don't want to spend, you know, 8 minutes on a run, get to this pull 3, and then you have a 1 in 50 chance of completing it because of lasher RNG.
Yeah.
So it's, yes, is this a doable pull? Maybe, but is it worth it to kind of roll the dice on this pool? No. And so that's where you would also make your adjustments. So we were doing this pull at first. The witch reflashes were a little too crazy, so I went back after a couple runs. Okay, we need to do less slashes here. Where can I find extra percent? Okay, let's go back here. 3 dire rats, that's a little bit out of the way. And right, dire rats are scary at the higher levels. They kill your DPS very quickly, so I would like to avoid that. More tormented specters, 2 extras. No, thank you. Right,
Yeah, more kicks.
that's right. More kicks. That is, not something that Mako deals with well. Helena may be a different story. I'm not going to get too far into that. So this was kind of my only option, right? That I had left. So I added this in, right? Now we have this nice fat first pool, 37%. If you're running in season 3, pretty much everyone has ult on first pull. So having a big first pull is usually very, optimal. So we have this nice big first pull. We already talked about this, and now we have less witch reflashers on this pull. So this is now a very reasonable, manageable pull. So let's say, I don't remember exactly how it went, but let's say we were running the dungeon. We get here. All right, we clear out this pack. We pull 4. We get the Synthara. We're pulling, all of this last trash onto the boss, and then we finish it, and we're like, shit, we're 40 seconds over time. Okay, we had a perfect run and we're 40 seconds over time, so we need to make some new adjustment now. Like, how can we kind of adjust this route in some way to save time?
Yeah, find a minute, right?
What's that?
Find 1 minute.
Yeah, you need to find 1 minute somewhere, right? And obviously, every run's going to be a little different as far as like how efficiently you're able to do the pulls, how quickly you can chain, and so on and so forth, right? But we're looking at like a pretty substantial time save here. So we need to come up with something different, right? And you can start looking at other routing options, but before you start just like wiping the board with everything and, oh, but maybe we should try left side now, right? Well, before we like waste all of our progress on this run, let's think about how we can maybe alter, the way that we're approaching the run that we currently have, right? And you remember I talked before about, well, before we were, chaining into pool 2, and then we would, reach the vengeful shades, and then, you know, we'd end up with like 2 vengeful shades at the end with like a bunch of HP. So then we made the adjustment of, okay, we're going to get here, and then someone's going to pull the vengeful shades in immediately. So these are the kind of adjustments that I'm talking about when I say we need to save time. The first thing is to identify where like the time waste is happening, right? We identified here that fighting 2 mobs for 40 seconds is not a good use of time.
Yeah.
So that was like one solution that we had to overcome, right? Now we're dealing with, okay, so we're sitting here, we're fighting this pack, right? Once the hollowed Corsairs start to go down, right? Same idea with up here. We just have Ardios like burst down a Corsair, and then we would kind of like burst down the other one right after that. This pull is not scary. So even though we do have a bunch of mobs and it's, we have a pretty decent amount of percent, like once like one of these Corsairs goes down, or once, the water elemental goes down, this pull no longer becomes threatening. So we're kind of sitting here, even though we're fighting a bunch of mobs, it's still not optimal because we're not kind of operating at our limit, if that makes sense.
You're not in danger.
Right, exactly. So now we're sitting here, we're all kind of like bored, just like going through our rotations. Nothing interesting is happening, right? No one's like dying, right? It's only fun if someone's dying. So the way that we fix this new time save is, okay, we want to pull this extra pack in and get on boss as fast as possible, and that's how we're going to save our 40 seconds, right? Now, we talked before about, like, if I just run through and go straight to boss with this, I'm dead, like 100%. There's no way that all of this comes at once. So then we go back to that principle I talked about at the beginning. Well, what is stopping us from moving? Why can't we just go straight to the boss? Well, these 2 Hollowed Corsairs is the main culprit, right? These are the 2 scary mobs in this pack, aside from, of course, the Witch Reflashers, which are healer issues, so I don't care.
Based.
Right. So the idea then, okay, we need to focus down these hollowed Corsairs as fast as possible, and once they go down, we're running on the boss. It doesn't matter if this water elemental is up. This water elemental is only scary as long as it's not being kicked, and we have 3 kicks on 1 target, so that water elemental should never be able to cast. So the new route became, all right, we're going to do everything up here the same. We're going to get down to pool 3. We're going to tank it right in this cubby. So it's just a nice straight line, no like running back through mobs and, dropping dead before the pull ends. We're just going to come right here. We're going to do the same idea. We're going to burst down one Corsair, and then we're going to kill the other Corsair, and then we're going to slowly kite back, right? Because it still is a little bit scary.
Mm.
We're just going to slowly kite back all the way to the boss, right? And we had determined, okay, we need to start fighting the boss at 5 minutes and 45 seconds. That is how we're going to time this. So then you start to, you know, speed up, or if you want to like be safer about it, like, oh, we have a minute left, we don't have to rush.
Yeah, you find like a
Right, now
deadline
we
for when you, the last
right
point you have to be at boss, right?
exactly. So if like we're at this point here and we have a minute left, and you know it's getting a little bit scary, we can chill for just a second, let everyone catch up, maybe kill off a mob or two, and then we would continue. But essentially the idea is we're going to kill these two scary mobs, and we're going to chain pull all the way in to the boss, just slowly, right, back it up all the way into the boss. And essentially what the boss pool looked like, if I were to just click some buttons here, this is more or less, oh god, something happened. Here we go. So essentially, what the final pool looked like was more or less something like this. So we had one water elemental on the boss, a couple fading raiders, and of course we had some fading raiders here as well that would come in,
Yeah.
aside from the hollowed corsairs. But this is more or less what our final pool looked like onto the boss. And
Yeah,
you
with
know,
the chain.
eventually, yes, exactly. You know, after a couple tries, I think we missed it by like 1 second at some point. But this was
Oof.
essentially the like final route that we ended up using to actually clear the dungeon, right? We timed it with a good, nice like 30 seconds ahead of time after these adjustments. But those were like the considerations, right? So just to kind of recap on everything that I do, as you know, whenever I'm making a route, is I say, okay, what is my group willing to handle, right? Is my group willing to handle 4 Vengeful Shades, right? If we're talking about some other dungeons like Everdon or Urrock, are they willing to handle the Gorestained Butcher and the Tantrums, right?
Mm.
So it's just like these are the kind of the first things that I think about before I even start making a route. And then once I do that, okay, let me just click some mobs here, right? Let me go make the most direct route that I can to the boss. Let's see what's dangerous there, what's doable, what's not doable, and then once I have kind of like a just like all the materials out on the table, now it's a matter of like adding in, you know, okay, well, I can add this mob in here. We could chicken this. Maybe we could shroud here. Oh, this pull's bad. There's not a good way to skip it. Can we shroud past it? Can we portal past it? You know, these are just kind of like the steps that you go through. Then you run it, right? You see what's working, what's not working. You make your adjustments.
Mm.
You either adjust the pulls, you adjust how you're pulling, you adjust what you're focusing, right? This is kind of like what people talk about when they talk about like progging a dungeon, right? It's just like figuring out like what is the optimal way to route, and how do we handle the pulls and so on and so forth. But essentially,
Yeah.
that is kind of like my method of making routes.
Okay.
Hopefully that was helpful.
Yeah, and then some questions, because then when you're doing this as a team, for example, let's just imagine that we all have a perfect team that doesn't leave immediately after one wipe or whatever. When you do this kind of routing and you try to find out what to pull, like the first stage, you're finding out what to pull, which side are you going, what are the packs and whatever. How much time would you think like people should spend theorizing on paper versus going in and trying the actual pull? Would you say take one pack, seeing if that pack is doable before you do the next pack, or just do the entire thing and then?
So my principle has always been get in and working as fast as you possibly can. Don't sit there and spend 30 minutes theorizing about what pull might work or what might not work and how you're going to do every little detail.
Mm.
And then you get in there and then you realize that reality is very different from what the world that's inside your head. So I would like, my principle is always like KISS. I don't know if you guys ever heard of the KISS principle. Keep it simple, stupid.
Yeah.
Right. I very much adhere to this principle. Just click buttons, right? If you're in the route maker, just click packs until you have 100%. And if something is obviously wrong, right, you shouldn't just go into it blindly, but just like have some like, you know, just some kind of sensible route that might work, right? Try it out. see what's killing us. It's like, oh my god, these 4 Vengeful Shades are absolutely shitting on my whole team. We have to like chicken a Vengeful Shade, or we have to, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Before you can
And
solve
then you would
problems, you
adjust
have to
after.
figure out what the problems are.
Yeah.
Exactly.
100%.
Yes.
That's half the problem
So
solving.
exactly. So
Yeah.
don't spend. I wouldn't even spend like 10 minutes unless you're doing like a capstone or something where you have a much like, you know.
Yeah, bigger percent.
Right, exactly. But like I would say like 10 minutes is probably an upper limit of what I would spend in the Route Maker on your very first run through a dungeon. Obviously, you're going to have some idea from previous runs of like what packs are doable and which ones aren't. And this whole like creative problem solving process doesn't come into play until after you've seen what the problem is, right? What are you trying to creatively problem solve, you know?
Yeah.
If you don't even know like where the issues are. So that's kind of my philosophy on it.
And as you get experience, you sort of start getting shorthands for like, oh, well, I know, for example, 4 Vengeful Shades is like the max limit, so then this pull wouldn't work, or like we can actually do this thing when you sort of get a vocabulary you start building on, so you can, when you spend that time just clicking mobs, you have like a better fundamental for it. But
yeah, absolutely.
And for somebody who's like a new tank, who let's just, because like keeping it baseline for what the purpose here is, keeping it like for a new tank who is maybe a little nervous about having the responsibility, but you know they've gone through the lower leagues, they're in internal, they've kind of hit a wall. Yeah, just pull W. Yeah, right. But
it's just hold W and have
fun. But like for a person who might be a little, but like for a person who might be a little nervous about like ruining somebody else's experience of whatever, somebody a little anxious, whatever. Doing this of having to do the actual pulls, like how much would you put trust in a team being able to handle something that you might find difficult? Would you rather stress test, or would you just do like make it easier than it has to be?
So
and just
so if you're not dealing with a coordinated group, right? Let's say you're like pugging, you queue up. I always like the number one way that you're going to lose a group is by wiping. It doesn't matter like how efficient the pulls are. If you wipe, that is where teams leave, right?
Yeah.
So I would always recommend, even if you know that going into a dungeon, you know that a route is not going to be timeable, right? Do conservative pulls. Obviously, don't pull 1 pack at a time, right? Then they're going to leave anyways. But do pulls that you know for a fact are safe. And then let your team see that it's untimable. And then you say, hey, let me fix the route. We need to like save some time here. And then you start being a little bit more ambitious, right? So you have to be very strategic. What's that?
If I can add, not just let your team like realize that it's not timeable, also let yourself realize it's not timeable. If you don't need to do demon shit, there's no need to do demon shit. Just pull safe and time the key, easy peasy.
Yes, exactly. And you'd be surprised, right? Like I'm also guilty of this, of like thinking that I need to like go crazy on my pulls, and then we get to the end and then we have like 3.5 minutes left, and I'm like, oh wait, we could have just totally chilled and not gone through all this trouble in the first place. So this is also a very good
30
point.
tries ago. Like what the hell?
Right. And this is also like part of like learning like what obviously it's going to vary from group to group. Sometimes you have a DPS that's doing 6K. Okay, like that just happens.
Yeah.
But right, this kind of like goes back to don't solve a problem that you don't have yet. Just just chill out, do some nice easy pulls, don't wipe, get to the end, and if you're over time, then now your team can see, okay, we need to pull more aggressively, and they're going to be more understanding if you wipe due to this like more aggressive style of pulling, right? You've already proven to them that what you were doing before probably doesn't work, and now they're going to be more willing to work with you on right, doing something a little bit more ambitious. If that makes sense. Does that kind of answer the question?
Yeah, go
ahead. Not really a rule, but like a guideline. If you're pugging, 3 packs is a good number. Identify casters. Don't pull more than 2 casters. As a tank, you can usually control a single caster. Take that. And only chain pull after the problematic mob is dead.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good rule. Yeah.
If you can run a chicken, you can chicken 2 problematic mobs in the run. If you run a shroud, you can shroud a problematic pack, work around it. don't expect too much from your team. Like your team will not expect too much from you. Have fun. The game does really well at introducing you to early game. You have a lot of time.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Okay.
I think a very important thing about all of these routing things, and I mean, like, we all have our own routes, but if you kind of go onto, like, if you click on my stream for a second,
Yep.
so if you just go onto, you know, Fellow Sheepy, you have featured routes at the side. Now, this is obviously not going to apply to everyone, but it shows you kind of what they're playing, and you can see what problematic mobs they're chickening. And it also has videos, well, not this one, but the other one did. And you can kind of see how they're going to be doing this. I mean, and then also on the method site, you can see the exact same thing. So if you're not sure what you want to be pulling because you don't know what mobs do and you're new to this, you can see what people are playing and you can see some consistencies between these pulls. You're like, okay, so everyone's pulling this pack. This might be a good pack. Everyone's pulling that pack. What packs are they avoiding?
You'll notice nobody's going right side after the convergence of the two paths here in Sailors. Like
Yeah.
they all meet on the double Corsair pack and nobody goes to the right.
Yeah.
So
Another.
for,
Sorry. Yeah, go
for
ahead.
this Sailors one that you've been showing, the one that we ended up doing is a bit different because it's more of a two pull, and then there's a lot of these extra things. But what I make sure is to highlight the prio targets in each. So, like you're saying, you've got all these shades. The theory was if we're pulling all of these shades in this pack, instead of saving a chicken for like a big mob, we can just get rid of a shade off the bat. So that means that's less drownings. We want to stand here and then, you know, move when the caster dies, pull everything up, start moving, move again, and then you shade. And then the biggest thing is these Corsairs, it's going to be the same with if you go to, like, say, what is it, Sands, and you've got, clear this, and you've got these brutes. These big mobs are problematic if you have melee. I'm saying that because there's some mobs in the game that have these frontals. It's the same with in Everdawn with the what's his name, the Butcher.
Yeah, Cleaver.
So the
Tenderize.
Butcher, Brutes, Corsairs. There's a few mobs. There's also the dogs.
Big Ice
the
Golem.
Riders, Big Ice
Oh
Golem.
yeah, the Grim Dogs, yeah.
Yeah, so
Polarize.
there's a lot of mobs that have these frontals. And an important thing to realize is if you have like a comp where you're, you know, double Alarian or, you know, Rhyme, Ardios, and you've got no melee DPS, you can do some of these pulls where you're just pulling all of these things on top and you're having a great time. And then next time you're in a group and you've got one melee, one range, and you do that same pull you did last time, but now you're finding out that your melee's actually getting obliterated. So it's important to kind of note what works for one group might not work for the other because there are certain things that each mob is unique for. So slavers, you kind of want to make sure that if you run away from them, you're going to get pulled back in. And if you combo that with, say, like a desecrator, they have an explosion where you have to soak. If that's in like Brazil somewhere, and you've got a slaver pulling you in, you're not going to be able to soak.
So man catchers.
Yeah, I was going to say man catchers.
Yeah, man catchers pull you in.
But the combination of man catchers and slavers is also just
it's so illegal.
Oh, oops! You took 2 steps away from the tank. Now you're on top of a circle.
The most important thing, like myself, I've not played for a few days or a week, but knowing the names or even what they look like and what spells they do is really important. So if you do want to, you know, kind of branch out and start making your own routes as a new tank, that's great. You can do that. Anyone can make a route. People like doing this routes that other people have done because it's less hassle working out what to do. Because, I mean, you can do these man catches. They have, you know, they've got a decent health pool, but they have a really annoying mechanic where they'll pull you in if you get too far. Slavers, really annoying mechanic where they'll just chain you. And if you combo that with something that does an AoE move where you have to move out, or if you have to soak in something,
like
then it's going to counteract that. Yeah. So
Just the slavery.
and
Yeah,
it's
but I think
a
I said
lot
that
of
at the beginning of like, be careful of getting baited into what other people are doing, because what works for one comp won't necessarily work for
So,
another.
let's see. So with this route here that is being put, we've got the first pull. This is just important from a featured route. So right away you can see, okay, so everything here, we can just pull it and tank it, and there's probably nothing that can go wrong. Well,
Oh
the
my
big thing
God.
here is
Oh my.
we've got 4 man catchers,
Full man
we've got 2
catchers, slavers,
slavers,
desecrators,
a
and
desecrator, and a butcher. So if you don't know what any of these mobs do, you'll be
What
like,
is
oh,
this route?
okay,
Who
this is
recommended
fun.
this?
This is
Sheepy,
Sheepy.
no.
Wait, why the
Sheepy, you monster! What are you doing to these players?
It's a Stone
So-
Skin Shadow Lord.
No, but
So- if you don't really understand what these pulls are, you'd see this and you go in and be like, okay, let's do it. But the reason they're doing it like this is because they have an affix called Stone Skin, which is the more health a mob has, when it dies, it then goes on to another mob. So what they're probably doing is they're going to be pulling this butcher up here, killing the majority of this pack, and then moving the butcher as it gets lower and like chaining off, or
I
you
think
would
they're
like
just
to
destroying
chain.
it with Ardios.
Yeah,
but-
I
Just
wouldn't
destroys
agree
the
with
mob.
this route with Stone Skin. I'd probably go somewhere else, but that's the point. Is
Ark,
you
do you
see
want to
these
talk
Ardios is
about getting
illegal.
baited by Ardios? We have the perfect story for that, about getting baited from the wrong comp.
Do not follow other people's routes if you wipe
If
a
the
lot in
comp
them,
isn't
just
there.
change them.
Yeah, what
Yeah,
was it,
I
Everdon?
mean,
How do we do?
there's just a
What
lot
was
of
happening there, Ark?
tomfoolery that you tend to see.
Let's do the story
Um,
after. But
Ark has a funny story. I want to hear it.
From Everdon?
Yeah, from Everdon, about getting baited by another group playing another comp, you know?
Oh yeah. Pulling the butcher in Everdon is something people did before.
In pull 1, yeah.
Wait, can you route together with me? Can you share me the
I
link?
think you can share your screen, Ark, maybe?
or just
Oh,
route
yeah, you
together.
can-
Yeah, sure. But
Do I have it open?
Send me a Discord.
yeah, we're in a room together right now, you and me, Ark. You can probably
How
set
do
the
I invite
code.
people?
You just copy the room code. I can copy it for you. Hold on.
Or take
I have it
Kush's.
here.
No.
Oh, there you go. You got it.
Oh shit. Wait, who am I watching now?
I think you open the
you-
route together, and then you look at that, or like I can share as well.
Or that.
Let's see. I'll just join fucking. Oh yeah. Okay. 1 sec. Right. The map isn't loaded though, for some reason. This looks weird.
So this is the
Let's one
what?
second. I don't know.
Wait,
The map
wait.
isn't loaded.
Sheepy
Wait,
at
wait,
Sheepy.
wait.
Sheepy, fix your shit. I'll just
Wait.
reload real quick.
If I go back to Everdon now.
Oh, and I'm just gonna. Oh, it changed for a second. I'm just gonna
Yeah, I
reload it.
changed it.
Spectator, sure. What the fuck? I'll just watch the stream instead. Probably works
just
better.
share my
I
screen.
think
Yeah, there
Kush
you go.
is
Yeah,
yeah.
that works better. Mine is just black screen. Okay, yeah,
So
take it away.
this is a very regular pull, right? You pulled a bunch of mobs. Like I followed the rule of 20. Usually don't pull more than 20. This season you can actually, but you pull like 20 mobs. You have a prio mob to kill.
Mhm.
After you kill that mob and the little small ones, you chain. So there was a team that did this.
Yeah, they added the butcher.
What?
Yeah, and okay, if that team did it, surely our team can do it as well. So we spend 1 hour, maybe more, doing
I
this
think like
pull.
2 or 2 even. Just
Yeah,
trying
and
this pull.
if you hit your head very hard against the wall, eventually the wall gets dented. We got this butcher to do a third tantrum, like
Yeah.
sometimes we cleared it sometimes, but it was
It was
hard.
very inconsistent.
So the reason they did this pull is because they had an Ardios. Ardios is very special in that he kills this
funnel.
mob in his first tantrum. This
What?
mob only does 1 tantrum on Ardios. On a 60, is it 63 or 64? Well, in a very high key, this mob gets destroyed, and that's the reason they pull it in pool 1, because Ardios starts with ult.
Yeah, we were struggling as the minces kept happening and put like big strain on Arc's resources. And then you look at what they were doing in their run, and the Butcher dies during his first or second mince while targeting Ardius, because Ardius has aggro on it because he's doing so much damage to it. So the tank just more or less doesn't get affected by the Butcher at all. So like, of course they can do that pull, but it wasn't like an option for us. And then we did a different route and it went a lot better. But yeah, we got baited into following what other people were doing.
Yeah, you
Which,
paid the price.
Warning.
Okay.
And in this pull, if you're dying, you don't pull the skitters, because a lot of skitters exploding at the same time is also dangerous.
You ever pulled at the corner pull with the bashers below the skitters?
Oh yeah, 40 yard range taunt is good. You can taunt like from here.
Oh yeah.
Bashers below
They
the
patrol all the way. You run, you actually taunt it like from X.
There should be like two bashers below the 5 skitters, the patrol.
Oh, these, the Mangy Brutes.
Oh, yeah, Brutes, sorry. Not bashers.
They are dangerous.
We sometimes pulled those, yeah. I think we had them in the route at the end, just...
So, there are a few mobs in the game that have mini tank busters. Like, you're fine to pull 4 of these, but imagine if you have this many. You get... they don't seem like dangerous mobs, but if you get 5 bashes at once, maybe it's not that fine.
Yeah. Unless you can, desync them somehow, but that's a little hard if you pull them at the same time,
They're syncing them is so weird, because like them just you stepping away from the mob for a second so that its auto attack timing gets changed is enough to like desync or resync them.
Yeah.
It's so weird.
This would be my second pull here.
Yeah.
I think we ended up doing something like it, more or less. We ended up going left side at the end.
Kush, you want
to take... I was a route side gamer for a while, but...
You want to just take your Everdon route, Kush?
Yeah, you can go ahead.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's what they've already... It's this, and then the next pull is... these. And then you just kill it like here. And you can just skip everything to the end. It's basically... everything is very inflated. The biggest problem was more or less the transition from first pull into second pull and then when to chain. So like you don't pull all of this at once. If you ever see a pull that looks like this where it's got 27 mobs, realistically you don't walk in here and pull everything at once. It's more of, okay, we're going to start with this pack, this pack, stand here, and as this Butcher rotates around, we're going to pull this into it. When these get low, let's add in another 2 packs. Okay, everything's getting lower, we'll chain into the next 2. The reason I chicken a totemic always is because it's just a stupid
ass.
mob. I don't
know.
They are nerfed this season. Did you guys know that?
Can I add something into this real quick?
Yeah.
Sure.
So just from like a pure like theoretical perspective, like the reason why, just in case anyone is wondering, like why do we chain pull at all? The idea is that in a perfectly ideal world, every member of the party would be operating at their maximum capacity at all times, right? And you'll notice that sometimes in a pull, right, as you're doing the pull, it starts to get a little bit easier as mobs die, and then that's whenever the healer is, they're kind of sitting on cooldowns, the tank is sitting on their defensive cooldowns and things like that. In a perfectly ideal, like optimal setting, everyone would always be using their cooldowns at the exact moment that they need it, right? Exactly like as it's coming off cooldown is what I mean. And so that's why we chain pull, so that we're always operating at our absolute maximum capacity. So as the pull starts to get easier, we add a little bit more in, and now we're operating at our maximum capacity again.
So you don't
a
set
little
any
bit more
cooldowns
dies
on your ult and stuff.
Exactly, so that you're not sitting on your defensives or your cooldowns or whatever. So just in case like there are any new players out there, new tanks who are like, well, why bother with chain pulling in the first place? That's the theory behind it, right? We always want to be operating at our absolute maximum capacity so that we're obtaining the most efficiency that we possibly can.
And the reason you want to do it as a tank and healer is because then your DPS gets to do maximum damage, and at the end of the day, you have a certain amount of damage you need to do in a certain amount of time in order to clear the dungeon in time.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, exactly.
Talking about efficiency, bringing mobs to boss is the most efficient way. Some dungeons make it illegal, like this one.
Yeah, there's what do you pull onto boss here? Like you would have to do some weird snapping stuff, but the only snap point I know you need to pull Desecrator.
So Desecrator is bad. Like this
Wait, what the
pull is
fuck?
honestly probably not bad. You're dealing with a Desecrator, the tank can soak, and you're dealing with the Horn Seer, which you're free to
just
kick because the boss doesn't have kicks. This is honestly doable.
Yeah, maybe.
I think the only way that you do this is if it's a stone skin, because these are a lot of high health mobs. With
No, if it's Samara, you do it.
Yeah, having something in, again, like then we're back to the comp of stuff, right? Like in our routes, me and Arck, we end up doing a lot of stuff onto boss, in part because it's just efficient because you're doing whatever, but also because we play a Mara, good old SPT, which means we are at our best versus boss when we bring funnel. He's going to be operating at his max single target capacity when we bring funnel. So we need to do that.
This is mainly for tanks, right? But if any DPS out there is seeing this, when tanks pull stuff to boss, usually it's not for you guys to AoE. It's that you're single targeting the boss, and the mobs that are brought to the boss will die passively to your rotation.
Yeah, it's not padding. It's time
pulling mobs onto boss and seeing Rhyme press comment. It's like, no.
There are some characters that have that and some that don't.
Yeah,
if it's not that you have a comp that has like a Mara or an Ardios where they can funnel their single target by using lots of mobs, the only other outside reason for doing a pull like this, if you don't have that, is the affix stone skin as well.
And to save time, because it's one less pull in the dungeon you're doing.
Yeah.
Gunde does well into this. Tariq does well into this. I'm not sure about Ilarion.
Yeah, but then we also go into like team composition and how you ideally pull and stuff. It's more like the fundamentals of what to think about when we want to route, right? Because that is something we would want to think about, of course, but it's a little more advanced.
It is.
Yeah, but it's a good comment with the why we chain pull, because some people, I think most people who've played like WoW or played Fellowship for a few seasons know that that's just something you do because uptime. We all uptime whores, right? So that's a good comment. Thank you, Porki.
When the Rhyme presses comment on the mobs on boss.
Yeah.
You identify priority mobs, you kill them. Small mobs with low health pool die. You should be moving at least to another pool with another priority mob.
And there's an important thing as well. There's some mobs, so skitter shards, they're worth a little bit of percent. It builds up if there's a big pack, but when they die, they also do a lot of damage. So the higher up you go, the more damage it will come out. So you also have to keep in mind, you don't want to chain when the skitter shards are about to die, because you'll walk into this next pack, they die, you get globaled, and you're like, oh, okay, what happened there? So you kind of have to bear in mind that if in this first pool you've got how many skitter shards is that? You've got 8 skitter shards in first pool. So when they die, you need to either pop a defensive, or your healer says, okay, it's good to kill them, or you kill them one by one, which never happens ever.
At a high enough difficulty, they just one-shot you, because especially if you're playing Stone Skin or something, if they die on the same tick, all the damage from the first dot tick combines, and you take like 120k magic damage.
Yeah.
So this is like,
it's like have fun trying to live that,
trying to save that with a grand melee.
This would look like a pull free for tanks, right? You're dealing with a lot of mobs that don't really do anything to you.
I don't think Kushdy...
But your team is not happy with this.
I mean, I'm happy with this until you get to E60+, because then you actually die to it. Until then, the skitters don't do anything, Lamau. It's
Yeah, because
it's EHP season this year again.
the
Like,
fun thing with the Goliath, which I don't think you ever really take into consideration till you get to a point where people die from it, is the more damage you do to a Goliath, the more its explosion will do. So every 10% it loses, it gains another stack of damage. So when it does its explosion, it will basically nuke your group. So if you've got like this massive pool with just little skitter shards that don't do anything,
but
and they all die, and then all of a sudden you look at the Goliath and he's at 32% and he's casting, and everyone's already popped their, cheat death. You just look at your
No,
healer and
it's
they're
worse,
just like
it's worse.
fading away into reality, like they're getting Thanos snap.
Thanos snap,
Because
yeah.
the only one who's gonna live is
No, it's worse than
whoever's
that.
gonna.
just y-axis it.
Yeah.
Y-axis it. It's fine. You can
Yeah.
literally just dodge it by being higher up than it on a
Yeah,
hill.
This is a safe spot.
And
up
and
here.
if you're a melee player, I'm sorry, it's
You make a
self-inflicted.
playlist.
Like you chose to play melee in Fellowship. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah. So there are little niches that you can do, but I think if you're starting out, I don't think you're going to be going into certain snap points to avoid it. So it's very important where if you see something that's got a big picture, so like the Goliath or a butcher or a desecrator, and it's bigger than all the other images,
Yeah.
they've probably got 2 or 3 mechanics. So there's Dawnbloom, it's bigger than a skitter shard. Okay. So it's probably got more than just, dying. It's got more than martyrdom.
Can you
know?
right click
But
the
specifically, the Goliaths also
Yeah.
have this
Yeah.
interesting
So you
thing
can see the
where
abilities.
if you can play around a way where you just don't focus it, like you can, if you can pull stuff next to the Goliath and focus that and just passively cleave down the Goliath, it technically doesn't really do anything, So you can play Goliaths without getting fucking mangled by the explosion if you can find something to kill that isn't it. And for example, in the poll we were showing before, where it's like, oh yeah, we pull all this. Like, what are you targeting here?
Yeah. Just not
What is
the
your prior
Goliath.
target?
You only have
Like,
one
what's going
prior
on?
there. Yeah.
So you have to and then you end up targeting the golem, and shit's awful. But you can oh yeah, you pull this with the desecrator. Okay, so you focus the desecrator. Okay, what do you focus next? Like I don't know at this point. Like I don't know, chicken the totemic and do another desecrator.
Yeah, do the
right.
patrol or something.
But basically, like Goliaths are cool in that they do put routing requirements on you, or do funny y-axis things.
Yeah.
If you're an
Or-
Elena, do not press Grand Melee if the mob is 60% HP and trying to explode.
Don't edge it. Do not edge it.
Because then it's gonna be at 20% HP and gonna explode for that much damage.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the rule of thumb is if the mob looks bigger when you're in the game, it's probably going to be more of a prio or something that's going to be a bit of a problem.
Yeah, which is nice, right? Because you don't want the smaller mobs in the game, like visually, to be the
like little assassins.
Yeah.
But if something
assassins
is called
don't
an
do anything.
assassin, they're normally going to do something. Like if they sound like they're called the Mega Death Laser Killer of Packs, you're going to look at them and be like, oh, maybe we got to keep an eye on this.
Then you see something like skitter shots, and you're like, oh, I'm just pulling 5 of those. Surely that's fine.
Yeah, we need percent.
Guys.
It's 4.5%. Let's just pull as many as we can in one.
Yeah, they're very efficient.
The most important thing that I'd say for new players, as well as all the other most important things that we've said, is you learn more from getting one shot than you do from doing a perfect clear. Like, if you pull something and you're like, oh, okay, and then you die, you're like, okay, why did we die? And if everyone's in that kind of mindset of, this does this damage when you die, or this does like a global if you get too close or walk away, that's a great learning mindset. Unfortunately, you won't always have the benefit of having that mindset with groups. So if you're more anxious about these certain things, you have to take into consideration, okay, maybe I can find somewhere, check a website, look at the abilities of each thing, because when you go into Eternal, suddenly everything's off their training wheels and they have extra abilities. So with totemics, before you hit Eternal, they just shoot out a ball, which is an interruptible cast. As soon as you hit Eternal, they summon a totem, and they also make black like pools of death. So that's the biggest thing, is once you start going into Eternal, everything's loses their training wheels, which I don't know why they've done it like that. But
which then comes back to the point of, as you're starting out, there's no reason to do demon pulls. Just do pulls are safe.
Yeah.
Until
Yeah.
it isn't fast enough, just play safe. Because there's no
Just
reason.
play the ones you've been playing to get into Eternal.
Like we
That'll be
do.
Yeah.
fine.
But if I can add something there, it does also give a lot of value trying out new stuff. Like if I can show you guys my routes for like pre-Eternal and when I just got to Eternal. Can we reset
Yeah.
this? Clear around. Because the first route I was doing like a default, saying like, these guys here. It was kind of fine, right? And then I went on the right side, right? I'm just like, okay, I'm just gonna, pull whatever the fuck the default like lower tiers tells me to. And I
I
go
think
over
it's
here.
but yeah.
Yeah, it goes over there somewhere. But let's just say I pull this and I pull this and whatever, and I go up here and I do this. And on Eternal, I want to be a little more, I was always like missing the last portion here, but whatever. But then we got to Eternal, and I was like a little more daring because you want to test some things out. You want to get some more time, and you take like a demon pack like this, right? You're like, oh, it's fine. It's just a bunch of flowers, storm blooms, not a healing. It's fine. I can get some alt doubles, whatever. And then you go to the next pull, and on Eternal, like 20 or something, I pulled this into the same pack. This is like 10 skitters.
Oh yeah, you're dead.
Yeah, we just died. I was just like, what? What was wrong?
Also,
we've been doing this
the
for 20
4
levels.
flowers in pull 1 is also demonic. Like,
Yeah, I mean,
if your team isn't on top of like properly managing that debuff and your healer doesn't respect it, you're also just gonna die.
yeah, but that's
Like,
the
it's not even
thing.
the puddle they leave on the floor. That's the one you notice, but like it's the dot that they put on people. That's the one I notice, right?
Yeah, exactly, and that's the thing. Like we notice different stuff when we play different roles, but like
Yeah.
doing stuff that's experimental, having to pull at some point every single pack in a dungeon just to see what they do, is probably a good idea because a lot of people will only have gone the default route for the longest time. Have never known what's on the left side over here. And then they go on the left side once because their DPS like, dude, trust me, this is a great route. And they don't know shit about the route and they see some demon pull because, you can't really show how to chain on the software here yet. So you see something like this and a tank just goes in and YOLOs this entire pull in the first thing and is surprised that they die,
Oh god. We tried the
60%.
Arck markets left side, like over the bridge left side once. Like, hey guys, I've never been in that this entire season. Can we just
Yeah.
try one run over there? And like we went over there. It's like, okay, let's never ever ever try that again. Thanks for trying it with me now.
They
It's
even
worse.
test the
My
left side on the
computer
run.
cannot hold it. Cannot handle it.
Arck,
My
get a new
computer crashes.
please.
Like, it's too many plants doing stuff.
Arck, we have to be like extra far behind you because your computer doesn't pull mobs fast enough when you run into them. Please get a better
I don't
computer.
understand how that works.
Show me the market. Show me the market.
Oh no,
Markets?
yeah.
Show,
top
what
market.
did you pull on the left side? I think it's cool.
Oh,
Arck,
The
I don't know.
plants, all these plants,
Just
all
all
of
these
this.
plants, like plants are extremely laggy because the game every time you do damage to them, the game has to do some calculations for how much damage you take back, which
Yeah.
now also has to include the
Oh.
damage for like diminishing or for damage reduction and stuff.
Yeah.
So you pull a bunch of plants, Rhyme presses Comet once, and like 10,000 calculations have to be done on your computer and on the servers. Like the game fucking dies.
Yeah.
And also it's just completely unplayable. That's
So
another,
imagine
like,
that with
too many
Aeona
witches.
and Adios and Rhyme.
I mean, our
this
Aeona
is
players are
also
joking
game for you.
about, I play Aeona, so I give my team 30 FPS. Arck is on 30 FPS baseline. Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
Arck, what the fuck?
I mean,
Please get a new PC, Arck.
could be worse. Like sometimes I'm at 50. It's good.
Sometimes, like, I shouldn't talk. I've had 2 like crashes in the last like week. So
The problem is that when I start the pull, I pull off the mobs in the same pack and they pull the rest.
Mhm.
And I don't know why that works.
What do you mean?
Because the mobs.
Oh yeah, like
they-
we'll have some times where like Arck is running down the path. If you can see my mouth, like he's running down the path,
this
and we'll
actually
follow
don't
him.
pull, but
No,
I
this is
I
an
pull like
example, right?
this. I pull this and they pull that.
Yeah, exactly. Like
What?
he'll get these mobs from running into them, but he won't get the last one, and then I'll be like in it because I'm slightly behind him, and then I'll get aggro on that.
yeah.
Makes no fucking sense. I wish I had a clip of it because it would make it a lot easier to understand.
But it's because they wake up at different times, right? For some reason.
No,
You
like
have the
this not these mobs. Like it's any pack anywhere.
Oh, okay. What the fuck?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Get a new PC Arck, please. I think so. Stuff like social aggro is client side. It's the only explanation that makes sense.
It might be
Well,
an
a fun
engine
thing
thing.
is these 2 packs are not considered linked because if they're linked, it will group them all at once.
They are
But if
linked
you pull
though.
this, it will pull the Slayers. Even though
Yeah,
it
yeah.
doesn't look like linked, they are linked. They've got
Yeah,
like
and
a
just don't pull this side. Pro tip:
Yeah,
these are
just
mobs
do
aren't
that
worth it.
instead.
These mobs on the left, they're great to play, but like these on the right, they make everything horrible. This pull
Yeah.
is so much better if you just don't do these mobs. Don't pull them.
For sure. Should we go to the next like route to go through, just so we don't get too
Oh,
off track?
Silken.
Silken?
We did some stuff in Silken.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Just
If
buy
I can just,
Silken, bring
I don't know if I don't
No,
really know what
this
other
is not-
people are doing in Silken, but I
it. This
think
is gross.
we spent a lot of time in Silken last season and basically learned how much can you pull, how many kidnappers can you handle at once, what's the combination of things, and it's just pull a shit ton of recluses and make it a healer problem. Like make your healer press the spell on cooldown from the beginning to the end, and you're good. That's how
I
you.
think the rule of thumb with recluses is 3 is pushing the limits and 4 is dead.
It depends
Unless
on
you
your
run
group,
triple
of
as well.
course. It depends on your group. For a pug, I wouldn't do this, but we pull like 6 or 7 or whatever amount we can.
No.
6, 7.
No.
Like some of
Yeah,
these pulls, if you look down at the beginning, right, I'm gonna mark a pull here, which is a pull we do.
Yeah, that's fine.
Which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 recluses, and then we chain it into like another 2 recluses, like, and we do the pull at the end. We do this pull as well, the pull 4 here, which is again like
Another
1, 2,
7.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7 recluses.
Oh my
Which
God.
it is not playable in a pug. You need to trust your healer on this. It is hard for a healer to do this. You have to dispel on cooldown, and you have to be like have your own dispel relic and use another person's dispel relic. But it is consistently doable with skill. That's the secret to Silken. Just pull recluses and like put your healer's balls in a vice. It's fine. We finally have something to do.
Okay, so
Can I add something in here? Real
Yeah,
quick?
what's up?
Yeah.
'Cause I think we've been touching on something very consistently here that we haven't actually explicitly mentioned. We talk about like mob efficiency, right? Like you're saying pull recluses, pull recluses. Like why do we pull recluses? So
Right. Good point.
right. So if basically the idea is that every mob gives a certain amount of kill count or percent or however you want to look at it, and they also have a certain amount of HP, right? And so the whole idea is that you have to like kill these mobs, you get the kill count and so on and so forth. So when we talk about like, well, why do we like want to kill recluses? Why do we want to kill arsonists? If you look at the amount of kill count that they give compared to the amount of HP that they have, you're going to find that every mob has a different ratio, right? So divide, um,
You can click the health thing,
right.
so it
So
shows the
if you
health
just take
numbers.
their right,
Yeah.
if you take their kill count, you divide it by their
Which one?
HP, then you have like kill
It's
count
Kushdy.
per HP, right? And essentially you would want to maximize that number. So the higher kill count per HP, the more efficient a mob is, right?
Yeah.
So here, I don't know if Sheepy's website shows it, but if you go to like the method website, for example, and you hover over a mob, it will tell you what their base HP is, right? So if you just go into, open up your little calculator app, divide kill count divided by
You can see the per
Shows.
pack efficiency. You have it like it's the 2.55 is the per pack
Okay.
efficiency.
Right, exactly. So what you'll notice, and this is just this is really getting into optimizing, right? So if you're, like I said, if you're a beginner, this is nothing you ever need to think about for a very long time, if ever. But the frenzied looters, right, the face stabbers, these are very inefficient mobs because they have a high amount of HP relative to the kill count that they give. Recluses, arsonists, venom drinkers, these are very efficient mobs because they give a lot of kill count and they don't have a lot of HP. So when we talk about like why do we want to pull all these recluses even though it's a pain in the ass for the healer, it's because of that kill count efficiency, right? So
And also because all the other mobs would be a pain in everyone else's ass and
exactly
just become unplayable.
So
right.
So we've been talking about like this kind of idea the whole time, but I just wanted to explicitly mention like why do we care about like pulling certain mobs over others? That would be why.
Yeah. And not
And
to confuse it with just because it's efficient doesn't mean it's like safe. Like it's not a mob
Yeah,
you can
yeah.
just pull without having to think about it. It's efficient because you get a lot of percent for the HP. Less HP means you can kill it quicker, which means you can go to the next pull quicker.
Yeah.
But something that is very efficient might be fucking dangerous if you're like unorganized.
And also be mindful in the case of Sheepy's site. I guess that's a feature request. Stuff like egg bearers, they spawn mobs when they die. I don't think that's included in the efficiency calculation. The amount you have to kill the spiderlings afterwards as well.
Yeah.
The coins that
last
looters
season
drop also are not counted because
the damage buff you get from that. Last season we did some funny stuff to make egg bearers not spawn spiderlings, and that was what made the route work because it made it a lot more efficient.
I would more want like a feature for. I would like that feature as well, but like a feature to show explicitly show chaining. So you don't just have like one giant pull and you have no idea when to chain into what and where.
I mean, the way we do routes, at least in my group, is we are gonna chain, but we still split it into pulls. Like, I think we have a route that I think our route kind of goes through the dungeon, just pulling in these 4 pulls or something before we go boss. I'm not sure. There might be something I'm missing, but like,
let me clear this and
go ahead.
simulate the witch route because the witch route has the most chaining.
Yeah, let's take from the beginning.
Like we just do a pull from the start to the end, more or less, even though we split it into.
You mount only once.
Oh, you start with a shroud?
Yeah, because this area is kind of inefficient, right?
So, you check the efficiency. It's not efficient. The witch gives a lot of count.
Yeah, that first area is nothing but like frenzied looters, face stabbers, so on. So it's just
a lot of tank pressure for not a lot of. Like if you have uncapped AoE on your AoE players, which you don't because this game is not broken in that way, at least, it would be less of an issue. But like with square root scaling, like you can make an argument that pulling a lot of inefficient mobs is fine if you can AoE it down because you do scale more AoE damage per mob. But with AoE scaling, it's kind of hard to make. Like it's very much like finicky math, blah blah blah.
Okay. Let me explain this first pull real quick. This first pull, first thing for the that you'll not notice, but the healer will. There's 2 recluses, 4 recluses. So the healer's already
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 recluses.
5?
5. There's one beginning, 1 here, 2 here. 5.
Okay, so the healer's already under pressure. You have a Venom Drinker. The tanks this season, maybe not Xavian as well, I guess. The biggest weakness is casts. You have a lot of physical DR, but not as much magic DR. So you want to kick all the casts you're seeing. So you leave one of the ranged kickers on Kidnapper. They would be kicking the kidnaps at all time, and 1 melee DPS and 1 tank that have less cooldown on kicks would kick the Venom Drinker. So our chain pull works is we kill the problematic mob, Venom Drinker. Kidnapper is second focused. We don't even kill it yet. We get released from kicking this. I chain pull that.
So like
2 kicks.
This is like first.
Yeah, this chain pulling. You do pull 1, pull 2. I'm not pulling the face stabbers because it's more pressure unnecessarily on me, and you can eventually, when small mobs die, pull them. You kill, for example, in this case, you kill another kick. You were dealing with 2. You can chain pull again. One of your kicks is free. You can prio this. So it's the rule of 2 casters, usually for me. So you do this. Mobs, you kill 1 more, or mobs become free. You can chain pull again. This pack here should die. You get rid of these 2 kicks. You have 2 more kicks.
Okay.
You kill 1. You can chain again. The way we were doing which is kind of illegal, is only 2 people were kicking witch.
Okay.
So
Rhyme was kicking the bully.
We have the ranged caster on bully kick because the ranged caster can always kick bullies.
Okay, so melee and tank kick on witch.
Yes. Yeah. So it's a big chain pull where you get rid of 1 problematic mob, you get to another. Get rid of another, get to another. We shroud this.
Yeah. Unfortunately, not one long chain pull. We actually shroud because this pack is just so many. Like speaking you can't really play this because it's like already too many kicks on alone.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
what are you pulling it into? Another 2 kicks or another kick? Like what are you doing here?
What do
Yeah.
you pull this back into? You want to make progress in the dungeon, so you want to press W, but there's more kicks here. So not even Elena can save you here.
Yep.
But yeah, you pull this, which requires. Oh yeah, for tanks doing routing, if you have the frost weapon, green gems, and 1 brave machinations, you can always stop when Venom Drinker Poisonado with your weapon. So you can be on 1 Venom Drinker. It should always line up. And depending on your DPS, you should control the other. But at least one of the Venom Drinkers should be focused down, and Poisonados should never be cast. Oh yeah, we have a rhyme on 1 Kidnapper. It lines up with the ranged cast. I think it's like 20-something seconds cast.
And an
30
important note
seconds.
about kidnappers, sorry, that I don't think many people know. It actually, you can force target the person you want to get kidnapped. It's like it targets the furthest person away after it jumps. So you can like pre-position your team in such a way that your healer is far away and that they always get the kidnaps. So then nobody has to worry about getting kidnapped ever. Because it's always going to be the healer. It like really reduces mental load, I feel. But it's
I didn't know
just
that.
a fun,
That's actually news to me.
just a very good
And
tip. Yeah.
the webs only go for DPS and healers, never go for the main tank. In the perfect world, you're not controlling the Venom Drinkers because there's no Venom Drinkers. You're having your stun on the Razor webs because
Yeah.
it's the wipe mechanic.
Yeah.
Anyway, this is the most problematic pack. You're dealing with 2 casters. It's when you're the most weak, right, as a tank. So you should have like a lot of CCs here, ask for dice, defensives. You should really pile down one of these Venom Drinkers so there's less casts on you.
And yet healers
Yeah,
just deal with the recluses, Lamau.
must dispel if you need to.
You
Anyway, you kill you deal with 2 chain pulling, right? You want to move as close to the boss as possible, like finish the dungeon on the boss. You kill 2 Venom Drinkers. You free up 2 kicks. Rhyme is still on Kidnapper. This means you have 2 kicks freed, or 2 stops. In this case, for example, Mara stuns Poisonado, Elena stuns Poisonado, or Xavian or Mako. The weapon also works. You can go for 2 more Poisonados. But now you have another Kidnapper. So you need either this one to be very low HP or have a vigor CC on it. Anyway,
Counting on the Vigor
I-
CC.
I
see.
think I think the way we finished this arc was with this pull. Like I don't
Yeah.
think we pulled the shin choppers,
I
right?
think on 6 we only played one of those. Yeah.
Did we pull? Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
Isn't there a scare of or a fear of the pull 9? The ads
Did we
that you
do that?
pull into boss, they do they snap or do they?
You have to
They
snap it against
follow
them.
you.
You can do if you get the mob standing in front of the boss entrance, like very close to the entrance, and you jump down, they will jump down with you, like actually physically jump down, no snapping.
Oh.
If you don't manage to get them to do that, they will run around, pull these recluses, and snap down, and you're fucked.
That's my
So yeah,
fear.
here pay attention that you don't have.
I can't remember exactly. Yeah, sorry, I fucked around with your. Yeah, I fucked around with your route a little bit. Sorry, I got excited. Anyway.
Yeah. So here, if you jump down, you need to be careful that these guys are not behind. They could have been on top of a DPS and jump down of the DPS before you jump down. Then they need to follow. They go around and they ninja pull.
Yeah.
I think we left the kidnapper alone, right? Like we just pulled the kidnapper onto boss and killed it passively, right?
Yeah. So timer's an issue like late game, but if you're doing like just press W, if you don't have shroud, like feel free to just slowly walk these mobs. Don't even do witch.
I mean, if you're in a puck group, don't do this route at all. Like, what the fuck?
Like I suggest
Maybe
taking a
it's route.
chicken because chicken just makes the your life easier. But
Yeah, for sure.
yeah. Anyway, chain pulling, right? You kill the problematic mobs, venom drinkers, freeze up your mental as well because you don't have to worry about stopping poisonados. You're just worried about stopping razor webs. You jump down to the boss and you only mounted once. Okay, twice because you mounted at the start of the dungeon. You only mounted once in this dungeon. always fighting all the way to Witch, Shroud, and after Shroud you're fighting all the way to boss. This is the one of the most efficient ways to do a dungeon. You're fighting prio targets after prio targets, but this also just works because you're building around your DPSers cooldowns. If you're a tank and you're pulling only when you're strong, you don't know, like you're on a timer, you can pull like 30 mobs and you're strong for 1 minute, but you don't know how strong your DPSers are and how fast they can kill the mobs you're pulling. So you should, even if you're weak, you can be weak for 30 seconds as long as the DPS are very strong and they kill the problematic mobs for you in that window.
Yeah. Okay.
And then our non-IRA route is just one long pull and then a shroud to boss. I think ideally it should just be one long pull into boss, which I think we do on... Do we do that on Sailor? No, we don't. Anyway, it's
We don't because it's Shadow Lord.
Right. Anyway, sorry.
I feel like you
But
could
these are the
do
sorts of things you
not
think about.
the-
It's not like at some point, as Arck says, it's not about like which mobs can you play, but like when can we actually go next pull? What's stopping us from pulling more? And it's like, oh yeah, it's the Venom Drinker. When that's dead, we can pull another. Or it's like when this Kidnapper's dead, we can keep going.
Yeah, because that's
I
something
feel
that
like
might.
this pull could work, like this route. I purely from an outside perspective, from kind of seeing a lot of routes and doing a lot of routes.
Yep.
Not to shit on your parade, but I detest a lot of these things going on.
The only thing
Like,
bad about this
it's a
pull
lot
6
of-
is the fact that we're trying to chain it. Normally we do this pull, Shroud go boss. Chaining this
I
is
know that
awful.
there's a lot of these mobs that you kind of skip and you glaze over, and I understand your reasoning behind it, but you're also taking a lot of these threat mobs.
Which ones would you take?
So if we see this route and if I just clear it real quick, this is something for like a witch that I would like. I know this is bad, everyone doesn't like it. It is what it is. This is something more that I would do where you
That's our non-IRA pull one, so
and
except
if
for the
this
double
is for a
bully.
witch, you kind of do this. And then maybe you do this.
Wait, so you're gonna pull three kicks, 2 kicks onto Witch.
And then
if you do that, you need to only start Witch after at least one bully is dead. That's the problem. That's losing time. At least you're losing 1 minute in the route we were trying to do.
Yeah, I mean, I can't remember what thing we did, but when we did it, we played double bully basher onto Witch, and we ended up killing it. I don't particularly remember what else, but I know that you're saying these pull here, but
this pull is fine. There's nothing wrong with this pull over here.
The Venom Drinkers into Egg Bearers into Recluses.
Venom Drinker's free.
Venom Drinkers, it's fine. Just
a tank, one tank
can
alone,
be free,
CC's one.
but we're talking about people that have just kind of come into the game, and
I mean, yeah, then you don't do demon shit.
If you're thinking about optimizing with brave machinations and you're using,
I'm talking about Elena routing. Elena has access to
but also if you wanna talk about something for newer players, what is this end pull you were doing up here? What the fuck is this for new players? Double Kidnapper, double Venom Drinker. Hello, what?
Well, this is you walk in and you just kill the Venom Drinker, and then you'd kind of pull these extra bits after. So this pull is basically just this.
Okay.
And then you'd pull these and you'd snap it onto the wall, but that's not a new player thing. So realistically, what's going to happen is people are going to get to here and they're just going to be like, all right, we need to get percent. Let's pull.
You're completely right, actually.
Tolkien is so punishing to new players, because it's like, if your peeler is new, you can't pull recluses.
The amount of times I've seen, well, you can pull them because they're not grouped, but the way people pull them is they'll pull it, and then all of a sudden you just hear like boss music, and all of a sudden they're carrying horrors creeping in. And these are all dead, and all of a sudden you just hear the sirens of like a tornado, and it's
yup. Let
Silken
me.
is so punishing to new players because like every mob in
Yeah.
here, like all of the spiders, if you don't know exactly how to deal with them and you are competent at it, they will just fuck you. If you cannot, like we
I
can
love
pull
Silken.
2 to 3 kidnappers in our group, but if you try to do that in a pug, you will get fucked. Like you are
Yeah.
not making it through that clean. If you try to pull a carrion horror, just don't. If your healer
Yeah.
isn't going to be on top of like the dispels, they don't know how to play it, and they don't have a master spell for some reason, don't pull a bunch of recluses. You're just going to die. Like there are so many things in this dungeon that just fuck you if you aren't playing them exactly right.
Yeah.
The more
Let me
competent you
let
get
me
with
do a
your
quick.
team and players, the better that you'll be able to do. Say, like with the kidnappers, if you get kidnapped, you can do it from furthest away.
Mm.
Realistically, what's going to happen is you're going to have someone in a pug. They're going to stand, say, like here. They're going to get kidnapped, and then the other kidnapper is going to be like, all right, I'm going to spray all the webs, and it covers up this entire area. And then what happens
Yup.
is you end up playing in this tiny corridor,
Yeah.
and people are getting pulled, and you're running, and it just becomes like,
Not looking at my
And
stream.
this is
I
why
see,
this is why we have the baiter be out of web range.
I
Pro
do have
tip.
to. I do have to cut in right now. I think both Porky and Kush have to go in a second. Just
damn.
so we don't hold on to them.
Sorry.
Yeah, but Kush, Porky, thank you so much for joining. Arck and OTM,
Appreciate
you're
it.
free to stay if you want to yap some more.
Oh hell yeah! I get to
I
take.
Yeah,
I
thank you
get
guys
to.
so much. Thanks for
Oh
letting me
yeah,
join.
well
course.
fucking done, Porky, on the like master class of how do you make a route. That was amazing. Like you just
Oh, thank
shot
you.
from the very beginning and you just kept hitting bangers. Well done.
Hell yeah, man.
Thank you so much. I'm glad.
GG.
Hopefully, it was helpful. But yeah, thank you so much.
Like the iterative process and everything. Like hell yeah, man. Hell,
Hell
yeah.
yeah.
Awesome. Thank you guys. All right, I'll catch you guys again soon.
Hell yeah, Porky. See you.
See ya.
All right, see ya.
And Mr. Kush, thank you as
Yeah,
well for
I
being
think-
a memer.
I think it's good. I think what's going on is good. The only thing that I'd say is some mobs absolute awful. If you're a pug and you
If
walk
you're a
into a
pug, yeah.
dungeon and you have like a great experience with your last group, and this is all new players, what seemed like a really fun and nice route with your last group could turn into an absolute nightmare, and it can be really easy to like lose all of your ego and confidence when you suddenly have a bad route or like a bad run. And you'll
The
get
amount of-
flamed. That happens, but you kind of need to understand is everyone is an online gamer in an aspect of it's super easy to be toxic. But when you start finding people that you like playing with, just add them, and then you can kind of build on that, and then you can start doing the things that these guys are talking about, where they're doing all these kinds of crazy pulls in a sense of a new person's eyes. But if you have a coordinated group, you can do these things, and that's kind of what you want to build towards. But the only way to get there is to get absolutely one shot by all these mechanics.
Yeah, figure out what stuff can do, because
Yep.
then you too
Bigger-
could do a 4-hour Silken.
Yeah.
Right,
Four-
OTM?
no, that was 4-hour ransack. That was
Oh,
a
sorry.
4-hour ransack.
Sorry.
The longest
We've been
ransack
there
one
in
ever.
Silken.
Yeah, no, did we do a 4-hour Silken? I think it
Not
was. It was.
4 hour, but at least 2.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, we did. Dude, the amount of time we
I'll
spent
catch
just
you
jumping.
later. Good luck.
Catch
Yeah.
you, Kush.
See
Thank
ya,
Kush.
see ya. Thank you,
GG's.
Kush.
GG's. Yeah, the amount of time we spent just jumping at random spots to see, like, is this a snap spot? Does this make this egg bearers not spawn mobs? Can we stand here? How do we?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Give me 1 sec, because Kush was right. Let me vibe route real quick.
Okay,
What I
go.
would do as a
Peace at you.
pug tank.
Mhm. Pug tank.
I would honestly, guys, if you're pug tanking, take a chicken or ask for a chicken.
Yeah.
And a shroud if you can. But if you only have one of the 2 options, for example, I'm a new tank, fresh eternal. This pool here is already dangerous.
For sure.
You don't even have to do that at that point. Like, you can take it safer
Yeah.
if you're just coming into.
Yeah,
Like-
this pool is already kind of dangerous. The good thing about coming to Eternal is that DPSers are going to be strong usually. Healers are going to be strong because everyone's already at least a little bit geared. You're going to find alts with not the best items, but at least tempered items. Anyway, you can do this pull. You kill prio mobs. If small mobs die, you can chain a little bit more. Other mobs die. Honestly, I would go just
Yeah,
down
this
here.
side. Yeah.
Yeah, skip those venom drinkers if you want. There's 1 recluse, 2 recluses. Okay, maybe stop here. You have 1 kick. Okay, Yeah. Kill recluses. You can pull more. I'll just go here. You have 2 kicks. Let me mark the kicks.
This is looking a lot like the
default.
the blue path route, right? Yeah. Which is in a sense, right? Like the blue path routes aren't. Some of them are very what the fuck, but
yeah, but it's a lore accurate route, you know.
But like at the same time, they aren't bad. A lot of them.
Yeah, it's
not bad. Yeah.
Yeah.
But here is where I would.
Yeah, friends don't like friends go right side.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know why they would recommend the right side on the blue path. To be honest,
I mean,
I think
it's honestly, it's not even the carrion. It's just the fact that there's 4 kidnappers here, so you get baited into pulling them.
Yeah.
Like carrion at early eternal, whatever. It's just a healer problem. 1 heal.
Yeah.
It's the like if you're playing in a group that in our group we would not play 4 kidnappers. We would only play 3 kidnappers if they're the only thing going on in the pull. Yeah. Right? Like. I think as a pull, if you're looking up here, we could maybe do this as a pull. Like, I don't know what we pull with it, but this is the limit. We're not going to pull an extra kidnapper here. We're not going to pull an extra kidnapper and kick here. Like, yeah, it's just one of those, like, what do you even combine this with? Because everything around it, you can't combine it with.
Yeah, unless you take something from behind you and chain into it, but like that's...
I think, Arck, if you're trying to vibe, I would, like, do this instead. Just not have the kidnapper when you're doing the double Venom Drinker.
I need to find some count somewhere.
You can.
I think it's.
I don't know.
The beginning.
Kidnapper at the end, or
maybe the recluses at pool 3, the 2 ones here.
Yeah, it's gonna be 4 recluses.
Am I in fucking spectator mode? Okay, no. Here.
But yeah,
I mean, maybe for pool 3, if you're gonna be safer, right?
Anyway.
You can add the. Oh, that's not enough.
There's 2 kidnappers, but you're gonna ninja pull those recluses anyway. Just do that. I mean, you can probably just do this, like slowly chain pull all the way down, kill one of these.
I mean, maybe some idea about killing the Venom Drinker here and then going over here. Yeah.
Dude, literally, like the first time I found like any resistant on Silken, when we were like moderately geared, was the first time we got resistance was in like 20 something, 25, 27 or something. Like it is a hard key and higher difficulties for sure, but like for the most part, this would be completely fine.
It's fine, yeah. Just make sure that you're focusing one of the venom. Even if they cast, you just kite the poisonados. Here, it's gonna be annoying, sure, but you're bringing the rest of these mobs. You don't even have a kidnapper here, right? So.
If a healer ever complains about you pulling too many recluses, just tell them skill issue and
don't
get the tower.
You have my personal OTM guarantee that it is a skill issue. They just need to dispel.
Just tell them I'm sorry, but keep going and don't worry.
OTM told me I can do this. You know, you have my permission to shit on healer players who complain about too many recluses.
Silken for me is one of the hardest one to just vibe route to just press W because I'm just too used to like. Pulling
what I
a
do
lot of
whenever
casters, I control my own mobs. But like I'm confident that my Venom Drinker is never gonna cast the Poisonado, and if I see the other one casting, I know that I have the tools to stop it. Because let's be honest,
SPT has his kick because we get used to having that. You get used to having a person with a kick in your group all the time.
People pull out Elena, right? Because of Grand Melee.
And
I alone feel comfortable controlling these 2 Venom Drinker. These 2, as Elena, will never cast Poisonado.
Yep.
Just through charge and weapon alone.
Yep, for sure.
And that's very powerful to just be there. But I've been playing as Mako and as Xavian, and this is very doable pulls. You just press W, your team is gonna kill 1. Players are gonna CC for you. You're gonna see it happen.
Yeah.
And like Eternal level players know how to play the game, most of them.
Even if you have like 1 Alarian, you can just assign your Alarian to, hey, if you see Poisonado, you had the first one, I had the next one, you have the third one, then so forth, right?
Like
there's a lot of basic CC rotations that like work out as this isn't for Poisonado because it's another thing, but just in general, if there's like, for example, on 4 Arsonist pulls, a single DPS kick is not enough to handle the big Uga Flame, like it's too short a cooldown.
Yeah.
So if you can kick one and then somebody assigns some CD to do the second or CC to do the second, then the DPS can kick the third, and then hopefully assign some other CC for the fourth, and then they can kick the fifth, and then maybe you can rotate to the first CC again. Like this is sort of how do we handle these pulls? Like now you're starting to get into it. You're like have some people you're comfortable playing with, and you're starting to do some routes that are like for your group kind of thing. It's like, oh well, we figure out like what tools do we have and how do we use them. Like, yeah, maybe Alarian's vacuum is on a like a 1 minute CD or whatever, right?
Yeah.
It is a pretty long CD, but it's fine. It just if it has to just be there once to bridge the gap between like kick stun kick vacuum kick stun kick.
Yeah.
Like you go from 3 in a row to 7 in a row from that 1 60-second cooldown. That's more than enough.
Yeah.
For that
I
one
wanna,
time where maybe Arck doesn't have weapon ready or something,
Yeah, if you don't have weapon, I want to go here real quick because it's the Paragon Capstone.
Yep.
It's like one of the walls. The routing this, you keep in mind that you as a tank can always CC one sentinel, not CC, the interrupt one sentinel. But if you only have casters and one of them is probably not interrupting because he's either a new player or doesn't know,
yeah,
you can have one kick the cast and then interrupt the other with a CC and then kick again after, and that should be enough. Three interactions of the sentinel casting should be enough for at least one of them dying. So as long as you only have the two casters, your pack should never cast with only two people controlling them.
Yeah, and if you have like CC that's like Savian's Rupture, which is like AoE, I always tell my group that, if I have my Rupture, if something is casting at the same time, I just got both casts. They can save their, the CC. So if something like this, Sentinels...
I'm not sure that's a good plan, actually. It depends, right?
Yeah.
But if we're planning for like, okay, how do we handle Sentinel 1? Okay, we assign tank kick, good. How do we handle Sentinel 2? We do DPS kick into tank stun into DPS kick.
Yeah.
And then suddenly on the first, cast of both Sentinels, they do it at the same time. You're like, wait, guys, I'm changing the plan. I'm stunning now.
Yeah.
Like I
Yeah. Plans.
Depends
on how long you take to call it.
Yeah. It of course, like it depends. But like, if it's okay to have an AoE CC and just save it for that one single mob, that's okay.
Yeah.
If that's what makes it work, it doesn't have to be perfectly efficient if it does what it needs to do.
Yeah, especially
if we do this and spend it badly, we handle all the casts, do it. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. We'll get the CC back and stuff like that, especially on something you can kick. But let's say you have like a Sith roll, because I do a poll. I think it's a demon poll. You guys will think it's a demon poll, okay? Up here.
Let's see.
Wait, can I do it? I can.
You need to add a new poll. There you go. Yeah.
I do this poll, and then I go... Like,
what's demon about it?
I go down here,
and
then I chain it into into these, and functionally I have 5 blades of Sithril sometimes on this pole.
I'm waiting for the demon part.
So when you have melee in your group, these Sithrils, when they do spinny at the same time, your melee just lose uptime for 10 seconds or something, because they keep overlapping with their spins and whatever. So whenever they all just line up, I just say mine, and I just take all of them at the same time. And then
that's so nice.
And then my Tarek knows that next time they line up, he says mine, and then he fears them. Because then they're kind of synced if they can.
Once you get them all lined up and synced, that suddenly becomes a lot more doable. It's when the beginning of the poll, when they have the random initial cooldown.
Yeah.
You need to do some stuff to make them delay their cast, having them stunned so it's ready for some of them while they're stunned, and the other ones it isn't, so then they come out of stun and now they're closer to doing it. It's
let me show you a demon pool.
Okay. Oh no. Oh god, even the chicken's coming up. Only one? Oh, they're not linked?
There is no linking.
Those two are not.
Fun fact of Fellowship, there is no mechanical linkage of mobs. Any poll that looks linked is just socialing.
Yeah.
Fun
It's
fact.
basically a chain pool. I
shouldn't mark it like this. It's so hard to parse out what Arck means when he's like, "Oh yeah, here's the pull." It's like all the mobs.
This pull is basically it, though.
Yeah, like,
this pull, you come out of boss.
It's
Come out of
42%.
boss. I think we killed the assassin before we head upstairs, right? Or like some of the stalkers.
It's more like
Hopefully, because
this,
it's
I think.
stalkers, dude. Is this a grand melee angle? It has to be.
I
right?
mean, stalkers,
Yes and
unironically, like.
no.
So, fun fact on Wormheart: if at the very beginning, if your tank is here for the DPS players, if your tank is pulling the archer onto the sentinel in the first pull, target the archer because the archer is what's stopping your tank from chaining, not the sentinel. Yeah, on Wormheart. Right, like if we go down to the beginning, can I just new route? Right, like if your tank is doing something like this, which that's not a bad first pull, especially for like it's fucking scary. It's a good like whatever beginner. If people's instinct is like, oh shit, caster, got a prio. But like, what around here is casting? What? Just kick. You know, it doesn't do anything.
Yeah.
Whereas, like, what is stopping you from going next? Well, you have this stalker down here. So if your tank is going to run to the next pack, like fight on this stalker, for example, that stalker is going to follow behind. It's going to stand here, and then it's going to frontal cone everyone.
Yeah.
It's like it's the stalker that's stopping you from chaining. That's the actual prio target. Even though
the kick.
It's not a scary mob. It's not a kick. It's not really dangerous. It is stopping you from chaining, so that's the prio.
Yeah, because it can just fill the entire area, right, where you want to go to.
And in Wormheart, it's the really only kick in this room.
Yeah.
Like, if
Because
you ever pull this, you should.
That might be a good caveat to what Porki said with how chaining works, what the mentality is. This might be the condition for, let's not call it like advanced chaining, but like a conditional chaining. You don't want to chain when you have something dangerous in the pack still. So you want to focus a dangerous, like the unchainable mobs, like a Tundra stalker, right? Or something that could cast something that can wipe you in the back, right?
Yeah, I think the way I think about it is more like it's not incorrect, but it's more what is the thing that's stopping us from chaining? It could be we have way too much damage on the tank. It could be we have way too many casters. It could be we can't go next pack because, for example, Season 2 pillagers, right? Like we have pillagers here. If we chain them, we're just dead.
Yeah.
Stuff like that.
And Season 3 pillagers as well.
Season 3 pillagers, but they die a bit fast.
They're better, though. Yeah.
But
they still
like there's sort of a condition for chaining. Like if what's stopping us from pulling bigger, and if there isn't something that's stopping you from pulling bigger, why haven't you pulled bigger? Right? So there clearly is something that's stopping you. It could be cooldowns, like I can pull next whenever I get my ultimate, for example. I think before Arck started running Herald on Helena, it was sort of we pull a bit and then he gets his ultimate, and that's sort of his engine that lets him keep his ultimates, get some more power, so he gets ultimate back. So he and then it was he has ultimate, boom, we can go next pack, sort of thing.
There's a big condition for I think all tanks. They can't really chain without ult because it's such a safety net.
But there's some condition for chaining. And it's important when you're trying to build a route around chaining. What is the actual condition here? It's not necessarily, it often is, but not necessarily the caster. Yeah.
It can be if it's a fucking venom drinker, right, with the poisonado in the back. That's
like if you go back to this, like the whole thing Arck explained with
necessarily good, by the way.
With the Ira route.
Chaining wrong or not wrong, but 20 DPSs just use all their stuff, you're doing it wrong. I said like you don't want to mount as much in the dungeon, like mounting twice is like efficient. On low eternal, maybe that's not right. Finishing a pack, mounting, it's probably not losing time. It's,
you can do a big pull, mount up, go into another big pull.
You're chilling. You're playing a game for fun. Like you finish a pack, mount, go next pack, mount, go next pack at campfire. It's not the wrong way to play. It's not as fast, it's safer, it's efficient in the way that you're not wiping.
It might only be punishable on like the very high end of the game, right?
Yeah. I think for context, I think I mentioned this in the very first FellowYap. Like it wasn't until E40 this season, in the first week, so this was not even perfectly geared, just like randomly geared almost. It wasn't until E40 where we had to go like, oh wait, actually we need to think about our route a little. Because we would just vibe it and just pull stuff that felt easy to do and wasn't too bad. And that was working for us until E40.
Yeah.
So, like you can just, again, don't solve problems you don't have yet.
Yeah.
Make it as easy and consistent for yourself as you can. And then identify the problems that happen when you do that. And only when you actually have problems do you need to solve them. And that goes for so many things in this game, including like how to build your character. We thought, like going in before the season beginning, sorry, a tangent, like me and Arck, sorry, he should probably tell the story, but like we were talking about what he should build on his hero. And we coming in from last season, stuff like Ruby Storm did a ton of damage for the tanks. We were like, well, surely you have to run Ruby Storm because it's just so much overall, right? Like surely it has to be the play. And then we come into the season and find out stuff like, well, actually, it's the survivability of the tank that is the limiting factor for how big we can pull. So if we can make the tank more tanky, we can make up for that damage by just pulling bigger. So it's actually not worth going Ruby Storm at all. And we didn't, like, until we got to a certain point, it's a long story, until we got to a certain point of like, okay, now this is the actual problem we're facing. We didn't know what solution we needed. If you just asked me a week ahead of release, I would have told you tanks go Ruby Storm for sure. Right? But then I learned what the problem was, and then the solution that I imagined changed. So
also because we didn't know all the small details of the new looting system, we didn't know how much RNG was based and how many marks you needed and all the small details and stuff like that, right? We didn't know how much crafting we would have to do, and we didn't know, like, I think even watching the preseason, guide or whatever overview of the new loot system, and with all the new, you could have several, several majors and several, heroics and all the blessings, what goes well. Like, it took so long for us even to realize what blessings, outperformed just because of the subtype of, ability. Because, there was a noob trap, there is a noob trap on Savian, where his most frequently used spender, when you don't have the instant brilliant flash charges, the ability is a core ability. But when you have insta, it's a power ability, and people don't know that at the beginning because they didn't read the tooltip while they had a charge, because you didn't have to. So you would go. I went for Sinister for the longest time because crit build, more crit effect, more crit chance, whatever. But it didn't do jack shit because it didn't go on any ability that actually needed. So it also goes into what you're saying with you don't know what issues you have or problems you have to solve before you know what the problem is. So with the builds,
don't look at a solution and try to think of the problem for it.
Yeah.
Because you can always think of the problem for it, right? Go play the game, have fun, and identify the problems, and then you can think of solutions. And that goes for routing, that goes for gearing your character, that goes for pretty much everything, right? As it was said, keep it simple at the same time. Like, don't overcomplicate it if it doesn't have to be. And if it's fine, just keep pushing until you actually can't progress anymore. If your route is working, keep running it.
Yeah. It might be.
And do not underestimate drums for routing.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Exactly.
Drums is fun and good.
I think Kush would agree. He went drums and he's in love with them, I think. He's like, dude.
I missed the part of the game where we didn't have to bring dice, so we got to bring a shit ton of drums. Oh, so much fun.
For found keys,
but then you get to the point where you just need 3 dice at all times, and then you don't get to do that anymore. So,
yeah, that's certainly like what would you rank if you have to rank issues, okay? Just from the top of my head, if you rank issues from a scale of 1 to 10, where 10 is the most crucial, party relics, aggro 10 for sure, but party relics, where'd that go on the ranking?
In terms of what exactly? What am I
using them, utility as relics?
If you're trying to make out, you're a beginner tank and you want to make some routes you can do in your pugs, do not expect a single piece of utility that you cannot bring yourself.
Yeah.
So if you want to do a route with a chicken, you bring it. If you want to do a route with a shroud, you bring it. Do not expect your team at all to have it. Once you get to another point where you have, I don't know, some certain point of difficulty, or you have some people you play with consistently, now you can start routing around utility. And I think it depends on the dungeon. It can be extremely important or it can not be.
Very important. You're still streaming Wyrmheart, right? Talking about trinket utility.
Yeah.
If you start a dungeon, you inspect before you press start. If you can inspect your teammates and check, for example, Wyrmheart, if they have a mass dispel, you're free to do Dispel too. You have a lot of shardlings, right? If you see that they don't have a mass dispel, you should play a little bit safer. You can divide the pools until shardlings die before you go to more shardlings. You divide these shardlings into these shardlings before. If you see that there's a bunch of mass dispels, and you know that they're gonna press it, you're just free to pull like a bunch of shardlings together. Like you play around your team's trinkets. Like
And
you
then
have
you
a
get
bunch
to the
of routes in
point
mind,
we
and
were at.
you talk with them.
We get to the point where we were at, where we're like, what is it? I can't remember the exact pull one. Was it something like? So I'm just going to clear here. Was it like we did
17
this as a
shardlings?
pull one,
What?
and then we chained into this, which was only doable because we sort of. Yeah, chicken. The Greater Ice Elemental is extremely efficient and a really good mob to do if you don't have a melee DPS. If you have a melee DPS, I'm sorry, it's self-inflicted. You can't play it.
It's pity.
Anyway, like this poll is completely demonic in a way, but like I can't. I think we did something a bit different than this. I think we split it up into whatever.
No, we did this.
Yeah, okay, yeah. But like the amount of shardlings and how they work out here is completely illegal, I think. But we made it work with like, oh, we delayed these a little bit, or like, oh, the first one I think we had Rue uses ult to heal us instead of dispelling it, so then we would have dispels for later type of stuff. And this is what you figure out as you're doing a route with like a consistent group of people, like you're on an actual team of people you play with a lot. You start to like figure out patterns you can do and like, oh, this actually works out. We can solve this problem in a more complicated way, but using less resources, so we have them later type of thing. But that's like more advanced sort of stuff.
Yeah.
Don't do it for your pug routes. Your pugs will not be able to do this route. This is illegal.
How much what about like snap points? How much do you utilize like snappings?
Last season a lot. This season not so much.
Yeah,
I
feel like
like
it's necessary for the most
I
time.
use one here.
Yeah. Do Sheepy, we need a snap map, please.
There's
a cool snap point I use here.
Okay.
Yeah, and all the archers snap onto the snap point.
Actually, are we all in game?
No,
I can go in game.
Not easy to really show.
It's gonna take a while to even get in there. Yeah. There's a snap point.
Basically, these archers will walk here and they will attack you from range. When they want to frontal you, they snap to you because they are not in range.
Yeah. You can also do the brazier, right? This one
40-yard range, you can.
Oh, there's a brazier back there that works?
There's a brazier. I think there's a brazier back here. I think. Don't quote me on it.
So from that snap point in the stairwell, you can taunt that stalker and it TPs insta to you. But it's a triple assassin pack, so
it's a funny pull. Funny pull for sure.
I've done this with Shadow Lord because we have the buff and just fucking nuts, right?
We did this in like 50 something, and it's not even.
Without the snap point, I think I would not recommend doing this. It's specifically snap tech.
Like one of the snaps I want to find is one down here, if possible. Like you drums from up here, jump, get down, snap the remaining mobs before they run around.
But the jumps,
unfortunately,
isn't this a snap?
The pillars. Nope. We've tried that. I've tried that. They are not a snap point.
Okay.
But there's probably some down here. There's a lot more snap points than you'd think.
Yeah.
The snap points are like, I don't know. Do you want a technical explanation of what they are?
Here's a snap point.
Yeah, sure. I mean, there's also like two up here. There's one here and there's this corner as well.
So this game has something like, here's the technical explanation of snap points. This game has something called a nav mesh, which is like, you can imagine colors, like a colored patch on the floor, this is where mobs know if they're on the nav mesh and they want to get somewhere else on the nav mesh, they can find a path from A to B, which is just like a game dev thing. So like all of the floor you're walking on, all the whatever, has a nav mesh. Some parts, like weird corners or like stuff they didn't expect to be floor, or like on top of objects that's too high off the floor, they are not part of the nav mesh. So the mob that's like away from you trying to find a path to you is like, I don't know how to get there because it's not on a nav mesh, and I only know how to get to things on nav mesh. So they fall back to the emergency solution, which is just teleporting on top of you.
Yeah. Instead of going invading, in the wild.
And that's why stuff like, for example, the archers, if they're able to attack you from range, even if you're on a snap spot, they're not going to snap because they're not trying to find a way to you. And you can identify snap points, at least partly. Stuff like Savian Sky Crash, Mako Slam, Ardia's and Iona Blink, they only work on nav mesh. So if you're like standing somewhere like the big snap point down here, for example, you can be like, oh, I'm on Savian, or I'm on Mako. I'm just gonna try jumping on the ground here. Oh, that didn't work. That's a snap point.
Yep.
So yeah, that's.
There's a big snap point.
And that's also why stuff like weird corners or like edges of platforms can sometimes be snap points, because the nav mesh isn't generated with a high enough resolution. So like, oh yeah, it doesn't reach into that weird corner there. So even though there's no reason why the mob shouldn't be able to path there, just the nav mesh wasn't generated for it.
Yeah.
And it's just completely arbitrary. Have fun.
Yeah, that's a good explanation. Because I feel like there's a lot of people who don't know exactly how it works. Like if you go to Ransack.
Ransack. By the way, oh my god, what is this?
Oh my, what the fuck is that? What did we do?
First pull, we all do this pull.
Hello?
Right? We all do this, don't we?
Help.
There's a snap point down here at the. You can't see because of the fucking tree. But there's 2 cages here. I can draw them. There's like 2 cages here.
Yeah.
And in between them is a snap point. And there's several
Disclaimer,
snap points.
Disclaimer: snap points are not that good.
Yeah, they are not.
It's good in specific scenarios. Do not overcook trying to get into snap points.
No, wait.
Also, this entire, if you look at my mouse a bit above you, up here, this entire area you can get to, and it's all a snap point.
Yeah, because it's not mesh.
There's no mesh there. They didn't expect it to be a floor, but you can just jump off and just walk around over here.
Yeah, which is fucking funny, to be honest. Oh, actually, on the point of snaps not being good, can we go to Abyss again? Because I'm going to show you guys the route I usually did with my group. And again, I'm not as high as you guys.
Go for it.
Because I would do something funny with my group. We did this pull here, where we take all this and where's the shade? Not the shade. We take one of the Tormentors. Where are they? It's underneath my mouse.
One here.
There's. So we have 2. We have 3 Tormentors, I think, in this pull. Or 2, that's only 2 here. Yeah, these 2 Tormentors and a bunch of Vengeful, right?
And 4 Vengeful, yeah.
Yeah, which is fine because we ran double Massy Spell.
5 Vengeful, actually,
Yeah. With a bunch of Massy Spell, this was fine. We had to take a few pulls, but we got it down, right? On 47, I want to say.
The danger of the Vengeful Shades isn't even the dot. It's just the you get hit twice in a row, so you don't have.
Are you sure you don't have
this one up here? Sorry, not the down.
Oh,
okay,
that's much better. Yeah, that makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, this one. Sorry, and then
this honestly fine. Anyway, go ahead.
It was fine. It was completely fine. It just took a few pulls to get like the kicks down and stuff like that because we ran Ilarion and Taric, so we had to have them on one Tormentor and I took the other one. But whatever. Then we go down here, and I wanted to pull all this bigger, but I can show that in a second. Take all of this and we just stand here. Very standard pull, right? The next one.
Look at the Savian guy not pulling rats.
Yeah, fuck the rats, dude.
That's what you get for playing Savian. You don't get to pull rats. You idiot.
Love the rats. If you're doing Helena, pulling rats is
Helena and Mako can both pull rats. Savian cannot.
Mako
can't.
But
Dave
Mako
interrupts
needs,
them, but yeah.
But Mako needs her Dave for.
Unless they all fixate on the same target, so I can shield him, but then I die because I don't have my shield.
Your shield is not enough if it's external. Yeah, it has to. Yeah, it has to be on you. Anyway, go ahead.
But then I would leave my group here at this little marker here. Then I would invis over from here to here. I would take all of this here and go into a snap point, like moving backwards. So I would go, I would take this from here and move backwards, take the Tormentors here, and then I would snap it into a little corner here next to the bridge because there's a plank, and behind that plank there's a snap point. This snap point it worked fine because then you have all the Tormentors, you can just kick them, whatever. But if you're at the wrong angle inside the snap point, nobody can reach except for you. And your healer can't reach you, your melee can't reach inside, and your DPS can't reach inside. So
this pull is just illegal.
It's
either
fucking
way,
demonic, dude. It's so
demonic. Not even just like the amount of mobs. Like that's whatever. It's just the triple Tormented Spectre is already you need every resource for stops on that.
Yeah.
And then you're adding a water elemental.
Is it the Tormented?
It's it's the Vengeful. There's no Vengeful here.
Yeah,
it's just the cast. This is a tank kick. It's like pulling triple Arsonist, but then also pulling a water elemental on top.
The way we did
Like,
it
you're
was
just
with-
asking for trouble.
Yeah, I had my shackle on one of the Tormentors because I had like a shit ton of reset. I could get it for every single kick. And then I also kicked the other one. I had my Tarek do the Elemental and my Ilarian doing AoE kicks to get the fourth or the third Tormentor. It worked fine until, I was in that like little pixel where they couldn't reach me and it just insta-flopped. But
If the Spectres die fast enough, it's fine.
Yeah,
Like, it's
yeah,
the
but
same. You
this is
can pull
illegal.
4 Arsonists so long as you can kill one in time, so that sort of thing.
yeah. And the last pull I think was this with boss. Which is,
Yeah.
But that pull right here, fucking illegal.
mean,
So cursed.
Is it more like this?
Um,
You think you forgot to click this?
no, I forgot to chicken something, but I think we
Or
chickened
was
this
it maybe a
Tormentor.
Shadow Lord route? Because can we talk about Shadow Lord real quick?
Yeah, sure.
Fun fact for anybody who doesn't know, here's a fun fact. Lost Souls and the Grims, the dogs, and Heskir Broods are in the game coded to give 0.5, 1.5, and 2.5 kill count. And
Look at the kill count.
Yeah. So that's what they're coded to in the game. When you get into the actual game and you try to look at how much percent they instead give the amount of kill score as if they were rounded up. So instead of Lost Souls giving half a kill count, they give 1. Instead of Brutes giving 1.5, they give 2. Instead of Grims giving 2.5, they give 3. But for some reason, Shadow Lord treats it like coded. So the Lost Souls are worth half as much percent in Shadow Lord because it doesn't round up the 0.5.
You can see it when you take it off and off.
So if you have a route that like works without Shadow Lord and you run a Shadow Lord dungeon with it and you're like, what the fuck? Where's the Shadow Lord? If it is any of the dungeons with Lost Souls, Heskir Broods, or Grims, that is why. It is fucked up.
Yeah,
It's
that
so
is
weird.
fucked up.
We did Everdon Grove. We're doing Shadow Lord with 5 mobs. We kill the 5 mobs and they drop 1 orb.
Oh yeah, that's something completely different though. That's
It rounded so weirdly.
yeah,
Like the
but
count is completely fine. It drops 1 orb.
Yeah. Yeah, perfect.
nothing to do with the 0.5 mobs. I don't think there's any 0.5 mobs in there.
It's just a weird thing.
Shadow
In
Lord is
your
super
Twitch chat, they're talking about sense, and it makes sense because you're saying snap points, and sense is actually one of the coolest
yeah.
snap points at the end.
Thank you, Smell. My goat.
Oh
It's
yeah, this is just a route.
one of the most worth snap points.
Yeah, at the end.
Oh yeah, that one.
You can
The
bring
old skip point.
you
Yeah.
you can bring a few of the mobs into the boss room.
Yep.
As long as you kill a few prio mobs, you get a few husks at the
Just
end.
get the
maybe
hunters
one
dead.
reaver.
I think, yeah.
Yeah.
I think we just kill a hunter and go, don't we?
Yeah, because
Or
hunters.
do we
kill
kill
hunters and go,
everything
yeah.
here and then chain? I don't know. It's I
Yeah,
can't
but
remember.
imagine they're doing like a 40 and they want to
Yeah,
do
yeah,
that. I wouldn't go with more than one reaver and a few.
But I
husks.
think if you're just trying to vibe route stuff and you just I have Amara and he's like the biggest SPT fan and SPT says to bring funnel and like why can't I do that? You can like these mobs just standing in front of boss. You can pull them, run up here, portal over, snap them up, and go boss. Like this is something we were looking at doing. Like if we had to route Sands and for some reason we had to stealth before boss to like get over here, like we don't want to do this door pack down here, for example. So we like stealth up, yada yada yada, stuff like that. This is how I would look to go boss because we need funnel for our SPT. And hey, look, he needs 6 mobs. There's boss 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 6. And this right here, you just bring it, snap it, easy. Great snap point.
Boom.
Or another
hacking
scenario, you finish your dungeon with you miscalculated. Let me get some count real quick. You miscalculated and you finish your dungeon with this. You shroud through and you're like, oops, I'm missing count. I don't want to finish the boss and go kill the Magi or whatever. You can snap this up. If you have a chicken, you can chicken it.
Oh, from here?
Yeah, there's. I need a chicken.
There's a lot of snap points on the stair. Like anything on
I
like
need
just
it.
standing
Get
on the
this bad
railing.
chicken.
Just standing on the railing up here is enough to snap them. Like there's so many
there's a big split
so
there.
many snap points up here.
Yeah, you can chicken. You can stand Oops.
Like
Stairs.
here,
You
here,
can
here,
stand
here,
here
here,
on
here,
pillar.
down
You
here.
taunt it. Just be careful when you taunt it. They snap to you, hit you. You get out of the snap point, and they hit you again all at the same time.
Hmm.
So just use, if you're Elena, shields up, get your toughness up. If you're Mako, have your stone shield. If you're Xavian, get your shield up.
Yeah.
Thankfully,
didn't
that
know
is
that.
most of what snap points are used for this season.
Yeah.
Them
Small things.
making bosses reset when you snap them solved a lot of the weird, funny boss bugs.
Yeah.
And them like making big golems not spawn shardlings, or like egg bearers spawn the spiderlings when they die on a snap point, removed a lot of that weirdness. So snap points haven't been. I keep dropping.
Do you
Snap
guys
points
know?
haven't
Sorry.
been super important this season, except for like a weird couple small points. That's nice.
Do you guys think they are working on like completely removing the mechanic? Because I feel like it's a feature in the game at this point. Right?
I think it's a cursed problem you're never really gonna get rid of.
Yeah, just because you have to make everything
I think
mesh.
they're fine. Like the way they are
the nav
now,
mesh
it's
is
cool.
yeah, I think so as well. The nav mesh is generated, like it has to be generated to a certain point of detail, and they can either like make it take 5 gigabytes of whatever and like take 2 years to calculate, or they can like make a, it needs to be this defined, and
Yeah.
it works out, but you're gonna have some snap points here and there, and
Yeah.
that's just how it is. Like it's just a cursed problem.
Yeah, I feel like most of the let's not call them like casual players. Like most of the player base might not use snap points to such an extent where you actually need them to even
That's
time the
and
key,
that's
right?
completely fine.
Yeah, which is completely fine. Yeah.
The way, my opinion, the way snap points work this season is perfect. It's like skill expression if you use them, and you barely need to use them.
Yeah.
Use them like for niche situations.
Can we?
If you snap every pack you do, I wouldn't like it.
Yeah.
Mm.
Can we like a side note to that? Can we talk about the boss arena wall on different bosses? I feel like it is so fucking weird that some bosses' walls spawn like insta, you can't get out, like in the vault Riptide on Katrin. If you're not in there when you pull the boss, you're just
my
locked
God.
out. But then you have
Yeah.
other arenas like the chill
Even this
boss
year, like-
golem from Drakheim, where you can just run in and out as you want. Like, huh?
Just don't get targeted or the boss resets. Oh, we did
Yeah.
funny stuff last season with the walls on this boss and the way they spawned.
Oh yeah.
It might still be possible actually. I don't think
I
they
don't
try and
think
get
so.
snapped.
No,
The
because
XY where
one
you
of
run
the
up the
boss
side?
snaps to you and the.
Did he actually
spawn.
snap though? I don't think oh yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. Yeah, you're right.
But were you here? You can snap this.
Yeah.
Wait, you weren't? They should get snapped in between the walls, and they can do anything.
Yeah. Oh, really? I thought you meant like
Yeah,
the
one of
snap
them
on
did.
Wormheart. If you start the boss fight when people are on the bridge, they get teleported to the arena. That's so funny.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah.
I do that.
You
Wait,
force
can
the players in.
Can you open the Wormheart?
Yeah.
I was helping Vasquez and Rokas like boost their like shitty ults, whatever. And
Yeah.
we were here-ish, and they didn't know Savian, like how he works or whatever. So on Savian, I just double portaled here into the boss arena in like 0.3 seconds, and they just got fucking jump scared into the arena because I just instant teleported them from the start of the bridge into the boss without
Yep.
them knowing.
I've
I don't know.
explored this
I don't know how
funny
close they
invisible
need
wall
to
whose
be.
balls,
I
and it's
think
like
I
so
think they
fucking
can't
good.
be. I think they can't be like here in the cave.
Yeah, they
It's
can't be
past
down
the
here. They have to
stairs.
be on the bridge, but it's like, yeah, past the stairs is enough. Like
Yeah.
he spawns an invisible wall that is humongous.
Yeah, exactly.
And yeah, I've been on top of it, by the way. Very nice up there.
Oh. But guys, did you
yeah.
know that Hamish actually voice actors the boss?
Yeah. Oh,
yeah.
I have never heard that before. Where
Wait,
would you hear
Yeah.
that? Who told you that?
Hamish did.
Yeah.
But did
Oh,
you
he
guys
says
know that in open beta on the playtest, the defensives are using my defensive over here?
Hey,
here's
my
my
defensive.
Wait,
And
what?
it was the devs. Yeah, it was a placeholder voice for defensives and notes. I'm using my ultimate,
I
and it
want
was
them back
so funny.
bad. They were so good.
Wait, do we please say somebody has
I'm
that
using
audio?
my ultimate from Tarek. It was so good. It was so good.
Dude, I
missed
want
it
that
so
audio.
much, man.
I hope that audio is somewhere in the game files.
Probably from playtest people streaming.
Maybe, yeah.
I
Open,
think it was plates.
test.
I think it was NDA Arc. So I hope they
No,
were
it was.
streaming.
I played it before I even signed up for closed beta. The game was open on October. What's it
Okay,
called?
then I don't know.
The
Not
festival?
Oktoberfest. But what's it? Yeah, like
Steam
the
Next Fest. Oh,
fest.
yeah, maybe.
Hmm.
Yeah, anyway, it's funny. I miss those so much, man. I want them back.
Just so we don't get completely off track. If you guys have to go or
Yeah,
something,
Oh, I'm good, dude. Like I'm up to Yap. I have,
hell, yeah.
If my team wanted to climb today, I would go. But I don't
yeah,
know
but
what you want
I
to
don't
do.
want to play Fellowship after we get to play half an hour and then Rue has to go to bed. You know.
Ruru is in here, by the way, so
Put these two on a leash when routing.
Oh yeah.
We,
By the way,
I think-
me and OTM find the routes and the most efficient mobs, and then we have the DPSers come and say, no, I have my ult here, so we should pull more, or we should chain earlier here, or pull less here, so we can pull more later, and it kind of works out. So it's like a team effort.
yeah, which you want from your party, right?
I think our team name, at least on Fellowship logs, is the Burnt Kitchen. Because sometimes me and Arck overcook a bit too much, and we have to be pulled back in.
I can feel that.
You're
Yeah.
still mad about the pillager pool because pillagers weren't efficient.
Oh, let's chicken the Reaver. Let's just chicken the Reaver. Dude. No, let's not chicken the Reaver. It's free damage. Let's go.
It is free damage, yeah.
It's so funny.
When I was doing like my own ult, some people getting mad at like the tank I was pugging with, because he didn't want to kick the Reavers, and like the DPS end up leaving the dungeon because like, oh, we have to kick it or we die. It's like, dude, read the ability.
Before you talk OTM,
Yeah, go ahead.
Not sure if there's anyone here alting and considering a tank. Which capstone is Ransack on? The tier? Is it the death
I
or
think
champion?
it's the first, yeah.
The first. You're very weak starting out as a tank. Free mobs on Eternal turn out they're not free in lower tiers. Pillagers are not free. Wolves are not free. Sin choppers, cavernices, frenzied looters, they are not free. If you're doing lower than eternal content, arsonists are free because they don't ooga booga and they deal little tank damage. If you do this and you have a chicken, maybe chicken it, or if you be careful of river though.
Just do this.
What else?
Just, how many arses is this?
These mobs are free.
Sorry.
Cutthroats, they're completely free.
What about
this
the
Cutthroat Alley?
Whispers?
I want to do this pull so bad.
So-
we haven't gotten to do it yet. This pull.
So if you're considering ulting a tank, or if you're a first-time player considering tank, and you go look at, I mean, you don't need to look at the route, but you look at mobs, you can consider mobs that are usually dangerous. In lower than Eternal, they are free and should be pulled. Like arsonists are free, cutthroats are free. Remember that. Pillagers are not free. You pull any pillager to a boss and you're gonna die, unless you're overgeared.
But isn't it the recommended route? Because that's like the mindset of somebody who's just starting out, right? If you don't know, if you play the game but you haven't played tank, like you would have to, you still have to go the route where you go on the.
No, you can either completely avoid it or pull one singular mob or one singular pack that's blue and you get the buff.
But I would say at the same time, if you're optimizing your route in contender, come on.
Yes.
You're gonna spend 20 minutes looking at a dungeon trying to make a route. This is just a consideration. I
ulted Zaven, I ulted Mako, and it's a consideration you should take if you're only ulting of alt charactering. Like
I'm just making a funny.
There's mobs that are way more dangerous than they should be. Progressing early game is harder than progressing Eternal 40.
Yeah, no gear, no relics, no weapon, no talents, no bitches.
No abilities.
What? Sorry. Yeah.
Also, I'm so happy they kept the arsonist density in this area. Like I can't wait for us to go wide and do Ransack just so I can see how many of these we can pull. Just look at all these arsonists.
I'll
Anyway.
be right back. Give me 30 seconds. You
Yeah.
can talk about Ransack now, OTM.
Yeah.
Yapping.
I don't have too many thoughts on Ransack in this season. If we were still doing last season, I could talk a lot about thoughts about Ransack. Last season, you wanted to do this entire starting area because it was so efficient, and you wanted to pull all the pillagers ahead of time. I think you're looking at something similar this season. Again, this is just me vibe routing. I'm not a tank, right? Which is sort of a different perspective. I don't think in the same way tanks do. Stuff like pillagers do a lot of melee damage, or like, oh, I can't stand here. I don't care. I'm just looking at like, what can we actually handle? So the thing I go in and see is stuff like, well, okay, we have a bunch of arsonists over here. These are really efficient mobs. I would like to do those. We have this right side here. We have some dogs, some pillagers with a wolf. The mystic's nice, but it's with like double slavers. Like, okay, so this side over here, not really that attractive. Okay, so what can we do? Well, can we do some funny, pull one stuff? Maybe we do this, then everybody gets ults. We pull another 3 arsonists, and then these 3 arsonists die during grand melee, sort of thing. Like, can that be done? Would be the first question I would ask, or failing that, can we do some chain stuff, or like we kill an arsonist here, then we pull another 2 arsonists, then we kill like an arsonist more, we pull another arsonist, sort of thing. Like, again, the whole thing Arck described of like pull the caster, pull another mob, like keep going, chaining like that. Find some way to like chain these. I can't remember. I didn't play with Arck and the guys for the first week. I took a week off to play Fellowship, and they didn't. So I was playing with Kurda at the time. So I haven't been progressing Ransack with them. But Kurda did this like, I can't remember it, but it was like, you're welcome. I can't remember exactly how it went. So like, just don't worry about the exact ordering. But he did some complete magical bullshit chaining where we only fought like 2 arsonists at once, unless we had ults, and we only fought 3. And we just chained all of this, and it was so fine. I cannot remember how it looks, and I hate it because it was so good.
I'll never do it again.
No, I don't think it was you, Arck. It was Kurt when in the first week when I was playing with him. Was it with you? I don't fucking know, man.
It was
Either
with
way.
me. Like I did it once, and then I couldn't do it again because I somehow ninja pulled pillagers.
Yeah. Either way, like, this is what I'm immediately looking at. Like, we need to do some sort of funny chain here to abuse all these Arsos, which is going to require a plan for stops and chaining and all this. And it definitely looks possible, because 2 arsonists is possible, and you can kill 1 and then go 3 arsonists, which is also possible.
There's a healer that has a stop.
Yeah, there's a healer that has a stop.
There's a relic for it.
But then you look at the rest of stuff. Like, obviously you want to kill this guy, and we have Mara, so what do we bring in? Like, do we bring the pillagers for this guy? Like, maybe. Can we bring the slaver? I wouldn't really want to.
Guys, kick relic should only have 30-second cooldown.
Yeah,
Okay,
why is it 1.5?
Rent over.
Yeah, why is it so long?
Yeah.
90 seconds? What the fuck?
This pack does not look exciting, but I guess you have to do it. And I don't really know what you could do it with. It's already, like, it kind of sucks by itself. Like, you could pull these slavers onto it. You could do some stuff here.
Pull for you need to do it, boss.
Chicken go boss.
Can you pull like the patrol down here with the raging? With these guys
go
down
boss. You have 2 stops for slavers, and you deal with it.
You let the Reaver cast?
Yes.
Couldn't you take get DPS to take the ones down here, the patrol?
Why would you? Like, what? You don't need that. Like, what is the purpose you would get from doing that if you're already pulling this pack onto boss?
Yeah. Oh yeah, onto boss. Yeah, maybe. Also more.
And then I don't like this area down here because there's nothing that sparks joy. Like, there's this one arsonist.
Sparks joy.
And then everything at like fuck mystics. Oh my god.
I invest
they are extremely efficient, don't get me wrong. I want to try to squeeze them in when they make sense, but if it's just like double mystic, what the fuck?
Yeah,
like there's nothing.
But it's like
so this entire area, I'm immediately like, I don't want to do this. Okay, so then we look back up here. Okay, what do we got? Another like, okay, cutthroats, hell yeah. Yoink. Arsonist, yoink. Triple arsonist, that looks good. You can do a funny how do I make a line? You can do a funny where you like go around the back here and don't pull any of those mobs, and then you can go around the back here and not pull any of these mobs. Yeah, I don't know like how to make this pull work. Like, maybe I'm still in draw mode. Like, this pull 4 looks really bad, and Rue was going to yell at me if I had suggested, so maybe add more sort of thing.
Because this
Rue is going to yell at you if he sees.
Like, he's going to yell at me for this, or like maybe it is like that's why we bring in this patrol or something. Like, maybe we bring in this.
I think it's going to be something like this instead.
A double whisper.
And you pull stuff from here. Maybe
Yeah,
not,
okay. I can. Yeah, maybe.
They put casters in this campfire. You can bring.
I mean, Arck, like with DPS ultimates, all targeting one Arso, you end up with a Whisper and 2 Arsos.
How many
I think that's
pillagers are
possible.
here? Only one if I pull this?
3. Right?
Yeah, but
Because
it's still
two.
like
Oh, that's
Arck.
custom,
Then it's
remember?
like it's
only one.
Arsonist and Whisper and double Slaver. So
Slavers, you can
welcome the audience to me and Arck cooking. This is
Oh, sorry.
no, it's good. It's good.
It's
I think
fine.
it's good.
Yeah.
I think it's good. Like something like that. Yeah, whatever. You know,
Honestly, bring
something's-
this. The slavers can cast. There's only one pillager. What happens if you get chained? Nothing. You can kick the Arso.
Oh, right. It's not Urak slavers. You're right. Okay, yeah. So anyway, I go up here and I look and I see, okay, maybe something like this. Picking this
more
guy,
less
pull
push, yeah.
these, something like that. Yeah, so a boss, I don't know. Maybe this is the funnel for boss. Like you do this with boss, something like
Yeah.
that. Maybe this is a stealth skip just to get past this because now that pull looks bad and Rue's gonna yell at me.
Sure. I mean, you can skip the shadow here by going on the fence.
Yeah. Oh, you can?
Yeah. You
Interesting.
just run past.
I haven't.
I mean,
Yeah, but
it's
you-
very
you do
tight, but like
this.
right here, there's a skip.
That one is fine.
Shadow with the. I guess you have to kill this first
No,
before
you
you go.
kill, you kill it. You kill Orb, kill Shadow, go boss.
Huge. Oh yeah. You kill Shadow, go boss. Yeah. Then I like it. Yeah. So I get chain into boss after this thing's dead. I like that. Then we have
And then you have 5
the funny-
cutthroats aiming for
then
the
we-
revelation or whatever it's called.
Skill issue.
dice.
Then we have this pulse 7, which is like all I live for in this dungeon. Look at that.
Oh.
Yoink.
You need
What the
more.
fuck?
You need more here. Get
Yeah.
the wolves there.
I
The wolves
need
are the
more.
only stops. No, really. You pull more and it's fine.
Oh, okay.
You use your stops for the wolves and you use your kicks.
Maybe
for
the pillies.
There's a lot of pillies. You already got like.
Yeah.
Actually,
Either
use
way,
cutthroats.
like I don't know. Then you do a stealth, and then you go boss with like mobs.
Still missing 20% though, but yeah.
Rur was
like,
right,
this
by
is-
the way. Rur said this is the play, and it has to be. It's 2 kicks. You don't
Oh yeah, we
even
did.
cheat
We
on
did
that.
double slaver on boss last time, right? Like in
Yeah,
last
you
season.
just kill the.
Oh, you don't
So
kill.
now we've done
Finally.
a first pass of the dungeon of like this is stuff I guess I would like to pull, and we're missing 17%. Okay,
And you
Then we
have
go back
how
to,
many
like-
chickens? You have 1 chicken.
2 chickens so far.
Oh, those chickens are not gonna line up.
Yeah, like that's why I would like to just in pull 4 just do this instead.
You don't like the Oh, it's for looters, I guess. Yeah.
And then like what else can we pull for percent? I guess like before last boss, like before the Chilgar, like there's some stuff down here you could play around with.
I will not call Brian's though. They fucking suck.
Like you can maybe jump down and do this sort of thing. Maybe you can pull the
Yeah.
double mystic. Maybe you
You
can
pull here
have
on pull 4.
Yeah, the ones here.
Yeah,
you
and
pull
maybe
that,
the frenzied in
you
the
have 2
corner?
pillagers. You have 2 pillagers as prior targets.
I'm missing
maybe
10
you
still.
do maybe you do the first shadow. Like maybe in pull 5, actually you kill this, then chain into next, and then kill that, and then chain into boss.
6
This is
more?
so dangerous. If you're Zavian, it's probably fine.
it's
If you're
true.
Elena, this slam is so dangerous.
You just get one shot. Yeah.
I think Zavian is honestly fine to do both.
Yes, yeah, sure.
But Elena, you get 1 slam, and then 2 seconds after you get another slam, you're cooked.
Yeah. Yeah, Sabian is just chilling with the slams.
Yeah. Here's a funny fact for people who don't know, just completely unrelated. 4 hours. We spent 4 hours in here looking for stuff. You can like do some parkour shit, and if you look at this line I'm drawing, you can like
where the fuck are you? Oh, there.
go over here, jump around on some invisible terrain, and like go down here, or you can like go over here. Like from Auga, you can like do some funny out of bounds stuff and go either one of these places. It's not useful, but you can.
Yeah,
Just letting you know.
It's the result of 4 hours.
I mean, but that might be what you do. Like after all, maybe not after Olga, but after pull 6, you can go back up to Olga, do this little parkour
No,
here.
that's too like you don't want to spend too much
okay.
time just running back and forth. It's inefficient pathing is also like a time killer. It's often better to just do slightly less efficient mobs that are nearby, and
which
you
is
can
why we
chain.
need more time on
OTM,
peak.
look at
please.
pull 6.
Yeah,
Pull
looking.
6.
You set up the
Oh,
wolves,
double
and then you can
reaver,
jump down.
double reaver, and then you can jump down. Oh yeah, Arck, I like it. I like it.
Rip melee.
But you have
It's
SPT is
rip.
fine. SPT is a gamer.
He just stands behind. What do you mean? What rip melee? What?
Mm.
And anyway, it's self-inflicted to play melee. He chose to do it. I'm not
Yeah,
gonna
true.
like. If he's gonna complain, that's his issue. You know.
True.
Um.
You don't want to take
Yeah.
You
the
can jump-
remnants,
You
man?
can jump.
No.
You can jump down here.
Oh,
Yeah.
where?
The arrow he drew
The
here.
color.
there, yeah,
The
yeah,
color is.
There we go.
It's art
I
color.
can see now.
Oh, the arrows are colored based on your hero.
Yeah.
Ah.
And only you can remove them though. So.
I need to
damn.
tell Sheepy to make like a black outline on the stuff you're writing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, Shippy fucking cooked with his tool though, because he made it like mid-season, I think.
Yeah. And I think what I would then look to do is like maybe this Mystic pack at the beginning. Maybe that one is something we're supposed to fit in. Because maybe that's what you have to play. There's
I'm
this
already
patrol
in
here
pain.
with the Dire Wolf and the Double Frenzied Looter. Like you're always getting that into something. Right? Like maybe it's gonna be on the boss over here, and then like I don't know, is this percent? It's not percent.
we
It's
have a chicken
almost
left?
percent. Look at this.
Did you? Because you can just couldn't you just take the corner pack here with the wolf and just chicken the wolf?
Wait, OTM, this doesn't chain pull.
Which one? Where are you?
Yes, I don't think it does.
Where are you?
Start of the dungeon.
Oh,
Start of
there,
dungeon?
there, yeah.
Okay. I think it does. I think we tried that and it does chain.
2 packs
have
below
this.
boss, yell at them. Okay, Ruru. 2 packs below boss. Wait,
This
these ones?
first boss?
This
Or-
two Raging Pillagers.
These 2?
Yeah. Just this garbage packs, but yeah. Like you can pull this onto boss if you wanted to, and then do some other stuff
But
that
you
isn't.
already pull.
It's so many
like-
pillagers, dude. It's fucking
Wait, he's
8
right.
pillagers.
No, he's right. He's actually right.
It's 9 pillagers.
Like some stuff like
on
this.
boss,
I don't know
it's
what.
fine.
but-
It's fine. These pillagers on boss, completely naked, they're fine.
No, I think they still get stacks from the ice tombs, but it's not that bad. You can live
That's
it.
so ridiculous. Actually, what the hell?
on
It's
Arsonist and
true.
Whisperer.
It's true. Last season,
On-
we pulled pillagers on boss, and the longer
Arso,
the
like,
fight took, the stronger they
these?
became.
I
These
think
two
it's this
packs,
one,
like
yeah.
over here.
Right?
Is this what Rue's talking about?
I don't
He
see a
wants
Whisperer over here at least.
The whispers, he's not considering kicks.
Yeah, these ones, yeah.
Yeah. Whispers
There's
are
2 of them.
like this Arso pack with Pillies I like, but like what do you pull it with? This is already
Oh, this.
yeah.
Oh, this one with the campfire, maybe.
Yeah, but you're pulling 3 Arsos already.
No,
It's
I
like-
know what he wants. He wants this, and you're just spreading damage and killing pillies first.
So we're pulling 4 arsonists and 2 slavers. I like it.
Could
For
you
Arsos,
remove
it's
the?
fine. I can. Me alone can
Yeah.
control 1 Arso.
yeah, it's
me alone
fine.
can control 2 Arsos, and SPT can control 1, and the other.
Yeah. I
should
think
be
what Rue was
focused, I
saying
guess.
also, like you late pull these 2 up here. Like, yeah, it's fine.
Yeah.
I think, and this is the sort of process we go through, right? Like we look at what do we like, what do we not like. Can we do something like this? Can we do something like this? Then Rue comes in and says, "You guys are fucking stupid," and then we adjust. and this is sort of the iterative process. And then we go into the game and we try it out, and it's like, oh wait, this Pro 1 just doesn't work at all, and then we have to yada yada.
But I feel like this is
And
one of the
that's-
big draws from Fellowship is that when you have a group where you can go through this, it's so much fun because people you can make a fucking demon route and you can't see it because somebody in a team sees something and you don't because they're range DPS or melee DPS, and you're just a stupid fucking tank that can just YOLO and live.
I think if I wasn't a big proponent of no, literally just pull more recluses, guys, it's fine.
Yeah.
I don't think we would pull as many recluses if I wasn't championing the issue.
Yeah, but I feel like
It's
that's
fun
something that a lot of
how-
new players probably miss about the entire game. Like it's a whole thing routing in the game, which is why I wanted
It's
to do the stream, right? But it's a lot of people who don't have a group to do this kind of stuff because it's not really you can just copy paste, right?
If I didn't have a group like this, I would not play Fellowship. In the past seasons, when I haven't had a consistent group, that is season 1 and the first half of season 2. Long story. But now that I have this consistent group of like Arck, Rue, and SPT, and we've been doing this for a while now, it is so much fun, and I'm looking forward to every single day we play because it's like, yeah, it's and if I didn't have a group like this, I think I would be done with Fellowship many weeks ago. Like this season would be over for me long ago.
Yeah,
After the first week or 2, because
Like it
I
was
would
for
just
so
not have
many
anyone to play
players.
with. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's having these people that I like. we play together, we know each other, we solve these problems together. It's like having a group sport you go to kind of thing. Like it's just fucking fun, man.
Yeah.
And we get to know how each other works, so I can be like predicting that Arck is going to suggest some demon shit, and then he's going to try it for 7 hours, and then finally realize that maybe actually it's 2 demon, even though I've been telling him the whole time. And
It's ridiculous how one of us thinks one thing is demon and the other one doesn't, and vice versa. Like he says, "Oh, pull this," and I'm looking as a tank to like
look at this pull one.
7
I'm
or
like,
8
this pull one
Mengi
is
brutes,
fine.
and I'm saying, "No, I'm dead."
One mystic, nope.
It's just one chain pull up here. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
No. This pull one is wrong, by the way.
Yeah.
We can't. It's too small.
Oh, okay, that's what's wrong
No,
with
no,
it.
no.
Okay.
No. The way I'm looking at it is not really like this. You pull. That's pull one.
That's fucking. Who made a triple arsonist pack, by the way?
That's
Who the
They
fuck
they
made
did.
that?
They
then-
did. It's amazing. We love
And
them for it.
then pull 3, right? Like
Yeah,
this. This is like very small.
Yeah.
But if you look at count, it's probably fast.
I think if we can have something like maybe we do a first pull just to get ultimates and cooldowns on everyone, and then we do like this pull. Like we start just 5 Arso, 6 Arso
Yeah.
with ultimates, with all cooldowns, and maybe it's fine, you know.
With Grand Melee. With
Yeah.
Aeona Silence. Oh, wait.
Oh, dude, imagine.
Yeah, imagine.
Yeah, like maybe it's something different we do, but you know. And this is the sort of, if we had to solve an absolute demon level of Ransack, that's what we do. I don't know if we can end up doing that because Vigor's doing E70 and there's no way.
Smell,
Yep,
get in
the
here.
second level of Demon is checking where you can use chickens. Chicken pull 1.
Smell is asking to get in here. Smell, get in here.
I think he's asking to be put in because we said Aeona Silence.
Oh. Fair enough.
Honestly, this with
I mean,
a
if
Vigor.
you're in the E37 Ransack we did last season, we did have a 4 Arsonist pull that worked because my silence would carry us from like one kick cycle to the next. Which, like, Aeona Silence is actually really good if you route around it. It's not always useful, but when it's useful, it's really useful.
Yeah.
But then the rest of the hero has issues. But, like, people like to shit on it for being bad, but like it has funny util. You can even something we did in the past. If we go back here, I'm just gonna deselect these mobs and pretend it's last season. So like we would pull boss with some funnel, whatever, and then the funnel would die, and I would use Aeona Silence through walls because it's not restricted to line of sight. You can just use it to pull these mobs onto boss after the first set of funnel dies. So I would silence these mobs while we're doing the boss, and they would run into the boss arena because I aggro them.
You can do the same, Kush, with your Xavian grip. You can hug the wall and try to grip the mobs. They'll get damaged and walk to you.
I wouldn't do this season because this is illegal, whatever. But like that was funny last season type of thing.
Yeah. You could probably still make it work, right? But
Vigor can pull with the orb as well.
Yeah. Oh yeah, he can.
Yeah, Vigor can pull.
Yeah.
Yes, those. And in return, Sylvie gets, instead of a 30-yard spell, she has a 40-yard spell. That's her pull tool. Wow.
Yeah, that's the equivalent. Yeah.
Yeah.
40-yard ranged pull is not bad.
It's not bad, but man, I wish I could do it through walls. You know.
Yes. Wow. I wish my abilities work through the walls. Wow.
Oh, it's just like listening to a Vigor player. Whenever a healer does anything better than Vigor, they're like, "No, it means he's unplayable because he's not the best at this." Oh.
I need to be better.
It's like, oh no, this healer does this one thing better than Vigor. It's unfair. It could never be viable. Anyway.
Never.
Oh, yeah, why is Arsonist blushing?
Why is he blushing?
Ooh. Ooga booga ooh.
Look at him go. Ooh.
Good questions. Bad answers. That needs to be an emote. No.
What the?
Can you do that on the boss?
It's not like I want to big Ooga flame you or anything. Oh my god, new tech discovered.
Sylvia only. You are good for something.
Hey.
What did you do to the boss?
He just wants a bite out of you, man. It's fine. It's just a little shy.
My stomach.
Yeah. Stuff like I guess like there's 2 arsonists over here with like the pilly pulling the mist thing. I don't know. I'm not looking forward. I'm looking forward to having to solve this dungeon, but it's going to be annoying that we're doing it several levels lower because I'm a Sylvie.
Yeah.
I think last season for 37, I spent at least 8 hours trying to figure out the route. We sent at least 50 links to each other with the random mobs in and out.
Yeah.
And on the method guide, we had something like this, because there were illegal arsonists here that weren't showing. So we had, these are arsonists, this is count.
Yeah, like if you imagine this pull 1, like, oh, there's an extra arsonist down here. We know there's an arsonist missing upstairs. We just, because it's the arsonist missing up here, so we don't pull this one. So we just, it makes count work.
Okay.
Oh yeah, it was so weird. The first time we did it, we went that side, counting that it would be only 4 arsonists, and suddenly I pulled 6. And we were fighting 6 arsonists the first time, and I'm like, what? How?
What happened?
But isn't that a thing on Method side? They're just missing mobs everywhere.
They were. I don't know if they still are. I haven't used them.
I think
since
they fixed it.
rebelshooting.com.
It was an older data mine from season 2 or season 1. I don't know.
Yeah, but I mean, this key is just a demon key. When it comes to count,
I don't like this key. It's a
lot of the mobs are like
damage.
a lot of the mobs just don't allow you to pull them together. And there's a lot of pillies everywhere, which are like the anti-chain mob. You can't chain into them. You can't chain out of them.
Yeah.
Without getting heavily punished. So there's also just a lot of like the whisperers are just completely illegal casters. The only mobs in here that I'm actually excited to pull are the cutthroats. Everything else sucks ass. The mystics are actually fine if you don't have a melee DPS. They're really good. You want to play them, they're great. But we have a melee DPS, so they just stand there and they cast a spell with no warning. It instantly hits SPT. There's nothing he can do, and he gets one shot.
You know what's worse? They are pairing mystics. Every mystic is close enough to Renmans. When you consider pulling mystics, you're pulling Renmans as well.
Yeah. Yeah, and Cold Brine Fiends just
I'm
fucking
wrong. There's
sucks
no
too,
Renman.
dude.
There's no mobs in like the ice area that are actually efficient. All these packs down here are just inefficient, bad, slow. Like
yeah. Wait, where's my? Mine isn't colored. What the fuck? Huh? Oh, no. Efficiency. Sorry, I need. There you go. Yeah,
like
the entire dungeon is orange.
And frozen remnants. I think are those the ones that are just going to destroy your tank, or are those glacial sprites?
It's both.
They have auto attacks that do magical damage, which means your tank is just going to get shredded. You don't feel it in the low keys because you survive everything. In
you should count when you pull 3 remnants. You should count it as you pulled 9 mobs.
Yeah.
It does so much tank damage.
Yeah, and if you pull a cold fiend, you
should unalive yourself. Wait, he doesn't have abilities here. What the fuck? Also, just like the remnants, the thing with like they like passively just kill. They like smother Savians inside his like aura. Like when you have your halo down and you have like 1 melee. That's 2 circles inside your halo, and for some reason, your healer always wants to stand inside your halo as well because they want to stay close to you, whatever.
What?
Dude, every puck healer I've had...
Vigor, don't you?
Sure, Vigor, Vigor Gaming, I forgot.
They always stand inside the halo, so that's
I forgot that
puddles.
a healer just means Vigor this season, I forgot, my bad.
Yeah, so you just have so many puddles. Like after like 10 seconds in the halo, it's just completely filled and you have nowhere to go. And you just have to leave your halo. Exactly.
You become homeless.
Exactly.
And you start yelling, "I'm homeless." You sky crash away, and you wait 5 seconds while the mobs are slowed until you can place another one.
Yeah,
pro tip for all the tanks. Your shackle is fucking insane, by the way. It's like your best CC your best C damage reduction in the game is the shackle. It does so much. There is the difference between having shackle active and not having shackle active is monumental.
It's almost half damage, for melee.
Yeah, it is.
At least one brave machination, boys.
Yeah,
like there is. I don't care how good you think Fated Strike is. it's not good enough. Like
Nope.
40% DR at 100% uptime. What the fuck?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Anyway,
And also really good defensive when you have Marsh Initiative. This is on demand, like 15% DR.
what do you mean on demand? If you don't use it on cooldown, you don't have 100% uptime. You're just dead. Lol.
Yeah, that too.
That's been like a genuine issue sometimes. Not so much, but partly of like Arck is holding his weapon to stop a cast or whatever, and the cast just doesn't happen or it's delayed or whatever. So he ends up sitting for an extended period of time without the debug, without the slow on, which that is like a dangerous part
The
where he can
Vengeful
die.
Shade has a 10-second window to cast his cast, and he delays it enough that I held the weapon for way too long.
Yeah, like a whole cast.
Yeah.
Or one
At
entire
least
usage.
Venom Drinker always lines up almost at the same time. It's 23 or 24 seconds he's casting Poisonado. And the Spider Razor Web, it's also like every 30 seconds, so you can like you know when you can count on your weapon.
Do you run
Is it 30
Inspired?
seconds? I do, but you don't need it.
Okay. At level
As long
4?
as you have 10 green. Yes, but you don't need it. One
Okay.
Brave Machination should give you 23-second cooldown on.
Yeah, because the dot crits acts as a reduce as well, right? It counts.
Yeah. So it's 27 seconds after green, right?
Mhm.
Should be.
I think so, yeah.
And Brave Machinations, the first one is 15%, I think.
Mhm.
Cooldown.
Dude, how?
That is a 22.44 second cooldown.
So you should have it always for those casts. What you don't have it always for, if you only run one Brave, is for the Sanguine Disciple soak.
Oh.
It can cast for like 2 seconds if you don't have. If
So you need a second point of Brave to make that work?
I think so, or you just,
Or just one
get
visions,
the vigor
right?
on.
You always run visions. What do you mean,
Yeah.
Inspired
run
Allegiance?
visions, yeah.
Yeah.
Inspired. I mean,
Also, one thing about
yes.
routing, I think we completely forgot to talk about, I guess, Disciples. Can we go Ruins real quick?
Oh fuck.
Oh,
no.
Disciples are.
Oh no.
Ah.
Oh no. Oh no.
So, If you're new to routing and you're like still pushing in the difficulties or whatever, don't do this. Disciples are turbo cringe. It's awful gameplay. I hate it so much. Everybody hates playing with it. Just avoid Disciples and make your life better. You're going to be slower, but it's fine. You're actually having fun. If you're like us and you have to pull, like do hard dungeons, what you end up with is a mob that kills the dungeon for you. So now routing becomes, how do we pull everything on top of a disciple? So deleted the route so we can't show it off. But like, we do every single pull in this dungeon. I think it's Empower. No, it's not Empower. We do every single pull in this dungeon on top of.
It was Stone Skin.
It was Stone Skin. Okay, yeah. We do every single pull in this dungeon on top of a disciple.
Which you can champion.
Yeah, I'm just gonna mark out what I remember. You can
we
like.
are doing the same thing.
Did we end up doing this? I think we did. Like we ended up going this way, right?
Oh, this is
I
diabolical.
think so. No, we went the other, and I ninja pulled the Sanguine Echo.
Oh yeah, and you need to pull the Sanguine Echo, but let's pretend you didn't.
Wait, on pull 2, how do you pull the Disciple without pulling the rest here? Do you like go on the top side up here?
Let me divide the pulls. I'll show you the pull I do, pull 2, right? I do. So we come out of the entrance. I do this pull. Come here.
Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, I see.
And pull the Disciple. OTM pulls this. Oops.
Pull 2.
Pull 3.
OTM
pulls this. And
that's about, and SPT pulls these.
Those pull 4.
Yeah, pull 4.
Okay, so 3.
And then we all meet up here.
Yeah.
And we're using between X's to walk the ceiling back and forth.
Okay. I see. So you hold on the top X and then You kite in like with the sibling, or
We kite one way,
weird.
and then depending on where the kite ends, we either continue that way or we turn around.
Okay.
So like we communicate as it goes of like same direction or other way.
Yep.
So like I know where to pre-position so that I can put the sibling somewhere better and like yada yada yada.
Yeah.
But like we use this back and forth over here. Down at the pole 1, this is actually kind of split. It's technically there's a pole 2 here. That's like after the first sibling we add these mobs.
You can do so. It's the
we pulled this at the beginning. I pulled this immediately. We changed that. Yeah, like that.
Oh, you did insta pull it? Oh, you did.
Yeah, I did.
Because we wanted as many broods on.
We
Grand
wanted
Melee
as many
cooldown.
broods to die during Grand Melee as possible. Yeah.
You sent me that video, didn't you?
I sent you the video. I mean, I showed you the video of me dying and fucking rage quitting. But
I think you showed me and Smell the actual kill video, right?
I did. Yeah. I can
You
pull
have
it
it
up
on
again if you
YouTube.
want.
Yeah, let's pull
Oh
it
yeah,
up
I have it
again.
on YouTube.
Let's
I
pull
have it
up,
on
yeah.
YouTube actually.
Yeah, let's pull it.
Let me just send you the link. It's on YouTube, so you can like scrub around as well.
I start by saying the most rage bait shit ever you're gonna hear.
What do you mean?
He immediately says like Savian's a lot easier to play than Helena.
What? Shut the fuck! Shut the fuck!
It's so true though.
Shut the fuck! Oh, by the way, when I search your name, the first thing comes up is our FellowYap. So that's cool.
Oh no! Here you go. Here's the link.
Thank you.
It's in your DMs.
Yeah. Juan.
Stalking
And then
lanes
also,
are way
and
too dangerous,
one
by
thing
the
I
way.
just like to point out is again, we have an SBT in our group, which means we need funnel for boss. And luckily, there's just a bunch of mobs in this dungeon that don't do anything. They just melee the tank, and that's it. So we can just pull them onto boss, and there we go, free funnel.
Easy. Okay.
Easy.
No
other mob in this dungeon. No other mob in this dungeon would work because the boss is fucking mental.
Wait,
Like before the boss does a tank buster, my toughness is at 10% because of the mobs. Like that's not okay. Like I'm playing a. Like they don't do anything. They don't do abilities.
Arck is so much danger all the time. It's so funny.
Like I'm sweating. I'm ulting for myself. Oh, my team is taking damage. Doesn't matter. I need it for myself.
And all my externals just go on the tank buster because Arck is just getting destroyed. Like, it's so
before
funny.
the boss pulls.
And we
And the
just go
worst
like, Arck, it's
part-
easy. They don't do anything. It's just don't worry about it. It's
Like,
so
I
easy.
misplayed so much. Like I'm under stress. Like my shields up is on cooldown, so I don't even iframed like half the tank busters.
Oh. You ready?
Yeah, go for it.
I'm gonna mute it, but I'm gonna hear the rage bait at the beginning.
Oh, you already skipped it.
Oh, did I?
Yeah, 5 seconds in is already.
Oh, there's no sound. Oh.
Yeah, there's no sound. What the hell?
Helena requires like 3 times more skill than Savian.
Oh no! There it was. Oh my god. Little rage baiter. Maybe you couldn't hear it, but it doesn't matter. So this is the first pull.
Yeah, and again, stuff where it's just getting the mobs gathered. We figured out it was better for me to pull these 2 packs immediately. And I figured
I
out some
guess
timing
why
stuff.
OTM is so behind me on that pull.
Yeah, go back earlier to the very beginning.
You try to pull a salad, right?
Even earlier here, right here. Why am I so far
No.
behind Arck? Because if
Why is
I'm
he
not,
so
I'm gonna
behind
pull.
me?
If I'm not that far behind, I'm gonna pull one of the salads.
Oh my god! What?
It happened
Arck,
like
Arck,
so
get
many
a new
times.
PC, please. Get a new PC.
Okay, so you're in position for the sibling. Okay,
I'm in
dodging.
position for the sibling. I'm baiting it. In we go. And I'm pre-positioned because I know where Arck wants it to kite to. So I'm like positioned in such a way. This first one we let full channel. I'm positioned in such a way that it's on the correct side of the pack when he grand melees.
Mhm.
And then I know where we want to go for the next one. Like he's going to pull these mobs behind me and then want to go the other way. So again, I'm pre-positioned over here.
Yeah.
Where I'm standing now.
And Arck, do you kick the thing, or do you actually just use grand melee to do the kick?
I let it finish on the first one. I kick it when OTM tells me to kick.
Okay.
Yeah.
Or when I think it's gonna die.
Okay.
Yeah, and he always when he kicks when he thinks I'm gonna die, it's always bad.
I mean,
sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, like
What I'm
making
keeping
it-
in
making it
mind
funny.
here in this pool is one thing that can happen is the soak.
Yeah.
So my mental power is fully on my rotation because it's a bad pack in the
If
in
you
the gray
can you go
cast.
back to the sibling cast, like this one here. Specifically, why I'm calling the kick for Arck. Like I have a marker over my head. Why can't he just kick when I'm in the pack? But in this case, if he did that, I would be dead. If you go back again and like look when I'm near the pack, sort of play back it slow. It's kind of it's like as I come in here, it's like right when you pressed resume. If he kicked there, this is already past the point. This is where I want the kick. It's hard. It's like if he kicked now, right here, before you paused, the boomerang was still coming in. So I would have to pause with the sibling on top of me before I could flee.
Yeah.
So I'm like, I'm not calling kick yet, even though I'm in position. And if Arck just looked at where I am and kicked, then it wouldn't work out. So again, this is sort of stuff this poll's also part of how we routed this poll is figuring out how we play it. Right? We route it differently until we figured out we can actually play it differently. So
One of
then I call the kick.
The latest thing we figured out was to not pull Grims because Grims are so dangerous.
They suck. Yeah.
I died with only 3 Grims alive at the end, kiting them and running for my life.
Oh my.
Because they are like pillagers, they get buffed.
Yeah, I just see your health bar as well. Your toughness. Holy.
Yeah, I mean, but that's sort of fellowship, right? You pull to tank exhaustion. So if your tank is ever not in absolute pain and on the brink of death, you haven't pulled big enough.
Yeah, I'm on ult now, so I'm fine. Like it's.
Yeah.
And even for new players, like they might think they're in danger when their health drops. No. Your healer got you. This is EHP season. They will heal you up insta. You're in danger if you pop a G death.
You have yourself. I'm not doing anything, dude. Like your blood DK. You figure it out.
Yeah, yeah.
Nettle bolt.
I just nettle bolt, dude. I'm not like, oh, healer, heal me. Like I'm not. My gameplay does not change. The only thing I change is maybe I sent an external on you. Like I'm fucking Sylvia. I can't do anything. Don't worry about it.
This key seems so easy when you watch the stream.
Yeah, you watch this back and it's like we're not even doing anything. Like, so much.
I tried to rage bait. I tried to troll A4 yesterday on stream because he was playing his rhyme, and he was like, they're doing a pack here or whatever with the Heart of Rod, and I told him that these braziers here was like LOS. So I got into
no. Like a safe squad from oh my god.
And he was like, there's no way this is a LOS, and then he tried it and he just got fucking bodied.
Now we come into that gather where both me and SBT help out Arck here. So the reason Arck doesn't pull, like the reason we have SBT pull those mobs in the middle is if Arck goes in there, some of the mobs will path inside there and like the way they path out. If Arck is standing on the incorrect in the spot he wants to stand in, is they walk through a pack we don't want to pull.
Is he over here right now, or is he behind you?
No, he's coming behind me.
Okay. And then you pull this one.
I do a little plank gaming.
Yeah.
And
if you jumped at this point, you would overjump it, right?
Yeah, I would overjump it. Yeah, I think you can with a different angle maybe, but if I can avoid jumping, I want to do that because then I never miss the jump.
Yeah.
Like this is 100% consistent versus jumping where like once in a blue moon I miss it.
Yeah.
And then we come to healer gameplay where I can't see shit because I need to be looking the other way and like my camera's in a wall.
Yeah.
Just look at this.
The wall is near your camera.
Now I'm crying because I don't have aggro on 3 mobs.
Yeah.
And I cannot grunt melee because I'm waiting for sibling.
Yeah. Oh, so you have locked cooldown now, okay.
Yeah, it's like we did this poll.
It has to be better. Elena has to be better.
Yeah, it has to be better for specifically this. When we first started routing this dungeon, a lot of our sibling stuff was split into 2 parts. Like first we do this with sibling, then we do this with sibling. And as we kept like iterating on it, what we figured out is like no, we just pull everything immediately. Like don't try to split it up. Don't be fancy. Just pull everything immediately and deal with it, idiot.
Do you think because they placed the disciples where they placed them, do you think they had this mechanic in mind using a sibling for damage?
I think they knew that was a thing you could do. I don't think they. I don't know why, but I don't think they expected us to do it to this level. I'm just glad there's enough disciples around, so we don't have to reset disciples like we had to reset sentinels.
Yeah.
Disciples wouldn't be able to be reset that easily unless you can snap them a lot.
Just
they
jump
went
off the.
Wait, no.
Just jump off a cliff, Arck, and like die.
No. I mean taking them OTM. They follow you to cast at you. If the tank mounts, grabs them, they want to cast at them. You'd snap them into a place, and he casts the sibling on a tank.
Oh no!
Wait,
God,
is this something we have to test now?
No.
No,
I
just know it works.
There's disciples everywhere you would want a disciple. Thank fucking God.
But I already know it works.
Yeah. But it's not necessary, and we thank Axel for that. I guess.
As always.
Yeah. But yeah, it's just like if you look at the amount of damage to mobs during trash, siblings do more than all of us combined. Like all of the players versus just siblings. The sibling does more damage to mobs before the boss.
OTM, did Ruru die twice here?
Maybe. Like
I think
that's
the
funny thing about making the dungeon kill itself.
No. He said, no, I'm good.
Yeah.
Like it.
The funny thing about making the dungeon kill itself is like it kills itself, so you don't need your DPS players.
True.
Like, and that's what sucks so much about them. That's why we hate Sentinels. That's why we hate Disciples. Is because your DPS players in a way just don't fucking matter. Like we took. I think we had 2 deaths in here. Yeah, Arck said, right? We had a lot of like deaths in here. It's like a messy kind of run. It's like whatever. It doesn't matter because the dungeon kills itself, and we have a fast boss timer equals time the key. Like, why did they remove Sentinels and then add in Disciples? I don't get it.
Yeah, just
by the way,
Sentinels.
Rhyme healing is insane.
Oh yeah. Pro tip: if you haven't been playing around your Rhymes healing, you need to do it. It's gonna carry a lot of shit.
Can you explain this for the people who don't know?
Rhyme presses Comet, and it's a lay on hands on everyone.
Because of Winter's Blessing. She kills the party.
She does doing damage. Doing damage heals the party. And doing damage heals the party. And because of the way player damage scales versus our health pools, she does so much damage on AoE that every single global is a full heal on everyone. Which means that when your Rhyme is using Winter's Blessing, you don't need healer cooldowns. You maybe don't need tank cooldowns or as well. Like you can plan a lot around that because it's fucking EHP season or whatever. So like your tank, just so long as you don't get one shot, you're gonna get healed to full instantly. Because your Rhyme is doing so
he died
much
again. Ruru died again. Sorry. Oh, he died. I knew it. I was like, Ruru, did he die again? No. I'm still walking.
Wait,
like he died. He died. Like I don't know where. He said
go back. Let's see. Oh yeah, he did.
Look, he died. I think he died to patrol or so. I don't know. It didn't matter actually.
Yeah, where you're going towards the tower,
right? It was patrol.
Yeah, like we've been. I think we've been good as a team at like utilizing Rhyme's healing. Even like E40 Silk in last season, it was some of the pulls were sort of like, yeah, we have Savian ult, and then we have Rhyme ult, and then we just hope Savian gets ult. Like we have a period of time until Savian gets ult again, and Rhyme covers a lot of it, and then we have like 5 seconds that are garbage. Oh my god, our tank is gonna die, and then we're fine again. That sort of thing. Like Rhyme, it's you can't die. Like you are full healed every GCD. It's fucking stupid.
I'll exemplify. I died with 20 mobs alive. I died. No, OTM dies with 20 mobs still alive, and my health is going up just like I have a healer for 20 seconds until he gets back to the.
What the fuck do you mean?
It's Rhyme healing. Like I don't know. Like Rhyme is a healer. It's the best healing cooldown in the game.
Cooldowns and there's like or refreshes or whatever it's called, like spirit.
Or it has to be like AoE because like her single target healing is a lot less impressive.
Like her single target healing is a lot less impressive.
When doing single target damage is what I mean.
Yeah.
It's the full padding on AoE that like blows shit up.
By the
Also,
way,
this
SPT
pull,
saves the run here. I ninja
oh yeah,
pulled. I didn't even notice. I ninja pulled the small guy. Yeah,
oh yeah, look at him. He's fucking marks it, and he's funneling it. My hero 07.
I can be your hero, baby.
This pull was so messy as well. Like this was like our after doing a lot of adjustments, like a third time here or something. We were still trying to figure it out. Like where do I stand? Where do we kite towards? Where do we fucking? But it doesn't matter because we got the one good pull with 2 fucking deaths and a miss pull. It's fine. It's the dungeon kills itself. Like
Yeah,
it doesn't
because
matter.
disciple.
You don't need to do damage because you have the DPS from the mob itself. It's like more than you can do.
It's actually insane. Look at the timer, and they're almost on the. This is
We
basically the last.
finished this pull arc. Remember, we've done this like a minute faster. We've been on the boss a minute faster than we were this run.
Wait,
And
really?
this is a run with 2 deaths, so we're like a minute slower or whatever. But we've been at the boss a minute.
Oh,
faster.
it's because we are not milking the disciple cast. We were
and
playing
also
way
stuff
safer.
like this where it got Emerald Judgmented, so the sibling spawned outside the pack, so it's a bit of time before it starts doing damage. Emerald
I
Judgment
even
is so
took
annoying
out.
here.
I went Diamond Strike on my weapon once to get rid of Emerald Judgment.
Because Emerald
What's wrong
Judgment
with
would
Diamond
randomly
Strike?
kick the disciple and stop, like it would spawn the sibling in places we did not want it.
Yeah.
So here's a fun routing fact. Like sometimes you just completely into your build to make the route work. It was like shifting Spectrum on Savian last season, right? Like that was some shifting Spectrum Sapphire 8, right? Some weird ass bullshit.
Tanking was different last season.
Yeah, it was.
Like
But
you could survive with lower HP.
But also,
it was just more to say that it was just more to say that your build is also a thing you can look at when you are considering routing. Like you can do different things. Like this thing, you can do something that normally would be fucking stupid as hell if it makes the route work and the route is good. Because it's not about having the thing that's always the best. It's about solving the problems you have.
Yeah, and that might actually be your gear or your build at least.
I think it might be like, yeah, this thing that's normally really good. I don't actually need this part and this part, but like this thing that I normally never need, it's actually really good. It's hard to say on a tank, but like for healers and DPS, it's like, yeah, some dungeons I wouldn't enter inside without 4 out of 4 King of the Hill.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to bring that all the time.
There was one instance on
Yeah.
Silken Season 1. Elena had the thing that the more the toughness was reduced or mitigated damage, the more shields up she would have. And that was something you would use like on Silken. Sometimes, just to survive that first pull. First pull on Silken was always ridiculous on every season.
I mean, the face stabbers did, or like the throw knife was
Face stabbers,
magical.
looters, bullies.
Yeah.
And you have the champions coming in there.
No champions. No champions.
Oh,
Just
this would be completely unplayable with a champion. We chicken it. These are the Restless Protectors.
Oh,
they
protectors.
just do melee attacks. The champions with the frontal during this boss would be insta.
Yeah. I'm so fine during my ult. I'm so fine on ult. And then
it pops off,
and then I'm cooked.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, look at me miss the circle. Not hit Arck with it. Oh, he stepped inside it.
No? Yeah.
You got the shield. Hell yeah, man. I love it.
Look at you spamming nettle ball. Wow.
If you're Sylvie pops the circle down.
I'm inside it for extra healing, no?
Yeah.
But I was like on the edge.
In general, tank pro tip: if your Sylvie puts down a circle and it's not somewhere you want to stand, also first of all, why do you have a Sylvie and not a vigor? But you have a Sylvie and they put down a circle,
be better,
and you don't want to stand there. Just touch the circle though. You still get a major shield. Just touching the circle for the first time is a big shield.
So, that's daring with the auto.
Do the autos cleave? Like,
yeah,
I didn't know the tank buster.
They do. That's why I said, "What are you doing?"
Fucking massive, dude. It's fucking massive. Like,
well, I like to live dangerously.
SPT is on the edge here. He's on the edge of it.
But SPT never got cleaved.
No, he's a good boy.
Yeah.
Ever. Like, I don't think he ever got cleaved on this fight unless I turned to him.
Dude, but like his leg here is the indicator for the left side, by the way. So if you're past the leg, that's his cleave range.
Oh.
Yeah. And then
By the way, I didn't know
like, its
this room had
elbow.
light.
Oh, you didn't?
Nope.
Hmm.
Low settings, baby.
This is just with low settings. There's no light here. It's just completely dark.
Yeah.
It's fucking
Imagine.
wild.
Also, fucking Mara's like stuff in the ground looks so fucking weird when you're used to the. This looks fucking weird compared to the other
The
settings.
puddle? Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't even see it because low settings.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah.
The mobs are murking me, by the
This
way.
fight
You're
like is
fine.
already kind of illegal. Like the amount of damage the party is taking is fucking insane, and it's a miracle I kept them alive. And then also we're just destroying the tank at the same time. Like I have no idea how this worked. This should not work. It like, dude, like we're already dying.
Look
to the
at
rot
me, I'm
damage.
full toughness.
Look at the damn. We're dying to rot damage, and we haven't even made it plus 50% bigger. Like,
Yeah.
what the fuck are we doing?
Holy.
Oh my god!
And
I
you
have
go
no idea why
green
this works.
second. Holy.
Yeah, right.
Dude.
I have no idea why this works, dude. It shouldn't. Yeah.
Bruh.
It's because
I mean, it's just rot damage to steal.
healer season. Oh my god, my HP, what?
Your
I felt
toughness,
my
dude.
frame. Did you see what happened? I felt
Yeah.
my frame on the tank buster.
Yeah.
You'll also notice, Arck, I'm like sending root sap and external on all the crushing
yeah.
darknesses. Because like, fucking hell.
Yeah.
Look at that root sap. Yoink.
Mhm.
Oh,
There we go.
I'm on my ult. My HP is good.
Ah,
OTM, click your shrooms.
why?
Click them.
I
You
just
love
need to
that
click
button.
them. I need to click them once a minute. That's all I need to do.
You need to click
If-
them when you have a martial initiative and 10 rising spirit.
Yeah. I'm not good at like noticing my martial spirit, but I always do it with initiative. But yeah, like shroom timer on Sylvie is 1 minute before they start timing out. So if you've pressed your shroom button last a minute ago, it's fine. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm just generating a shit ton of shrooms because silly. Like, I don't
Yeah.
know. It just looks like a lot, but like I can get up to
Totally.
60. If I don't
how
send, I
many
can get
do
up to
you
like
have?
60.
60? What?
If I don't send them, like if I full weight, I can have 60 or more. Like if I just stand on them, but mostly I send them during empty globals, sort of thing. Like I need to move, so I can't metal bolt, so then I just send shrooms.
Wait, I'm actually pumping damage.
Yeah.
Yeah, look at you go.
Look at SPT.
Look
though.
at me.
Look at your patter killing SPT's funnel.
Oh yeah,
This is
I'm
most,
resetting my.
This is most DPS, like not lower, like mid tier Eternal is the AoE damage from most DPS, by the way. But he's doing it single target.
And this is why we bring funnel for SPT. We bring funnel for SPT, and he just becomes a machine. And that's like that warps our routing, but it also makes it interesting because we do stuff like figure out how to pull funnel on boss.
SPT just overperforms on Mara. Not even
like
blazing him.
He's a machine. Like
yeah, he never fails his skills. And when he fails, he wants to reset the bench. Oh no! I failed my.
It's like I don't have
Mr.
perfect
PCD.
damage. We need to dude. Oh, what was it? It was like remember the Stormwatch arc where we timed it, but it was like with 2 wipes or something. We still timed it. And we were like, let's go back to get a better timer. Fuck that. Let's not keep pushing. That timer's too bad.
It was a while ago. I think it was Stormwatch 53 or something. They are wiping left and right. SPT dies twice, Rur dies once. We go to boss, kill it. We time it with like 10 seconds, and they're like, no, we're going again. And then we get stuck there for 1 hour to time it perfectly.
Yeah, we didn't. And we didn't even time it perfectly. We just got a better run that's like 2 minutes faster, and then we
Oh yeah, Rur died there as well.
Why?
My DPS players are the most insane monkeys I've ever seen, and I wouldn't have it any other way.
But why?
I don't know.
Because it was so easy. We timed it in like 2 tries, and they're like, no, this was too easy. I died twice. My overall.
Yeah. Also, I don't know why people are talking about like this Sabian people talking about like, oh, you can dodge the balls here and whatever if you like sky crash at the right moment. Like just play the balls. It's fine.
Yeah, it's not worth it.
Take purple second and just play better.
Second,
look
third.
at this. Yeah, like that's what I mean. Take a third and just play better. Like you
Yeah,
literally
do
just
more.
dodge, and there's no difference between level 2 and 3.
The only thing is that the tank cannot soak the puddles.
Yeah, I mean, surely that's not necessary. Surely.
Smail is saying,
Surely cheat death will not happen, right?
no.
Every time I get good stack my
Every time I have good stacks on my tank randomly explodes when I pull, that is so fine every time. Paid actor. Yep. That's me. Hello.
Let's finish this VOD. Let's take a look at the one time where I actually fell behind on healing, but it turns out it was because we missed the soak.
How did you fall behind? Was it so?
We missed the soak, which did a lot of burst damage to people, and then it took 5 seconds from that happening to us actually dying. That's like a perfect example of non-EHP season. I am so happy it happened. But it was a missed soak, not just me running out of healing. If not for the missed soak, I think we wouldn't have died.
But
So like, you can barely see it,
right?
or is it? Oh, it's not this one. It's maybe next.
Yeah.
But like
I felt
from the soak being missed to people dying, it was 5 seconds, which is like how I feel everything should work if it isn't EHP season. So I was really happy to see it.
Kill the mobs, please. Free me.
Like, I don't get people who don't go purple third. Like, what else third are you going? Everything else third sucks turbo ass. This thing you just dodge. Just dodge. It doesn't do anything. Like, just dodge. Like, what do you mean?
It's right.
Yeah. You can pre-position
I think we missed the one next to tank here because you're standing still. You're standing still, and then we missed the soak.
I ran melee for you guys.
Yeah, and it was great. Like, I think without it, we would have died earlier. But it's the missed soak that puts me behind, so then I am catching back up.
Holy fuck.
Yeah, but then I ult and we're fine.
Yeah.
It's all good.
But you got saved.
If not for the double cheat death, it was we were fucked, but we had double cheat death.
But why didn't Rhyme just heal you guys? What the fuck?
Kill the mobs, please.
Here's the thing, right? We're not making Rhyme user cooldowns for healing. We are Rhyme uses cooldowns for damage, and if it happens to align with something, we're thankful and we don't overinvest resources. That's it. Like we don't go, Rue, please save your ultimate, because if you do, he's gonna he's gonna choke me. Like, I don't know. Like if I tell him to hold his cooldowns, he's gonna be very angry with me. Yeah,
By the way, this is the reason you should bring mobs to boss.
Oh yeah.
As soon as
Nettle saying restore life OP. That during that time where we were dying, I was like panic restore lifing myself a little bit. That was the only time I pressed restore life the entire dungeon. What the fuck? What is this? Like that's my greater heal or whatever, like my spam heal that I'm supposed to use when things are intense. I used it exactly twice, exactly right there. What the fuck is the season? Sorry, Arck, please go ahead.
The reason you should bring mobs to bosses, especially free mobs like this, is because as soon as they died, the boss wasn't doing anything to me. Tanks are too strong this season. Healers are too strong this season as well.
Yeah. If your tank isn't being pushed just below their limit, you have resources to spare. Like you could be doing more. Like this is your
10%.
As a tank.
What did we pull to boss? 7%?
Yeah.
Was
8%? It's 7.7%, yeah.
Yeah.
It's 7% you're not doing on another pull timer.
Yeah. True. And it's pretty easy percent as well.
I mean, it's easy except it's just tank autos, but yeah.
Yeah.
These are there's some dungeons that have it, like the Eldrin Recruits and Worm Hardened Sithril, that are just mobs that auto you. It's very nice.
Oh yeah, by the way,
Souls.
It didn't happen here. If on boss we took red first, we realized like on one of the tries that if the boss charges the same player twice in a row, it doesn't have defensive for the charge and it just dies.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
That's funny because I didn't have a defensive, so I just had to hope I lived, you know?
Did we just ask for Sabian shield forehead?
I don't
I had to run defensive on my neck.
You can shoot people there.
Yeah, I think so. I think you're pretty forced into doing it yourself. Is the tank slam magical? It looks magical.
It's magical.
Yeah, okay. So Sabian has to shield himself there.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's also being strong from the mob autos. Maybe you can shield once. I don't know.
I hate Disciples so much. I never want to do this dungeon again. I hope they fix it, and then I would love to play it next season without Disciples in it. Or like with Disciples not killing the packs for you. Because then we can dodge Disciples like God intended. Sorry, what?
We did Sailor after, right?
We did Sailor after, yeah. Sailor Witch after.
SPT is fucking insane. We did Witch with only one shield.
we are doing the stuff we're doing sometimes when we bring Funnel for SPT. On 65 Sailor, we did Witch in one cycle. Because SPT is just a machine. He's doing so many ridiculous things when we route around him. He's the GOAT, man.
You're saying a
When
lot
I'm
of
alone,
words
I
here.
think-
I'm not sure. What?
I think
Huh?
I have less. I think I have like half the single targets than Xavian does with the Zerper,
Yeah.
and the witch just dies in one cycle.
Oh my god.
Let me find the log. Like, let's actually put some numbers to it.
Wait.
How much damage he dealt to.
Yeah,
but,
then
to
again,
be
I don't
fair,
think A4 runs Usurper. And he does a lot of shitload as well.
it's Invictus damage. It's amazing.
Yeah.
I checked, and the Zerper was dealing on boss fights.
It
If
does
there's
so
two
much.
bosses, like on Arck, it was dealing 20% of my damage.
Yeah. Dude, I was trying a
So-
build, a fucking fun build. I was doing diamond strikes with 6 out of 10 white gems with Usurper and like crit build. Dude, it was so fucking fun. I did like almost 12k single target. Oh,
Oh my god.
yeah.
Oh my god.
Stream.
just-
Show.
Okay, sure, I can stream.
Show
Sure.
me.
Share my screen here. Look at this.
Show.
So this is
Yeah, one second.
Zoomed into just when Ira is alive. From when we pull her to when she dies. Damage done to Ira, the White Witch.
What the? Look at my single target. What is that?
What the fuck is this? 7?
What the fuck is he doing? You know, like, what is this?
What the fuck? What the fuck?
Huh?
What the fuck?
Like and that's I like that. This has been like having him on Mara compared to other heroes is a lot of fun because it again like on the back to the original topic of routing, it gives us interesting constraints for routing of like if he was playing a hero that did really bad single target when you have mobs around it, like I don't know if Gunda still works like that, but for a while it was like having more mobs, he dealt more damage, but it got very diluted. So like his single target damage went down a lot for having a lot of mobs to fight. Which that means you can't do stuff like Ira the way we did, like pulling a bunch of mobs on top of Ira, because you're just not gonna have the damage for Ira, because like you're losing all your damage, right?
Yeah.
It's having the constraint of how do we find some way to bring funnel to this thing so that SPT can do another 30k DPS more than
Yeah.
how like that's an interesting problem to solve that leads to like things working out very well for us.
Do me a favor. Check Isidore 65 Sailor.
Oh god.
I'm pretty sure Ardius does way more.
Oh. Izzy.
Izzy.
Are you in here, Izzy? That's Kofi, isn't it?
Do they even pull Ira? They don't pull Ira.
You sure? They have to.
Yeah.
No? Oh, they have Tariq. Wait, they don't do Ira and Sailor?
Nope.
Is
Tariq is too strong.
Oh, sorry, there is. It's right there. My bad. It's right there. I'm blind. I take it back. I'm blind.
Oh, it's about the same. I don't mind. 5k more?
But look at Tarek, right? And that goes back to the point of like Tarek doesn't have as much, like he has a lot of diluted damage. His damage is fucking insane, don't get me wrong. Like, but his damage is diluted. So if he pulls a lot of mobs, the damage he gets to do to a single target goes down. Whereas something like Rhyme, she can just send her single target stuff. She doesn't do a lot of incidental AoE, so it's not like it matters. She's like all spender.
Yeah.
Like, and she just keeps prioing. Like, there's 60 mobs going on. Doesn't matter. She's still full damaging the boss or full damaging Ira. So, like, they're actually less damage than us. Even though Ardios is doing Ardios things, we're still better off because our Rhyme gets to do another 7k damage. 7k damage. Oh, and look at me go. I'm doing more than Vyra. Let's go.
Hey, get fucked, but okay.
But then.
How bad did I do compared to Dende? Show me. I need to know.
You lost already.
82, and you won by 70 DPS. But if you want to see something to make me sad here, just look at this. Just overall, right? So the worst Vigor dealt 33k DPS. The best Sylvie, the Eternal 65, dealt 23k DPS overall. So he is the worst Sylvie is 10k overall better than is worse than
the other way around.
Yes, the worst vigor is 10k better than the best Sylvie. And it's like, no, it's fine because boss damage. The boss damage, he does less boss damage. Don't worry about it.
Man.
Okay, he does less boss damage. Okay, yeah, he does 5.7. I did 7. No, wait, I need to pull 3 Zara. Pull 3 Zara.
Zoomed in.
He does 5.7. No, it's fine. He does 5.7 to the boss. I do 7.2. So I don't know. 5.7, 7.2. That's like, what is that?
That's pretty good. Yeah.
So in return for losing 10k overall, I'm gaining 1.5k boss damage.
Yeah, I mean it's time. It's
And let's look at Hody. He did a lot better, more overall, right? Let's look at Hody. Do him on boss, right? All enemies, 2 Synthara into the Synthara pool.
Oh.
Yeah.
Arck,
Oh my god.
buddy.
Oh my god.
2.4k. Oh.
It's like,
wait, what is ult
this
playing?
amount of boss
Is
damage does
blasting.
not
What?
fucking matter. This amount of boss damage does not fucking matter when you do 22k more overall.
Is ult just not blasting? What the hell?
I don't know. I don't know.
It is
I don't want to
blasting.
comment on what ult does. I don't know. What is he doing?
It's Yumeko though. Yumeko.
Philosopher, yeah, makes sense. Mystic.
It's because you run 50% spirit, your shockwave is your most damage, and you do 50% more damage on shockwave.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know what he's doing. If anything, I don't know. Don't ask me. I'm not really playing.
I have a mystic set, but I decided to go Herald instead. It's more
consistency, right?
safe.
Either way, it's just a side tangent of like fucking 20k more.
Wait,
than
go tanks real quick.
Damage dealt by tanks. Let's see.
We're gonna compare Xavier.
So on the 65. I mean,
staff.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
Actually, if we need to look at the exact same level, because we're like people that did higher than 65 don't show up.
Sheepy is playing Xavier? I don't even know.
It's a single 65 and it's PvP.
Yeah.
Dude, what? Wait, I'm the worst Elena, almost. What? Can I not?
Get good?
Can I not?
My DPSers are just dealing too much damage. They're
you
still
don't
damage
need it,
from
man.
me.
You don't need it.
But the damage to boss, like, let's see. I like the damage to boss metric because overall also affects it. Because if you get the boss faster, it's like,
Oh, by the way, side tangent. Try go to Everdon and then all levels, and then just speed. I'm gonna blow your fucking mind.
Everdon speed. And then watch Arck Markets 3 speed as well.
No, I wanted to see the fastest key. That's just points.
Yeah, it like it's not. It's like it
Go to
prioritizes
the
the higher levels.
Speed.
Yeah, go
you
to
can
the
see
1.
speed and then you can see rank. No?
But I am on speed.
Yeah, you have to go to the low, like
Eternal 1.
Go to specific. I think it's the Eternal 1. Yeah.
All leagues.
The Eternal 1. I think it's 1.5 minutes. It's so fucking fast.
What the fuck?
It's 1 pull.
What are you doing?
It's fucking insane.
Then check Arck Markets 3 as well after.
Look, they just fucking ball. 1 teleport, 2 teleports.
Wait, you don't get dismounted?
No, they stop here. They stop here.
Yeah, stop here.
No, you got dismounted, but wait,
oh my God, please tell me they portal across here.
No, I think I take the bridge. It's a 1, dude.
Okay. Yeah.
Look.
And then they just drum and target.
Drum.
They just drum and run and go boss. Yeah. Okay.
Is that the drums? Not the drums, they're mounted. Or?
No, there's
no,
drums.
I think they chained it. I think it was chained.
Yeah.
Okay, sure.
Just look at the amount of stuff was on boss for like half a second.
Yeah.
Okay. Check Arck Markets 3 for real. We wiped so many times there. There has to be a fast one.
Eternal 3. Fast. Oh, it's us! It's us! Let's go! Let's go! We did it! Look at this! Look at this completely illegal garbage we're doing. Illegal garbage routing for farm because we were trying to get the set and stuff. Oh my God!
I
look at
thought
this.
For sure it would be me, Sheepy, and Mick.
You, Sheepy, and Mick.
Because we pulled everything to boss once as those avians.
Down below.
No, Estus Avians. It's not
Oh,
showing
that's too
because it's
shitty.
hot comp.
Oh,
Can
it's
you
234. It's a 234. This one?
wait? Yeah, it has to be that one. Check
Yeah,
the
but
route.
it's 234
Check.
though.
Okay, that makes sense. We're not doing enough damage for that.
Yeah, like you're doing the same thing, just slower,
Not as.
and then just
Wait,
boss.
we
Yeah.
actually stopped. Okay. I guess the one we actually did at boss was just slower.
Like look at this pull one. Also, we're like pulling this downstairs and having it social up.
Yeah.
Just for,
What?
and then we also pull
Oh, yeah.
this. And that's a pull
Of
one.
course. Why wouldn't you pull all that? You know. And grand
That's
melee, and nothing does anything.
True. True.
And then
Look
we
at all the
and then
mobs
here's
really
a funny
tanky.
thing, right? There's these dogs up here. If you pull that, they'll run over and social all of this.
Yeah.
If you time it right. So then, it shows up weird, but then
How much
more
percent
mobs.
is one pull, by the way?
I don't know.
100.
I think
don't
our
know.
Ransack one last season was more impressive.
Oh yeah, that was fun. We can find it, I think.
I wish we could do that this season, but
Yeah.
Let's do this as
Well,
the
yeah,
that'd be
last
just
thing because
straight.
we've been yapping for quite a long time.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
sorry,
let's finish
we're
this off.
hogging.
Yeah.
stream away.
Ransack, all leagues, Eternal 1. This is the confirmed by the devs to be fastest Ransack ever. Fastest one sack of season 2. That was
Ooh.
going back to the very beginning of the stream, right? This is the one
Okay.
that was.
Oh, the one
So
people said you need to go Elena or it's impossible.
yeah. We do regular type of pull one, I think. Like we pull big pull onto boss. Nothing too special going on here.
Mm-hmm.
Where it gets spicy is like next boss. Let me just. Does it even show? Yeah, it does. Okay, yeah. Please work. Why isn't it working?
You
We're
still
still on the
offset
boss.
the bounce. Yeah.
We're still on the boss, huh?
So slow.
Oh, here we come. Okay, yeah, look at this. So we come running down here, and then Arck does some funny jump to get super far down. These
Yeah.
mobs, the casters snap because he's
Yeah.
so far away. And then we fight them all on boss. Like he snaps them in. He snaps everything on here. Look at the fucking
There's
game.
so many mobs there. How many mobs are there actually? I checked that here, I think.
Probably. I don't see the debuff. I don't know. Maybe. Yeah, and then we go upstairs and like this was a classic ended. And that was the fastest Ransack. So that's another funny routing stuff. If you're trying to do funny fast farm, you can do turbo illegal shit. Just have fun with it.
Especially on low keys when nothing really does anything.
Yeah. Only on low keys is when you can do turbo illegal shit.
But last season you had an easier time doing this shit, no?
Yeah, you did.
You took less damage, but took longer to recover from it last season, I think.
I feel like blessings also like it's just such a huge power spike. I personally love blessings. I really like how they integrated it.
Yeah, but everyone's just too strong.
Yeah, for sure. But we've been yapping for a few hours. It's been very nice. Anything like last words you want to say before we head off?
The other tanks were doing a lot better job of actually making a tutorial. This was just sort of at the end of this was just me and Arck fucking yapping while you were here. Like I don't know.
Yay! I love it. I like it.
What you should take from this is on resume, at least from me, 20 mobs max, 3 packs more or less, 2 prior targets, two mobs that you should kick. Don't go more than that, at least until you get used to it. And that's already pushing your limits. If you go to a dungeon, you decide on a pool, you wipe to that pool, divide that pool by half, and see how it works.
So if you wipe to 6 mobs, you go down to 3 mobs.
If you wipe to 6 mobs, go farm lower content.
What if I'm in Eternal 1? Go back to Paragon. Yeah, I think that's fine. Like I think like the soft spot between like 16, 20 mobs, that's a good spot to be for sure. 2 to 3 packs. I think Porki said that as well. Like this is a nice way to start out. For sure.
Yeah. Don't pull, for example, there's caster mobs and there's caster mobs that constantly cast. For example, seers, they are just casting pain bolts or orbs or sanguine. Don't pull more than 2 of them together. And if you can, pull only one of those at once.
Yeah, I call them bait casts because you get
Yeah,
like a
but
pod who just like
They are
kick them
not
because
they hurt.
They
a
are
lot.
not bait. They
No,
will
like-
destroy you.
yeah. But like if you have a mob that's like auto casting like some bolt, and you have like a kick just goes out on that like a puck who just kicks it and then misses the the big dangerous one like Icy Annihilation or something. It's like oh man.
Yup. Ooga Booga and
Yeah.
Arsonist Flame Frontal.
Who kicks the fucking frontal, dude?
I do.
You do?
Yeah, on
Oh.
but on Elena, like I can control both of them, and it
Yeah.
just makes me not face frontals to the other players.
Yeah, I can't fucking do that.
Having your tank able to just plant their feet and stand still. Mental load is a resource, and it's okay to do stuff that sounds weird if it reduces mental load.
Yeah. It's allowed to be
It's-
boring.
It's not that it's like Arck stopping the frontals, for example. That's an example of why you're doing that. Just dodge. No, it reduces mental load. So like it reduces that resource cost and lets him spend it elsewhere.
Yeah, in that way. Okay, yeah. Yeah.
And you're sending weapon on cooldown anyway, so if you see a
Yeah.
cast, might as well send it on the caster.
Yeah, for sure.
Anyway, I yapped too much.
But I like it. See, that's what the point of this little stream is. To yap.
Yep, thank you for
All
the
15 viewers very
invite.
enlightened.
Yes. Yes. One day. I have plans, don't worry. It'll be 20 soon.
Well, I hope people had fun.
I had fun. I hope you guys had fun.
I wouldn't be here if it wasn't. So
Good.
One of the reasons I wanted OTM here is because he's a social bug, at least on Discord.
what do you mean?
He has not seen the light in many days. But he has seen many routes. Yes.
Dude, I've done like Fellowship has completely taken over my life. I don't know what to do when I quit Fellowship. Like I just have nothing to do.
Bro, same.
Wait, they pulled 5 shades in Magi. Yikes. On
Yikes.
59. I'm reading your chat.
Route was good.
Anyway.
By the way, we pulled 5 shades on the Magi on the next poll with double Tariq. My brain. Oh, yeah. Okay. What the fuck, Smell?
Oh yeah, that was the clip he showed, I think, or something
Yeah.
like that.
Yeah,
But
last
double
week.
Tariq is cheating, by the way.
Stupid hero.
Could you imagine double Mara? Oh.
Yeah, they're gonna fix
I
the
don't
Mara
think it
bug
would
where
be good.
Mystic.
They
They're gonna
would
fix the
steal
Mara
each
bug
other's
by making
funnels.
Mystic work on her, and then they're just not gonna compensate nerf her, and SPT is gonna be happy and gonna keep playing the season. It's gonna be great.
I think they're gonna nerf Mara though. They're gonna fix the blessing and nerf
You
a
think they're
little
gonna-
bit.
Do you think they're gonna buff Sylvie, or are we just gonna be hard stuck?
Hard stuck.
Like
I don't think you'll see any relevant buffs because end game doesn't really
at some point when
matter,
we
let's
can't go
be
vertical
honest.
anymore, and when we can't go horizontal anymore, like I'm just done with the season, and then I guess you can slot in Mick for the rest of the season. I don't know.
Wouldn't a buff for Sylvie just like we talked about a few
It's
times
an
now?
arms race, yeah.
Yeah, changing the
It's-
way healing actually works instead of the character.
But you can still buff Sylvie to like make me able to keep playing the game. That's
Yeah.
like a different thing. Like there's the manage the balance of the healers in such a way that we don't have HP season. That's one thing, and then there's the what if more healers than just Vigor was playable balance thing.
Yeah,
There's like 2 different concerns.
at the
But,
highest level, right?
Guys, there's only one change that should already happen week 1 and didn't.
Delete
Mako
Miko?
needs the DR. No, Mako
Oh.
needs the DR aura back on Vortex.
Yeah,
Makes no sense that she doesn't have it.
dude, I
Yeah.
feel so bad for the Miko's players. Real shit. Man, they're struggling.
Dude, I thought Mako players were missing some stuff. I was like looking, Arck was playing Mako, I was like looking into it, like, why aren't they playing more haste? I don't get it. Like, surely all these things work with haste. Isn't that great? It's like, no, actually, the fucking barrage, Stonefist barrage, isn't. You don't get more hits from it being hasted. It's just like.
Oh yeah,
What?
by the way, remember me
That's-
saying that Mako doesn't have a way to get ult as fast? Turns
Mhm.
out Spirit procs give her 2 Spirit,
Ah.
Ah,
which is way worse than the other 2 tanks.
yeah,
But oh well.
yeah. Because Savian has Omni Strike, gives you 4.
Yeah,
that
and
every
Elena's
second.
shield throw gives her 2.
Yeah, exactly.
Anyway,
Yeah,
Yep.
it's been
I'm
nice.
gonna
Guys.
go.
Thank you so
And,
much
thank
for.
you for the invite.
Yeah, I like to enable people, so you're welcome.
Thank you. And thank you, stream, as well.
Hell yeah. Thank you, stream.
Yeah. See ya.
Goodbye, stream.
GG's and cheers.